Hello everybody and welcome to your Alpha Live broadcast of round 2 of the Club 100 Cadets and Juniors Championships for 2024. It's the lightweight classes turn today, that is as opposed to the super lightweight classes whom we shall be bringing you the action for tomorrow. Coming to you live from Glanigors in North Wales in some glorious Welsh sunshine here. We are in the county of Conway, about midway between Corwin and Betsy Coed here at GYG. Bit of a driver's favourite, this one. Challenging circuit, a lot of height undulation. Possibly the biggest difference between two circuits compared to this in round 1 at Rye House. Very different characteristics of the circuit. And we've got a few fluffy clouds in the sky, but not any chance, at the moment showing at least, of rain, or very unlikely to happen. Bit of a breeze, a little bit chilly if you're in the shade, but otherwise a lovely, glorious day here. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. It's my pleasure and privilege to be in the comms position for you here today, alongside a man who I always look up to, not least because I'm significantly shorter than he is, Mr. Jacob Harris. Jacob, Borodar.
Borodar. And croeso to North Wales. We are here in my home country for what is looking set to be a fantastic day's cadet and junior racing. And fantastic introduction there, Howard. Well done.
Oh, thank you, man.
And thank you for mentioning my height. It's not always apparent when you can only hear my voice.
It's true. It's true. Well, it's more just that I'm quite short, I think. But I don't know.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
As you can see there, lovely views around the circuit here at GYG. You can see Snowdonia itself as a driver as you come over the rise and come back down the back straight. Fantastic to see so many people, friends, family out here today to support their drivers and obviously support the race efforts with all the travel and preparation for it as well. Practice sessions are out at the moment. You're not missing any competitive qualifying or racing action, but we're in the last one of our practice sessions, about halfway through it. Just gives us a chance to preview the format of the day and take you through it. We will be so let's go through that actually. So in cadets and juniors we have 4 classes. The race meetings are over 2 days. So we've got obviously today's action, and then tomorrow we've got lightweight and super lightweight versions of the cadets and the juniors. Okay, so if you can think of it like a grid, you've got age groups and you've got weight classes as well, and that forms our 4. We've got 2 of each, and that forms our 4 classes. So today it's the turn of the cadet lightweights and the junior lightweights, and we'll go through the details of those 2 classes as we get underway. We'll have plenty of time to go through that as we look at qualifying. On that subject, we're just wrapping up some practice sessions now. We'll go into some qualifying sessions in a moment's time. Those will determine the grid positions for the first set of races, which will be after the lunch break. Those are referred to as the pre-finals, and after the pre-finals will come the finals, as they are called in the regulations. Worth bearing in mind, though, those names are those names perhaps belie the fact that they're worth the same number of points. They're the same length races. So you can basically think of them as 2 rotations of finals that we'll get in the afternoon. That's the broad layout of the day before we get into the sort of nitty-gritty of how the qualifying works and all of that. But it's a good format, I think. I think, Jacob. It's the cadets and the juniors. It's about giving them that track time to bed themselves into a circuit. We've got a lot of drivers here, although we were here with the championship last year. Obviously, the nature of young drivers coming through the system, there are a lot of drivers here for whom today is their first day driving GYG, and the format plays to that in the cadets and juniors.
Yeah, absolutely. Each session is 11 minutes long, giving every driver just about long enough to get a feel for the circuit. They get a test session in the morning, and then there's practice as well for all our drivers today, and then they go into qualifying. So by that point they've got a feel for the track. They can understand what's quick, what's not quick, what lines they should and shouldn't be taking, before then going into their racing and really honing their racecrafts, learning to overtake, understanding where they can and can't put their go-karts, and eventually leading up to the final, as mentioned, where we should have some tried and tested methodologies being put to good use and showing some great racing, which I'm sure we'll see later on in the stream.
Indeed. Now, just as we're wrapping up this session, we mentioned a moment ago there's quite a big difference between this track and a track like Rye House, where the drivers were, if they were with us for round one. It is a big difference here, and GYG, I think, it's its own unique challenge as a circuit. How do you find it?
Yeah, there's lots of differences to Rye House, most notably the size. Rye House is quite an enclosed venue, smaller circuits, and in both terms of length and width. So you have a bit more space out on track here at GYG at the very least. It's more out in the field this than an enclosed venue. So you've got big long straight up the back there. You've got an infield as well, which isn't confined to a hairpin as you've got at Rye House. And you've got elevation changes as well. Obviously we see them at certain tracks like Buckmore Park, but here at GYG you really are heading right up to the top of the hill for that first part of the lap, then coming back down the hill into the carousel before going back up the hill and navigating your way through the tricky last sector, including the Devil's Elbow, whereas Rye House is very much a flat circuit. You don't deal with elevation changes, going uphill, going downhill. So GYG is a much more difficult challenge in that respect. But technically, there's different types of corners at both tracks. I would say you've got high-speed corners and low-speed corners at both here and Rye House. They're similar in that regard. But yes, in terms of their geographical locations and everything that brings with it, those are the main differences that we're going to see today.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely. Drivers just getting used to the track out there. That's through compression and into the section known as the Devil's Elbow there. One of the areas of this track where there's a big difference. You really start to dip back down, come back down through the circuit. You can often get to sort of end of sector 2 here and go, hang on, the start-finish line was significantly lower down than this. Doesn't the last sector have a big height drop? Yes, it does. It has, I think, one of the steepest parts of a circuit anywhere we go to on the calendar, just through that Devil's Elbow. You literally come over a crest and then dip down. It's quite a roller coaster feel to it, isn't it?
Yes, and quite tricky in the wet as well, especially going off circuit, as you'll have seen from the images on screen so far. There's grassy areas surrounding this circuit. Anywhere you go off, you are going onto grass. As we all know in Club 100, you're not restarting your karts from the grass, but when you're on a hill as such, it's harder to stop on the grass. One particular favourite memory of mine was a BUKC round here back in pre-COVID times at the very least, where someone unfortunately had found themselves on the outside of compression, which we just saw someone spin out on, but rather than the person we just saw who managed to recover it on tarmac, they found themselves heading down the bank that you find if you go too far wide on that corner. And as they were dragging their go-kart back up onto the tarmac, one of the Club 100 observers came over to help them as they were struggling, putting the cart uphill, and in coming behind them, heading downhill in the slippery slope, slipped up, took out the driver. Both of them had the go-kart land on top of them. Oof. And they had to recover it from there.
Yeah, difficult. Thankfully, no such wet conditions either present nor predicted today. Checkered flag has gone out, though, for the last of the practice sessions, so I think it's time that we look ahead to the first of our qualifying sessions for you here today at Glanny Gores, and that is going to be Group A for lightweight cadets. Here we go then, the carts are heading out onto the circuit for our lightweight cadets for Group A. So let's talk a little bit about the format as they get going. It's an 11-minute qualifying session, all of the qualifying. In fact, I'll make that even simpler for everybody. Every session is 11 minutes, okay? All qualifying, all finals, or pre-final, everything is 11 minutes. It keeps the format nice and simple. Even the practice sessions that we just had are 11 minutes in length. And we're going to have 3 groups for each class, okay? So this is Group A of the lightweight cadets. We'll then go into Group A of the lightweight juniors. Then we'll cycle back to lightweight cadets Group B, lightweight juniors, Group B, and then the respective Group Cs. Okay, so the grids or the entry list, sorry, for each of the classes have been split into 3 groups. Now that's been done at random. Okay, so the fact that a driver, if you're tuning in for us on this one, and you know we are. If you are joining us for the first time watching Club 100 Juniors and Cadets, a very warm welcome to you. Please, if you're able to do so, then get up onto the comments on YouTube as well, and let us know who you're tuning in to support. It'd be lovely to have some interaction with yourselves on this Saturday of racing. This is our first broadcast round of the championship, so let's just make sure that we're through on those formats. So the groups, as I say, randomly allocated, and also you get a randomly allocated kart within that as well. So the drivers do not carry, you know, they don't have the same kart throughout the whole day. It's an arrive and drive karting series, as Club 100 always is, and so you get a randomly allocated kart just to ensure that there's fairness that way. And the Club 100 team do a fantastic job of maintaining the even competition of these karts. Obviously, a crucial aspect of providing an arrive and drive series is to have, you know, equal machinery, and Club 100 do a fantastic job of maintaining that. So yeah, they've all been allocated into a group. They've all got a random kart within that group. We're going to go out in those groups A, B, and C. The fastest time overall across all 3 sessions will get pole position on the pre-A final grid. Okay, so we maintain those groupings of 3 when we go into the pre-finals. It's just that by that point you'll be in your group C, B, or A based on the pace that you've shown in qualifying. So here you're in a group just randomly allocated, but we will form into a C pre-final grid, a B pre-final grid, and an A pre-final grid. And the A grid will be the fastest 18 drivers across all of the group sessions. Okay, so you can kind of think of it as one massive qualifying session where all the drivers are on track at once. It's just we can't physically do that, because then we'd have getting on for 60 drivers on track at once. We can't do that. So you've got those 3 groups going out, but it is going to be the fastest 18 drivers across any of those groups. So say Group A is, by pure chance, by pure coincidence, has the 18 fastest drivers in it, then they would all be on the pre-A final grid. It's never happened that way, but that's how it would theoretically go.
Yes, and the only caveat to that is if the weather changes.
Yes.
Naturally, someone who sets their time in the dry is going to be faster than someone who sets their time in the wet.
Yes, indeed.
And in that instance, race control will declare that there has been a change in conditions, and then they will take the top drivers from each of the 3 sessions rather than going through and taking the fastest overall.
Indeed.
However, today we are not expecting any changes in the weather. It's looking like it's going to be nice and sunny all day, and we shall stick with what you just described.
Absolutely. So, but a good point to note, definitely, as the season goes forward, that rule is important to maintain the fairness across qualifying in changing weather conditions. If you're supporting a particular driver as well, I recommend making a little mental note of their race number. They will carry that race number throughout the whole season. Okay, so Peter Lee, who in the early phases here is setting the pace, and as I say, that Ellis Cox goes faster in the 38. Peter Lee will be the 89 all season long. Ellis Cox will be the 38 all season long. That number isn't exclusive to other classes. There may be another driver with the number 38 in the lightweight juniors, okay? But it's still good to have a mental note of the driver's number, because you will know that when the cadet lightweights are out in any form this season, the number 38 will be Ellis Cox, okay? That's a really good thing to note. And sometimes, in the heat of the moment, if something's happening really quickly on commentary, obviously, we might only get chance to mention that the kart number is involved in something, so it's helpful. It'll help you hone in on a driver that you support. Speaking of which, I'll get this bit of housekeeping out of the way right now. If you have a spare device or monitor available, I recommend to supplement your Alpha Live broadcast. Head over to live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on Club 100. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk. Alpha Timing, not Alpha Live, Alpha Timing. Click on Club 100, and you'll be able to see the full timing screen, which will give you the full timing tower. It'll give you information about the race status, the time that's remaining, any messages coming in from race control, including penalties. Hopefully we won't see too many. And then the track map with the driver tracker, okay? And you'll be able to see where a particular driver you're supporting. If you want to see more details about a driver's lap times, you can click on their name and get details that way. So loads of fantastic information there at live.alphatiming.co.uk/CLUB100. Let's say you've just seen a driver you support in a particular race and you want to see the confirmed result. That will be at results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on CLUB100. That will allow you to see, well, actually not just race results, it allows you to see confirmed grids. There's that. And yes, confirmed results. And also you can see how the championship standings sit there as well. Speaking of which, I'm going to use that as a segue.
Love that. Fantastic. Seamless.
Thank you. What is the situation in the championship? We're only at round 2, but round 1, the spoils really went to Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, who took the win in both the Pre-A final and the A final at Rye House. That circuit really working well for Matteo there. He leads the championship. Miles Harrison, courtesy of a 3rd place and a 2nd place in the pre-final and final respectively. Last time out, he sits 2nd. That's the driver, the number 22. Driver who finished in that position, 2nd place in the championship last year. And then Elijah Hazelwood sits 3rd in the standings. That's the position he finished the championship last year. He lines up 3rd, having got a 2nd in the pre-final and a 7th in the A final. So that's the top 3 coming into today. Right now, it's good that we turn our attention to the circuit itself right now, though, because we're seeing one of the key aspects here of GYG, I think, which is the slipstreaming. Okay, we've seen these lap times coming in from Ellis Cox. We saw them from Peter Lee. We saw them from Reece Cranstoun now, who is in that provisional pole position. This is the slipstream effect, and a few of the drivers we spoke to this morning spoke about this. This circuit, more than most that we visit, on this straight right here in particular, to the Dragon Straight, you can see, in fact, Alex Cox is doing it right there. You can see the driver with the black helmet was just ducking his head down there. He's trying to optimize the slipstream effect that he gets up that Dragon Straight, because here more than anywhere that I can think of, maybe Shennington, but you get a real advantage in that slipstream here, and it makes a big difference. So what would usually look like a driver having a lot of traffic on the qualifying run is actually playing to their advantage here.
Absolutely. We call it shrimping in the business.
We do.
As you kind of form that shape that a shrimp would take, approaching the fetal position. And it's human DRS, isn't it, Howard? You duck down to reduce the air resistance going up that big long straight. You're going uphill as well, which doesn't help. And North Wales is, quite frankly, particularly windy.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing, because at the end of the Dragon Straight, which you'll note isn't quite a full straight, there's a sort of right kink in it. As you come up this hill round here, round to Spoon, the wind can really catch you as you come over the rise. So if you've got an advantage, if you're in someone's slipstream and someone else is taking that air buffeting against them, it's exactly the same principle as you get in cycling, where the person at the front of the peloton, gets hit with all that, and everyone else sort of falls behind them, and then they swap around after a bit. It's the same kind of principle. Whoever's at the front of that will get hit with that wind, and then there's an opportunity for those behind to just not have as much of a disruption to the behaviour of the cart as they come into that corner.
Oh, absolutely. And it's worth pointing out, as you said, about the right-hand kink. It's very much not a straight. It is an overtaking opportunity.
Yes.
If you slipstream behind the driver in front and pop out at the right time, you could even go around the outside of that right-hand kink. As they take the full force of the oncoming wind, you can use it as a slingshot to go around them, as many good drivers have done so in the past.
Fun fact, I don't even really want to admit it, but I did once here, because of that right-hand kink, I was shrimping on the straight, and I managed to crash because I wasn't looking where the track went. I literally went straight on at that kink.
Yeah.
And then realised, as I was looking down through my chassis, that the tarmac turned to grass. So, top tip, drivers, if you are going to engage in the shrimping, learn where the kink is, or don't look so, dead stock down that you literally don't see. But anyway, that's why I'm not. That's why I don't really visit the podium very often. In fact, we sort of visited it for the start of our paddock walk earlier, just to see what it felt like, really. But that'll be going out at lunchtime, by the way, if you spoke to us at that point. We've hit the end of the session. Then the checkered flag is out. The drivers will be allowed to finish this lap. And as I mentioned, Ellis Cox and Reece Cranston have really been setting the pace here. But it's Ellis Cox in the 38 who, at the moment, is on that provisional pole. Obviously, when they cross the line, we can't say it is pole. There's 2 more groups to come and have a go at this lap time. But at the moment, that lap time of a 52.578 is as good as it gets. Can anyone beat it this time around? Well, they're tripping over each other maybe a little bit there through Devil's Elbow. So it's going to be interesting to see, has anyone got the pace? And Ellis Cox is at the back of this group, bear in mind. What are the times like this time around? They all cross the line, and I didn't see anyone with an improvement there. So I think they did perhaps trip over themselves in that last sector a little bit. So Ellis Cox it is, who finishes the first of the qualifying sessions here at Glanny Gores in that provisional pole slot with a 52.578. That is the time for drivers to beat in Groups B and C in the cadets.
Really impressive stuff from Ellis Cox. He was quickest in his test this morning and in practice. He told me that at the end of the paddock walk. And there he goes with topping the timings in his first session that counts. Really interested in that when you look around the 53.3 mark. We talked about the drivers going through to certain finals. Obviously, it's not quite the top 6 go through with this. It's the fastest overall lap times. But around about 6th position, Howard, we're looking, in fact, from 4th all the way down to 9th. We've got 6 drivers who are within a 1/10 of a second. So if we see similar things like that, it's going to be very, very close to who gets in that Pre-A final and who heads into the Pre-B. It's tight at GYG today.
Certainly is. We got to look ahead, though. They're already out for Group A qualifying for our juniors. Our junior drivers are out on circuit then. So the drivers that we had out in cadets, they were aged between, well, they can actually, you can start from when you're 7, so 7 and 12 years of age. Now we've got our juniors. They are aged between 13 and 18 years of age. I also didn't cover the weight limits, did I? It's 50 kilograms for the cadets that you just saw. For these junior lightweights, it is 70, he said. Yes, it is 70 kilos is your race weight. So that defines this class. And we also transition from our Club 100 Cadet karts to the Club 100 Rotax Evo karts, which are featured not just in the junior category, Jacob, but these are karts that are very close to your and my hearts, because this is what you see in the senior competition, in BUKC, really across the entirety of the Club 100 Championship portfolio.
Yep, changing machinery for this session, and you can see the wider radiator gives it away at not least, but you've got kind of a bulkier frame as well. The side pods take a bit more of a battering in this with, as Howard mentioned, heavier drivers on board. Excellent karts these, though. They are maintained to the highest standards. The parity across the fields, as we mentioned at the top of the stream, really is important to ensure that there's the driver's talent that shows through in these. We had a couple of drivers mention that actually during the paddock walk, which you'll be seeing in about half an hour's time. These are fantastic arrive and drive go-karts at the top level of outdoor arrive and drive go-karting, one step below owner driver karting, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, and speaking of that, actually, some cool news coming out. And I said that was a good setup for the segue, man. I liked it. So yeah, I think it's a good time to talk about it, because obviously, so some early times coming in. Tom Smith currently with a 50.267, but we've got 8 minutes yet. We've got plenty of time for these times to come in. Yeah, as you alluded to just then, mate, there's been the recognition for a good few years now that Club 100 fills a really important aspect of the sort of motorsport ladder. You know, acknowledged acknowledgement and forming part of that Motorsport UK pathway.
Yes.
And some exciting news that's coming out around opportunities for progression within that Motorsport UK pathway.
Yes, Motorsport UK have been working really hard on grassroots motorsport in the country over the last couple of years and have established the karting pathway. What that means is an understanding for drivers and all participants, really, how to get from where they are now to where they want to be. The UK karting pathway starts with indoor karting, the likes of which you'll find across the country, progresses to level 2, which is outdoor, local arrive and drive, so turning up at your local circuit and having a go on the machinery that they have to offer, before progressing to CLUB100, which is outdoor, national arrive and drive. We go around the country to a number of different tracks in competition, and that's what you're watching right now. However, there is a new step on the pathway, step number 4, and that is owner driving. As I mentioned, we are very close to owner driving, and Project 1, Howard, have a very special deal on for the winners of these championships, I believe.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I say, by the way, if you want to get more details of this, head on over to the CLUB100 website, because they've got a really nice page, or a really nice news article actually outlining this all. So that's CLUB100.co.uk. That's club with 100 the number, so club100.co.uk. And if you go to the media tab at the top and click on latest news, it's the featured article right now. Well, it might be, because there's some really cool news about this. And it goes through exactly what Jacob's just been describing. But yeah, the winner of each class in our cadets and juniors championships this year will, as well, of course, just the prestige of winning the championship, but they will get because of this partnership between CLUB100 and Project 1 Racing, really one of the most established teams. It's been around since the 80s as Project 1 Racing, very highly respected karting team, and they will be providing one-to-one tuition to each of the winners of our classes. So all the 4 winners from cadets and juniors, they'll be invited down to Bayford Meadows, fantastic track down in Kent, and Project 1 Racing will be providing that tuition, a full day session of coaching. That's a fantastic, a fantastic addition to the prize offering here. Absolutely. In CLUB100 for these young drivers, and I think it's a really good reinforcement of showing, CLUB100 has established itself on that karting pathway, that Motorsport UK karting pathway. It forms a really important role there. I mean, you'll hear it actually when we go and talk to the drivers in the paddock walk. When we ask drivers and go, how does this compare to other karts that you've had? It's like, I maybe started in an indoor karting environment, or I did some local karting championships, and then I moved to this, and the karts are that bit more faster, the level of competition is that bit higher. It forms that fantastic point on the ladder. And I think what's really nice now is that through this partnership with Project 1 Racing, you are paving the way to move up that ladder. So it reinforces the position of CLUB100, because it's not just we're providing this rung of the ladder. There's that way to progress further up if you want to as well. I should say as well, it's not just the winners of classes. There's details on the website as well of how you can book test days as well with Project 1 Racing. So it's not just the winners will get that awarded to them, but there's opportunities as well for other drivers, other competitors out there who might want to benefit from that Project 1 partnership with CLUB100.
Yeah, and just to bring this full circle before we have a quick look at how our drivers are getting on in qualifying, that next step then is to the British Championships and events similar to that. And Project 1 have won multiple British Championships over the years. Typically, you'd start in a club event, which tends to be local to either a track or a series of tracks in a local area. But then you go on to the National British Kart Championships, which the likes of Lewis Hamilton have won in the past. And yeah, that's how Motorsport UK have really established themselves in grassroots motorsport, showing you how to get on the ladder, not just emphasising that karting is a rung on the ladder, but very much telling you how to get on it.
Absolutely.
And that's the UK karting pathway.
Absolutely, you're right. We should turn our attention to the track, but yeah, last thing that's just struck me as well, that they can support you as well with getting the ARCS license and things like that. That I think when people are first looking at getting into karting, that I would say, you know, there's plenty of good documentation out there, but that can be a bit intimidating. I was like, oh, okay, I've got to get this license and all that. To have that support, to have forms of racing you can do before you get that ARCS license. Okay, everyone who's driving here in Club 100 has what's called a KX license with Motorsport UK. But to have that support as well, I think that's really important, because moving from a Rive and Drive to owner, you know, that's a whole new realm of considerations in ownership of kart and maintaining that. So, yeah, brilliant, brilliant partnership. And yeah, as I say, if you want to check out more details, club100.co.uk, click on the media tab, go to the news section, and the article is all there. And it's gone out as well on Club 100 social media as well in the last few days. So check out Club 100 in its various forms on social media, Instagram, Facebook, all of that good stuff. Looking to the track action then. We've just had a new fastest lap set by Nathan James Boyle. He knew that we were coming back to talking about track action, didn't he? And again, we are seeing aspects of this slipstream, of this pack of karts who are all trying to hang together. If you look on the driver tracker, there's very few drivers who are... there's a sort of whole half the lap with no drivers on it. And that's because they're all trying to get this slipstream effect. So Nathan James Boyle with 70 seconds just under on the clock. Samuel Masters quite close behind as well. Driver who finished third in the championship. Didn't have the best time out at Rye House at round one. But third in the championship last year. And we'll be looking for a return to form today at GYG. And Jake Renshaw running well as well at the moment. Those are your top three, but obviously we're coming in towards the close here for this session. So as we do so, can anyone best that time set by Nathan Boyle of a 49.777? I can tell you he just crossed the line and he wasn't faster that time around.
Just whilst you mentioned the championship, Howard, so I'll give a quick rundown of what happened at Rye House.
Yeah,
Rory O'Regan dominated the junior lightweights, winning both the pre-A final and the A final. Bobby McGeer finished second in the pre-A final and third in the A final, and there was a third place for Max Kilby, who then came fourth in the A final to round out the top three of the championship after just one round. We've got a couple of other names in there. Leo Jackson's in this session. He finished second in the A final last time around. He's currently out in fifth, and we saw him in the paddock walk as well. Can he improve on fifth? He's got one more lap to do it, Howard. The checker flag is out.
Checker flag is out. Thanks, by the way, for all the support coming on YouTube. You can see some people shouting out for Liam Martin Bradley. He's just taken the checkered flag. I think he's the first driver we speak to in the Paddock show, actually, so tune in for that at the lunch break. He was great, brought a lot of energy. Good first interviewee for that Paddock walk. We're still waiting for those who are at the top of the times, though, to come across the line. Can anyone beat that time from Nathan Boyle? Well, he can't. He doesn't best his time there. And, in fact, there's no improvement from Samuel Masters or Tom Smith either. So that concludes the first qualifying group, and it is Nathan James Boyle with the 49.777 who sits on that provisional pole. Sixth place time was around the 52nd mark. So that is going to be one to watch for that. We're going to look ahead, though, now to Group B for our cadets.
We are back with Group 2 of our cadets. This is lightweight Group 2 qualifying. They had 11 minutes to get out there and set themselves a fast time. We are looking around the 52-53 second mark for these karts. Quickest driver earlier, Ellis Cox, put into the 52s. And the time to get into that A final is around about a 53.3. Anyone doing better than a 53.3, their chances will be pretty high in terms of getting into an A final.
Yeah, indeed. It's always a difficult one for us to monitor, just as a reminder, because I'm not sure if we went into the full detail of it. So the regulations allow for a maximum grid entry size of 60 drivers, and the top 18 will, and I'm just going to double check, I'm pretty sure, I'll double check. We have 59 drivers here today, according to my records, so we're just a bunch short of the maximum, but that won't affect the numbers. So the top 18 will go through to the A grid. The next 20 will go onto the B grid, and the remaining, in this case 21, but the regulations allow for the next 22, if we had the full 60 number here, will go onto that C pre-final grid. So that's how that one works. So when we're giving an estimate of the time to beat to get into that A grid, obviously the target is moving all the while, and it's compared against 2 other sessions. So to establish the exact 18 highest is a bit of a challenge, but obviously if you're in the top 6 of your qualifying group, nominally you're going to be looking pretty good for the 3 6s or 18. So that's where we're roughly looking for that. So yeah, definitely the time to beat, as Jacob's saying, of 53.357 is was the 6th fastest time in that first qualifying group. Early pace here being set by Miles Harrison, who is driving that number 22 karts. Finished in second. In fact, we've got second and third place from last year's championship in this qualifying group, in the form of Miles Harrison and Elijah Hazelwood. Worth bearing in mind
those
that
two just popping up into the top 3 as well, Howard.
Indeed.
First couple of drivers to dip into the 53-second lap time. These tyres will take a lap or two to get to their full optimum performance, and obviously the drivers themselves will want a lap or two to get into the groove of things.
Yep.
Perhaps even find themselves a partner to be going slipstreaming with.
It's true, actually,
Not against the regulations to team up with someone else and say, you go up the hill first 1 lap, I'll go up the hill first the next lap.
Well, that's one of the things that fascinates me about kart sprint racing in general, is that it is about making these sort of little mini alliances, not just in a qualifying session, but when we get into the racing as well. If you start to get separated from the next pack up the road, you want to form a little mini alliance for a bit and not battle too much, so that you're not upsetting each other's pace. You're both taking the optimal line, you're working together. So it's about knowing, sprint racing is not just about out-and-out battling all the time, every single corner. There is a real art to the strategy and tactics of it, of when do you form a little alliance, when do you go for the move, when do the gloves come off, as it were, if you've been working together up until a certain point in the race, moving into that end game strategy. It's all part of it, and it's one of the things that I love about watching this format of racing.
Yeah, and it's absolutely, just to be clear, for anyone new to karting tuning into the live stream, we could be talking off track. You could be agreeing with someone who you know and you're friendly with, or perhaps even, as we've seen in this series, a sibling, that you have an agreement and you don't fight each other out on track. You work together in order to get the best result for the both of you. Or it could be as simple as you overtake someone and give them what I like to call the old point and go, which is a tap on the helmet or a point towards your helmet and a point towards the front, as if to say, use your head, we're going forwards if we work together.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the question obviously is, do you does the other party cooperate? That's always part of the fascination around it. But yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we're looking there at the 39. That's Aaron Haywood. And it was Mason Turner who was with them as well in the 59. And they're having a little bit of a battle out there. I think that's Turner. No, excuse me, that's Miles Harrison going by on Leo Edger is what we saw there. Joseph Mills at the front at the moment, as we are just about at the halfway stage of this qualifying group. That's a 52.960. So crucially, getting below that 53-second mark brings him into that contention with Ellis Cox. Interesting to see, actually, there. Miles Harrison in that number 22 kart, clearly wanting to get through on some of the drivers around him to create a bit of space for himself.
Miles is currently at that 53.3 mark. He's in 4th place here. The drivers behind him are down a couple of tenths, 2 or 3. So certainly the top 4 are looking good in this session, but perhaps some work to do for Elijah Hazelwood, Joseph East and co below that.
Yeah, absolutely. Support coming in on the YouTube comments for Layla Fitzgerald in the number 98. Thank you. Thanks for that one, Mel, and do keep your comments coming in. In fact, a few comments coming in for Layla Fitzgerald there in that number 98 kart. Currently in 18th place at the moment on the timing. Needs to try and find a little bit of time, maybe just to push up and put herself into a position maybe where she can be looking at that B grid. Obviously, it's impossible to know because you don't know how things are going to be relative to Group C. Theoretically, Group C could come out and be, disproportionately, as I say, it's randomly allocated, so on average it should all even out. But theoretically, Group C could be disproportionately made up of slower drivers or disproportionately made up of faster drivers. So it's difficult for us to reach any hard conclusions. What we can do, though, is keep an eye on the overall fastest lap. This pack that we're looking at now contains the fastest driver, the second driver in this train, the number 31 of Joseph Mills. Here he's just running behind the number 12 of Lewis Tracy, who himself is not too badly positioned at the moment, up there in 3rd place. And indeed, in fact, yes, sorry, we're looking at the top 3 at the moment in the form of, not in their order, but the 3rd driver in the train is the 61 of Bertie Hodgson. So these 3 drivers at the moment showing a great example of that working together to form up and have some really good pace here as they come across the line there. None of them, funnily enough, on this particular time improved. Let's take you on a lap then of this GYG circuit. So we've gone up the Dragon Straight. We'll curve round up the hill here at the Spoon section, this is known as. And then the first hard braking zone here into the right-hander and through the left-hand kink, and then down the back straight from which you can see Snowdonia. Then we come into Carousel, this double apex corner. You want to kiss the 2 apexes, and then it's over to the left-hand side, ready for the sequence of right-handers here that leads you through to Compression Corner. It's about getting a really nice line, really nice sequence of corners here, and then through Devil's Elbow. And they just went through the dip there, and the cameras do not do justice to what that feels like in a go-kart. You barely see it on the shot there, the dip down out of Devil's Elbow. But it is quite something as the kart goes light on you just on the crest, and then heavy again as you hit the bottom of that dip.
Yeah, these 3 drivers, or 3 drivers we were just following at the top of the times. Joseph Mills, best lap time is a 52.9. It's still 4 tenths down on Ellis Cox, who was our fastest cadet in Group A, but it's good enough for 2nd fastest overall. Joseph Mills, he and Ellis are the only 2 to break into 52 seconds. Bertie Hodgson with a 53 dead sets the 3rd fastest cadet lightweight lap time of the day, and naturally Lewis Tracy with a 53 dead almost as well is 4th fastest overall. It's actually a 53.2 that they're looking to beat if they want to be, in that top tier of the A. Yeah,
53.2 would make you very comfortable at the moment. Funnily enough, there's a bit of a gap at the moment in times between. You've got Miles Harrison in 4th at the moment on a 53.369, and then almost 3 tenths back, or 2.5 tenths back in 5th place, you've got Elijah Hazelwood. So what that's doing is, because we mentioned at the very top of the session that the 6th fastest time from Group A was a 53.357. So having that much of a gap, 2.5 tenths at the moment between 4th and 5th, probably means that we're pulling in a few more drivers as it currently stands live right now. A few more drivers from Group A are probably sat in those provisional A-grid places as it stands at the moment, but there's still some time to go. Are you thinking it takes us out to 8th or 9th place, the Chipregis, Jacob and Charlie?
Indeed, yeah, the Chipregi brothers are looking decent. Jacob Chipregi with a 53.3, as we've mentioned, that tight cut-off, and a 53.5 for Charlie. Could be enough based on what we're seeing in Group B. Obviously, Group C still to come.
Yeah, absolutely. So Clock's hit 0. Checkered flag will be out. Drivers are able to finish this lap. Can anybody improve on Joseph Mills' time? Can Joseph Mills improve on his time to start to challenge Ellis Cox? And can anyone better their time around that 6th place? And indeed, can they better that time around the sort of 12th, 13th place? Everything counts here because it's the difference as well, don't forget, between the C and the B grids. Thomas Hudson crosses the line. He hasn't been able to improve on his last lap, so 54.352 is his best. We've got Anthony Czarnecki to come through, Ethan Guest, and our top 3 as well. Here we go through. Is there any improvement? Not this time around. That's the top 5 now all across the line, and I don't think anyone saw improvement on that last time through.
Doesn't look like Howard, but the top 6 certainly looking pretty strong here. We'll see how they get on when we find out the official results.
Yeah, across the 2 groups, make no mistake, it is looking mightily tight. Still Ellis Cox on provisional pole in cadets. We're looking ahead to Group B for our junior lightweights. Junior lightweights Group B go out then for their qualifying session here at Gleneagles. The wind just picking up a little bit more here at the track. That's a relative statement, though. It's by no means, you know, blustery. Just you know, the Club 100 banners and the Welsh flags, they're just fluttering quite nicely now. It's really quite a pleasant day here, I've got to say. I was gutted last night. I drove in on what I have no doubt is a really scenic, picturesque Welsh road, but I did it in the pitch dark, so I didn't see any of it. I'm committing to go back that way when I drive home on Sunday evening, just so I get to see it. It's
it is
really
lovely.
frustrating.
It is lovely, and I'd very much recommend driving from here to South Wales, straight down the middle, which is the way I usually go home, rather than detouring through the likes of Hereford and Shrewsbury. Really, really beautiful scenery, whichever route you take out of GYG. But here in Session B, we are looking for lap times around the 50-second mark. So 6th place in Group A was Charlie Wormsley-Ride, who put in a 50.039. 5 drivers bettered that and went below the 50-second mark. So I think in this session we'll be looking for something around that to get you in the A final, or at least the pre-A final. For the A final.
I've only just remembered the other feature of live.alpha timing now, that I can literally look at the previous sessions for reference.
Yes, you can.
I've forgotten that one.
It's a new feature.
It's newish. I feel like it's been around. I keep forgetting it's there. If you click in the top right-hand corner, of, if you're on live.alphatiming.co.uk/club100, you can. You've got 2 buttons in the top right, just next to the session time, and you can look back at the previous sessions that have concluded. Now, what's the difference, you might ask, between doing that and going to results.alpha timing? The difference is that will simply show, ooh, there's a wide moment there through the compressions. That's for, who was that going through? I don't mean to name and shame a mistake there, but that was Ollie White taking the detour out wide there. You might ask, what's the difference between me looking at a freeze frame, well, sorry, the live.alpha timing screen is going to show you a freeze frame of how that session ended. If penalties have been awarded in that session, then that's not going to be accounted for on the live screen. You're going to have to go to the results.alpha timing website. So you don't know if there was a penalty, you don't know if the drivers were weighed afterwards and they were below the minimum weight, which I'm afraid to say is an immediate disqualification there in that situation. So you just don't know the confirmed result. But it's useful in these qualifying sessions certainly to give you a sort of freeze frame of, well, okay, what were the top 6 times looking like in the earlier qualifying group?
Absolutely, and as we speak, the drivers are approaching those times. As with the cadets mentioned at the start of the last session, these tyres will take a lap or 2 to get to their optimum temperatures. Drivers will take a lap or 2 to get into a rhythm and potentially find a partner for the slipstreaming up the hill. But the top of the times at the minute, 50.328. We'll expect to see sometimes, in fact, as I speak, Max Housley puts in a 50.089. Someone in trouble at the top of the hill, Howard?
Yeah, interesting. We've got a few drivers who have come off so far in this session, pushing the boundaries of the circuit. Now, the driver's getting out the kart there. So you used to see that far more often in Club 100, back in the Club 100 TKM days. The karts used to not have a clutch. If you stalled the engine, then the engine stopped and you had no way of getting started without the help of a pusher kart, which used to be very commonplace seen in Club 100. Now in the Club 100 Rotax Evo era, we do have the clutches, we do have the starters on the kart, so you can get the engine going again, but the rules are very clear. You cannot start the kart up again and just get going again off of grass, okay? Because the kart is likely to get beached, you're likely to strain the kart, damage it. So if you go off like that, you need to bring yourself back on. If you've gone off into grass and you've still got momentum, then that's fine. But if you've come to a stop, you've spun off into the grass, then you need to bring the kart back onto the circuit. So that's why the driver's getting out of the kart there and indeed having some support from the marshal. Max Housley, as Jacob says, setting the early pace at the moment, just sort of flirting with getting below that 50-second mark of 50.089. That's in comparison to the 49.777 that came courtesy of Nathan James Boyle in Group A. Jacob Aquil as well in second place, was the fastest driver until a few minutes ago.
Just looking back at the times from Group A, Howard, in comparison to what we've seen so far. We are halfway through this session. Each session is 11 minutes, and therefore right about now, 5 minutes 30, we are halfway through. So we're seeing some representative lap times here. Just to mention second place, Jacob Aquil, as you said, 50.3, would have only been good enough for 13th place, or rather 14th place in session A. So lots of drivers in this session with some work to do, not least Rory O'Regan, who I was told during the paddock walk is the guy who's going to win this year, by I think the man sitting in fourth place, Ollie White.
Well, so the interesting thing here in both of our championships is that so we don't have the previous year's champion present to defend their titles. So we don't have Logan McAllister with us in lightweight cadets. We don't have Daniel Munro in lightweight juniors. So, you know, there's a penalty. Was that what you were pointing out to me there?
I was pointing out that Rory has just absolutely made redundant everything I've just said and stuck himself in second place at 50.1. Rory won both races at Rye House, the Pre-A and the A final.
That he did. He has, though, just got a penalty for speeding under yellows, which I imagine was for going too quickly. Possibly we saw the car being recovered at the spoon section at the top of the hill. So that's going to mean that lap is discounted. Just going to absolutely double check how we deal with that.
Yeah, it's an easy one for the officials. When you set your fastest lap time with a notable incident on track like that, then naturally you haven't slowed down into the yellows, and it's usually the judgment.
Yes, I'm going to correct myself slightly, actually. I said that lap time will be disregarded. The lap time doesn't get disregarded. The penalties get applied in a similar way to if they're applied to racing. You'll have positions deducted from wherever it is that you qualify. So that's how that one is going to work. Speeding under yellows is a 2-position deduction in the regulations. So that means if Rory were to qualify, say Rory set the fastest time that we've seen from anybody across these sessions, he would still not line up on pole. He would have 2 positions deducted from that. He'd start in third place. Jacob Aquil with a new fastest lap of this session, a 49.904. Still not enough to take the overall pole position. That would, as it currently stands, that would set him. That would put him 6th on the grid at the moment, of 49.904. Still, apologies, that would put him 4th on the grid. Sorry, 49.904. So getting faster, but at the moment, Group B not quite matching the pace that we saw from Group A.
It is good stuff for Jacob Aquil, though he narrowly missed out on a podium at Rye House, finishing 4th in the Pre-A final and 5th in the A final. Pace like this surely won't hurt his chances of making a step onto the podium this time round. Perhaps GYG is better suited to his skill sets.
Maybe. I mean, we've been talking about how there is quite a big difference between Ryehouse and GYG. We could really see a quite different pecking order today, certainly. Big improvement there, just as I turn my attention back to the timing screen. Zachary Watson in number 32 goes up to 6th position with a 50.313. There was a big improvement a few moments ago from Tom Wainwright as well, taking himself up into the top 10, although quite a few drivers have just improved in the mid-pack. As we head into the last 90 seconds of this Group B qualifying. Tom Hughes, he's just improved as well with a 50.233. Only 2 drivers in this group to have dipped below the 50-second mark at the moment, which is Jacob Aquil and Max Kilby. As we're seeing Jacob Aquil in that 75 car begin another tour of this 1.1 kilometre GYG circuit.
You should get 2 more laps in it, just to be clear.
Yeah.
It is the Q3 from Formula 1 format in which
yes.
you are finished when you see the checkered flag. When the timer runs out, you'll get to finish the lap that you are on. So by virtue of Jacob starting this lap with over a minute to go, if he does a usual lap time, which will take roughly 50 seconds, he will start a second lap and have 2 bites of the cherry. Currently, he doesn't need it, but the likes of Max Kilby, Max Housley and Rory O'Regan around him are certainly going to be trying to improve their times, so Jacob may need any quicker lap time to stay ahead of them. We will see what he comes up with as the checkered flag approaches in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. We look there at the number 86. That's Toby Edelston. He's in 6th place in this session, but it's just shy of the 6th place time that we saw in Group A. I think he'll be good enough with that time for the A grid as it currently stands, but you just don't know, of course, until we see how Group C get on. The clock hits 0, then checkered flag is out. There was a group being led by the number 22. No, it wasn't, because we don't have a 22. I think that was the 32 of Zachary Watson coming through. Can anyone improve then as they come through to take the checkered flag? Obviously looking as well for drivers who maybe are jumping up into that top 12, 13 that will put them in good stead for the B final grid if they're on the fringes of the B versus C. Jacob Aquil crosses the line. He can't improve. What about Max Kilby in the 142? He's across the line and he doesn't improve either, and that is now everybody in the top 10 across the line. Not many improvements there towards the end of the session, so it's still the 49.777 of Nathan James Boyle for drivers to beat when they come out in Group C. Already, though, the whistle's blowing and the engine notes are rising, I should say, for the final group, Group C of our lightweight cadets qualifier. Once again, then, the Club 100 Cadet karts are out on circuit. We've got Group C out now, so this is the last group. After this, or as of now, all cadets have gone out onto circuit. During our broadcast, we've got a driver whose engine has stopped and is not getting going on the exit of the pit lane there. Nicky Richardson going to assist the driver in getting going. And we've got 19 karts in this session. And our provisional pole is still the time from Ellis Cox, isn't it?
It is.
In the first group.
52.7, I believe, or is it 52.5?
52.578, and already you can see the frenetic action of these cadet drivers trying to find that balance between I want space, but I want slipstream, and that really is the challenge here for these drivers. Going through Noah's Ark formation 2x2, though, definitely won't work, and that is a driver spun off to driver's right on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, quite how they get there coming around Paddock, I'm not too sure of Howard.
I don't know if they touched the exit curb, so through Paddock Corner, if you get your left wheels onto the curb there, potentially it could put you into a spin. But I agree, that's quite an unusual place to respond. Nevertheless, the driver has got going again. I can see outside of our comms position. I have to say, as we've got an incident on the infield there, that's on through carousel. Both drivers will get going, but maybe a few drivers just tripping over themselves as they're trying to find some space here in the early portion of this session.
Well, we've got a unique situation here, Howard, and this is the C group, in that they know what lap time they need effectively to get through to that Pre-A final. They know that provided they set 53.3 or faster, they should make it through to that Pre-A final. Obviously, they don't have dashboards or anything like that, which tells them the time they've made. You could, in theory, be getting hand signals from supporters to parents on the side. However, they know the target. They know exactly what they've got to do. They know who they need to be quicker than. And the gauntlet is set for these rather than in the A and B very much setting the gauntlet.
I have to say, by the way, we should probably acknowledge our unique comms position that we've got here, because this is the first time where when we've done streams at GYG before, as it happens, where we tend to get set up for the stream, we can't see the circuit. We're relying on the pictures, the fantastic pictures that are brought to us by the Alpha Live team. This is a slightly odd one, Jacob. We are focusing on the pictures. We're also sat on a sofa and able to look out over the circuit. This is the most luxurious comms position that I can recall having in quite a while.
Yeah, I'm quite disappointed no one's here feeding me grapes, but other than that, the situation is ideal. Could do with a bit more sun, but I'll let that power through. The sun's not exactly shining right now, Howard. It's clouded over since the first couple of sessions.
This is the thing. I have noted that. I also think there might have been a bit of a change in wind direction as well, actually, because I'm just looking at the Welsh flag that's flying from the starting gantry, and to my mind, that is flapping a slightly different way to what it was before. I think there might be a slight, that different wind direction means you've got headwinds where maybe you had crosswinds, and you've got tailwinds where you had crosswinds, and all of that can just change a little bit and change the behaviour of the kart. We should stress those kind of condition changes are nowhere near close enough to invoke that rule that we spoke about earlier, where they would start doing relative positions across the qualifying sessions. There you really need, you need rain to arrive, or you need rain to have stopped and get a drying circuit between the sessions. That's what that rule is for. The conditions that we're seeing, the climatic conditions we're seeing here, there's always going to be some variation between the sessions. Nowhere near enough at the moment, as I would understand it, for race control to make that call at the moment. So you're right, it has clouded over a bit. Maybe we have seen a slight drop in temperature, but the opportunity is still there, I think, for these drivers to challenge the pace at the front. Zane Perry it is who's setting the early pace. I say the early pace, we're nearly halfway through this particular session, but a 53.830, which obviously still has to come down a way for these drivers to be on par with that 52.578 from Ellis Cox, which was set in the Group A session. Some improvements coming in, though. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, the driver who took home the spoils at round 1 at Rye House, sets a new fastest lap of the session. That's a 53.684. Good lap time there from the driver who finished 6th in the championship last season.
Yes, we spoke to Matteo in the paddock walk earlier on. Seemed fairly confident of his chances today, and quite rightfully, after winning both races at Rye House. He's going to have to go a little bit quicker in the Pre-A final, though, to catch up with some of the pace that we've seen from sessions A and B. Naturally, the weather conditions that we have mentioned, it now clouding over, could have some effect. It's not going to have a significant effect. The temperature, will remain broadly the same throughout the day, or at least between sessions. I can imagine there'll be a bit of difference between morning and afternoon, which we're now in. But the sun shining would certainly help with grip levels and might make that 10th or 2 difference that can make the difference here in qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. Just see some. Just going to look slightly further down the order. We've got, as I say, drivers who are in the top 12 or 13 are going to be looking perhaps good for the B final grid. So we're looking around that 12th, 13th place. That's George Glossop and Tom Justice at the moment.
And the driver that we spoke to on our Paddock box.
Indeed.
George was having a chat with me on the fence.
Absolutely. That's the number 66 of Bruno Bonato. As there's an improvement at the front again from Aaron Feuchter, 53.503 to improve the fastest time in this session, but it's still not enough to challenge for that pole position overall. Big improvement from Bobby Peters there with 54.733, takes himself up into the top 10, and crucially that makes him look a lot more comfortable potentially for that B final grid, or that pre-B final grid I should say. It's worth mentioning, by the way, let's say a driver doesn't perhaps get to where they would perhaps nominally expect to be. You know, they end up on the C grid and they were hoping or would think that they're on balance they would usually make it onto the B grid. There is a system beyond the qualifying that allows you to progress up those grids, and it is, I love this word, favourite word in the regulations, the repechage system, which most people would possibly call a promotion system, but repechage sounds better. So once we get into the pre-finals and indeed throughout the finals, the top two finishers of a C or a B graded race will gain a promotion onto the back of the next tier up. So the top two finishers in the pre-C final will be promoted up onto the back of the pre-B final. Theoretically, you could go on to then win the pre-B final and get onto the A grid. We have actually seen that very occasionally in Club 100 history. I've seen it a couple of times in the senior format. Highly unusual, but it has been known. And again, that same system is employed in the finals as well. So it's not the be-all and end-all how things go in that qualifying session.
Yeah, and you get more racing for your money. If you do benefit from the repechage. I've won absolutely square root of nothing in terms of B finals in Club 100, but I finished second a number of times and benefited from that extra racing. And I always find, although you are starting at the back of the grid above, you're in the groove, having just been in the karts, and you can go straight back out and connect quite easily with it. Clay Pigeon last year, for example, I went from the back right up to around about 10th position, which for a man of my talents is far above expectations, but purely because I was in that groove of knowing where I was putting the go-kart. Yeah, and it's
even accentuated as an effect in adverse weather conditions, because if, say the qualifying happened in dry conditions and then the heavens open and, the pre-C final goes out and you get your eye in on those conditions, you learn, okay, because it's entirely slick tyres here in Club 100, it wouldn't be practical, basically, to constantly keep switching an entire fleet of Club 100 karts between dry weather and wet weather tyres. So it slicks all the while, so it's a real handling challenge. I have to say, it's a lot of fun in the wet, actually, but it is its own unique challenge. So if you've had a chance to get used to that, you're absolutely right, mate. You start at the back of the grid, yeah, but I know how these conditions are right now, or as of maybe 10 minutes ago when I was last out on track. And that is an inherent advantage for certain in those conditions. Coming towards the end then of this session, the last of the qualifying session for our lightweight cadets, we're looking at the top two fastest drivers. Once again, we're seeing these groupings forming. The number 6 is Matteo Ehrenfeuchter and the number 16 is Zane Perry. The checkered flag is out, so these two will get another go at besting their times. And but I still think we're a way off, aren't we? Yeah, but quite significantly actually at the moment. The fastest time in this session of 53.503. As a reminder, the provisional pole time is in the 52.5s. So we are definitely seeing diminished pace in this C group for whatever reason. But can these two better their times nonetheless. As such, by the way, these two are now fighting to ensure that they're definitely on that A grid. They're definitely in that top 18. So there's still the incentive to push. Half of the field have already taken the checkered flag. We're waiting for Jackson Burge to come through. He's had good pace this session. How do our top two in this session fare across the line? There's no improvement from either of them, so they'll stay as they were. Last minute improvement there from Ardit Roy Chowdhury in the 46. Just took him up into 14th place. Might that be crucial in getting him onto that B pre-grid? Potentially so. We're just waiting. According to time, we're still waiting for one driver to cross the line, but I think that's everyone across. So fastest driver of the session, your winner from Rye House, Matteo Aaron Feuchten, championship leader, of course, off the back of that, but not good enough for the overall pole. That, unless penalties are applied, we say congratulations to Ellis Cox, who will take that pole position in your pre-A final in your cadets. We've got to look ahead and at determining the same now in our lightweight juniors as Group C goes out. Final qualifying group then out for this or today's running for our lightweights. Obviously, we'll do the same tomorrow for our super lightweight classes as well. The junior classes back out then. And the time to beat, as a reminder, is the one set by Nathan James Boyle in that first group. Group A, a 49.777 is the time to beat.
In terms of qualifying for that A group, you're looking at a time below 50 seconds. In our first session, we had 5 or 6 drivers achieve that, and only 2 in the second session. So you certainly confirm your place with that. But
yes,
some drivers in the low 50s, we've had 3 or 4 drivers with a 50.0. They will more than likely sneak in as well. But let's see what Group C can come up with. As we said with the cadets, these juniors know what they need in order to get through to that A group. Just a board that has been set. The time benchmark will not change. Or, well, it could change if this was a particularly strong group. But based on what we've seen in the cadets, times are slightly slower as the sun has gone to hide behind some clouds.
Yeah, I think a 50.3 will see you cleanly onto the pre-B grid. So if you're a pre-C, if you're in your provisionally on for being on that C grid and you want to push up, I think a 50.3 will guarantee it at the moment. Although obviously that's a moving target. As once again, we've got a few drivers just going off. Plenty of runoff here at GYG. Probably some of the greatest amounts of runoff that we see anywhere on the calendar, but it is all grass. There's no sort of forgiving tarmac runoff here, so there is definitely a penalty to doing so, but as I say, plenty of runoff here.
A couple of names to look out for in this one, and they are right at the top of the times at the moment. Ben Yangu, he is currently sitting in 5th place in the championship, having finished 5th and 6th in the pre-A and A final at Rye House. And we've got Bobby McGeer as well, 2nd place in the championship, having finished 2nd and 3rd at Rye House. They'll be the names in particular looking to get that 52nd or lower lap time and get themselves in that A group to carry on their championship charges.
Yeah, Finn Davis though with the early pace here, 50.593 makes him the fastest driver of the session so far, and Hudson Gordon Huntley's had a couple of good laps as well. Got into the top 10 with the first lap and now up to 2nd place with a 50.906. A lot of field spread at the moment just as these drivers bed themselves into this GYG circuit. Down the hill comes the main pack of drivers through compression, and then there's the devil's elbow, there's the dip. Looks like nothing on the camera, but when you're, a few millimeters off the ground in something with no suspension and you can feel, and no power steering, right? You can feel everything go light as you go over the crest. I promise you, that is quite an event there, as we've got, a wide moment there for Leo Cusden at the top of the hill. And I wonder if this is having reduced performance as they turn in at the top of the hill, or
potentially.
maybe looking for a pass on the outside.
Goes quite wide there.
Yeah.
Carousel. But the times are coming in, and they're coming down. Dylan Edwards now at the top with a 50.3. I think did you say 50.5, Howard, to get you into the B? Was that
A 50.3 will comfortably confirm it.
Okay, well, Finn Davis is there with a 50.2, and Dylan Edwards is there or thereabouts.
Yeah, obviously at the moment, as it stands, were we to see no further improvement, as Finn Davis sets another fastest lap of 50.293 at the top of this session. Obviously, if this group were to not improve at this point, that target reduces significantly. Because you're going to bring in more and more people from those A and B groups, and so the time that would get you in amongst those is a slower time. But yeah, I think a 50.3 would guarantee your spot. We did see obviously a big gap just now between cadets Group B and C in terms of lap time. So perhaps actually in practice a 50.4, 50.45 might be sufficient for you to get onto that B grid. But obviously it's a constant moving target. The best choice, go as fast as you can.
Absolutely.
Right? The old Colin McRae-ism of if in doubt, flat out, definitely applies here. We've got yellow flags at the top of the hill. I have to think that's for a driver who's spun out at the top there. So that's going to be compromising lap times, because drivers do need to back off a little bit through incidents like that.
Absolutely. With the observers out on track like that, telling drivers to slow down, you wouldn't expect to see fastest lap times on these laps, and indeed if you do, you are likely to see penalties for speeding in the yellows. I think there's one driver there stranded at the top of the hill. As soon as they can recover that car, drivers will be back to full qualifying pace. There's 5 minutes left of this session. We're already halfway through, Howard.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah, the drivers need to... So something like that can actually really upset the rhythm of the session. We've got another driver off there. That's coming... that's compression corner, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's just as they're coming back down the hill towards the end of the lap, and that's borderline getting the kart going on grass. That one's not going to work, so the official there is going to pull the kart backwards onto the circuit, and they'll have to turn it around in there. This is actually quite, I think, an interesting, a bit of an awkward dynamic to the session, because the drivers have had the first few minutes to get their tyres warmed up, get themselves bedded into the track, and now we've had a succession of yellow flags, Jacob. It just upsets that ability to really push and bank in that really good lap at this point in the session, which I think a lot of drivers would like to do.
Yeah, I mean, Finn Davis is lucky enough to have gotten a 50.1 already.
True.
He's just posted a 50.5 to show that he was slowing down into the yellow flags. But now we've got a clear track. These drivers will be looking to put themselves in contention for that A or B group. Luckily, this clear racing often we see in some formats, namely the UKC Intermediates Championship. A series of yellow flags throughout qualifying sessions, which means hardly anyone can show their representative pace. But it looks like we're going to get the opportunity here in the final 3.5 minutes of this session.
Yes, absolutely. After this session, don't forget, we'll be going into a lunch break here at the circuit. But don't you dare! Don't you dare! I was about to say don't. Blimey! I was about to say don't touch that dial. What? That's a slightly dated term for me to come out with a live broadcast that's going out on the internet. The alpha lot are laughing at me now.
Don't you dare!
Don't go away.
Do anything other than watch this broadcast.
We have a paddock walk for you to enjoy in the lunch break on whatever form of device you're watching. I mean, if you're watching this on a television with a dial, I'm impressed, frankly. So I don't know why he came out with that one. But we have a paddock walk, getting some of the drivers' thoughts. We've got an improvement, though, at the top of the times here, Jacob, from Bobby McGee, a 49.926, dipping crucially below that 50-second mark.
Absolutely. Quality lap time from Bobby, and it goes to show that the parity of these karts, the change in weather, doesn't really have that much of an effort. As Ben Yingu is also under 50 seconds now. Finn Davis has a 50.0. Those three will be heading for the Pre-A final. Can anyone else in this group join them? Dylan Edwards, Dan Shaw and Hudson Gordon Huntley are looking the most likely. They should get another couple of laps in. There's still 2 minutes in this one. And as we said, now that those yellow flags have lifted, they are starting to show their true pace.
Yeah, there's still a big gap between the top three and the rest of the pack. There's a 50.055. The next position, Dylan Edwards, is a 50.354. So there's still a big sort of 2/10, 3/10 gap there that the drivers can slot into. And frankly, yeah, this is bringing down that target for getting onto the B grid down quite significantly. Finn Davies with an improvement, a 49.913 betters Ben Yangu's time. So the whole of the top three now below that 50-second mark. Big improvement in the mid-pack from the 49 of Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra. So that's, you know, these are quite crucial moves towards the end here. Leo Cusden's just improved as well. So might see those drivers getting onto that that B grid. As I say, as we're not seeing as much pace in this group, that target between, that borderline between C and B will come down, as will that target between the A and B grids. So well worth these drivers pushing. Every 10th does count here.
Not pushing too far though, Howard. Look at the top at Spoon.
Yeah.
We've got a driver off. That yellow flag will do no favours to the drivers who are just thinking they're getting into the groove and about to set their fastest lap time. They will get another one after this. If you've just suffered from that yellow flag, you do have just about enough time to get around to start finish and start a new lap, as Bobby McGeer has done. He's just done a 49.887. That's the fastest lap of this session. He gets one more go at it, I think, based on when he came across the line. Everyone else now crossing the line will be on their final lap.
Yeah, absolutely. The checkered flag will be, or not unless they're about to break the laws of physics, there'll be a checkered flag out in 30 seconds' time. They might, and that will mark the end of their session. Another fastest time, those you were saying, the 49.887 there from Bobby McGeer, but still not enough, not quite enough, I should say, to best that 49.777. It's going to put him towards the front of the grid here. He might be in the top two, possibly top three rows. Improvement from Ben Yangu. Those top three really have got some pace to them at the moment. They're going to be interesting to watch. Big improvement from Connor Thompson there, up 8 positions as he takes the checkered flag. That's a great effort from him. Ned Booth just improved as well, up to 13th place. That might prove crucial in that BC grid boundary there, as drivers are now taking the checkered flag. Hudson Gordon-Huntley puts in a personal best at the end there, a 50.075 to take himself up to 5th place. That's going to be a tidy bid for the A-tier grid as they come round. We've still got our top three all to come through yet, so they still might yet improve. Can anyone take the fight to that pole position time? Finn Davies crosses the line, and that is a personal best. It's a joint second best lap time there. 49.909 is the best lap time for both the second and third drivers in the session. Ben Yangu will be scored the higher of the two because he set the lap earlier on in the session. But as they crossed the line, there was an improvement then for Finn Davies just at the last, to the 1,000th of a second. He has matched Ben Yangu's time, but it's Bobby McGeer who is the fastest of this session. And your pole sitter in junior lightweights at the front of that pre-A final grid is going to be driver number 25, Nathan James Boyle, with that 49.777. So well done to him for taking the pole position overall across junior lightweights.
Just notably, that Ben and Finn lap time was only 0.005 of a second off Jacob Aquil's fastest lap time in Group B as well. Yeah,
really good point. And shows how tight it's going to be, how good the racing, I think, will be later on. Should say, it goes to Ben because he set the lap earlier in the session. He set it on lap 12 of the session. Finn set his time on lap 13. So really close together. Really, really good stuff there. That means we're going to go into the lunch break here at the circuit here at GYG. 35 minutes is what's scheduled for that lunch break, so we're talking in that sort of region. Obviously, after the lunch break, we will go racing. We will go into our pre-finals rotation. Do hope that you're enjoying the coverage here coming courtesy of Alpha Live. Do please give it a like, share, and a subscribe to the Alpha Live channel if you're enjoying what you're seeing. Very nice to have your support. Right now, though, we're going to, as I say, go to a lunch break here at the circuit and allow yourselves to enjoy the paddock walk that we went on earlier on today.
Yeah, you and I are about to become a couple of hours younger.
We are about to, yes. Do enjoy, folks, and join us again for racing later on. Hello and welcome to the Paddock Walk. As you're watching this on the stream, we will have just gone into the lunch break. As it is, we're actually here at the very start of the day's proceedings with the practice sessions out right now. But when you watch this, qualifying will have happened. So from a continuity perspective, who knows what's going to happen. But here we are, it's round 2, it's Glanny Gores. I'm not very familiar with this at all. This is apparently called the top step of the podium. I don't really know what that's about. I've never really experienced it. But Mr. Harris, we're here. It's GYG. The sun is shining. What could be nicer?
What could be nicer? Yeah, I've never been on top step of the podium myself either, so it's new territory for the both of us. But North Wales very much isn't. We've both been here before together multiple times and had many, many good race days here.
Yeah, you had I was never particularly successful around GYG. I was never particularly successful around anywhere, but GYG wasn't my best track. I always enjoyed driving it, but I never quite dialed in and was competitive in racing. How have you gone here over the years?
I've done all right. We didn't come here last year with CLUB100 Seniors, but the year before we did, and I want to say I was around about 15th in the A final, which is an okay result for someone of my low caliber of driving talent. But yeah, a few decent overtakes. It's a challenging track, very technical. Yeah, it's there to be enjoyed. I think if you're a good driver, you can get the most out of it. If you're not a very good driver, you learn something. That's the main thing about GYG for me, is there's something for everyone, and really, really enjoyable scenery if you're just not into your racing at all.
Indeed, yeah, it is a gorgeous part of the world. And we're being treated to some nice weather. It's one of those days where it's quite nice and sunny, but it's chilly in the shade, if you know what I mean. Anyway, enough of a weather report. We should probably go and find some drivers around the paddock to get their thoughts. We've only got the one mic, so do bear with us. We're going to have to do a sort of swapsies. Yeah, you'll sign. Okay. That's I'm not sure what percentage of the drivers' contingent will be able to respond in kind, but you can sign if you want, mate. It's going to head out onto the dummy grid. So right now it's lightweights junior lightweights Group A who are out on track. He said, no, it's not. Those are cadets carts. It's cadets Group B out on track. That's a good start, isn't it, for me calling the track action? Let's get our first. Who have we got?
Liam Martin Bradley.
Liam Martin Bradley. And how are you today, sir?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So, you're here at GYG. Have you done much racing at GYG before?
Nope, this is my first time at the track, so just see what happens.
Okay, and this, right, so you've already gone out for your practice session,
Yep.
Or the test session earlier. How did you find it, first impressions?
Yeah, the track was good, I liked it. It's very flowing. I'm looking forward to driving it throughout today. Yeah.
Cool, you were with us at round 1 in Rye House?
Yeah, I was, yeah.
How did Rye House go for you?
I won the B final, then got into A and got up to 15th from the back, so not too bad.
Lovely stuff. And how'd you find the CLUB100 machinery?
It is good, it is good. I like the equal light sense of it. It's really good, yeah. And they do a great job to, get the karts ready for us. It's good.
They do that indeed. And yeah, have a good time out there. Have a good first bit of racing later on around Glanny Gores. I'm gonna, because you're standing here watching, guys. I've got to pounce on you as well. Who have we got?
Lennon, Rawding.
And GYG, you've been here before?
Yeah, I came here last year for CLUB100, so.
Of course, for round 3, I think it was last year.
Yeah.
So, did it serve you well last year?
Yeah, I did all right here. Yeah, a lot better than my other race in Lids, so yeah, very good race.
Sweet. Now, were you at Rye House?
Yeah, I was.
And how did that go?
I was in mid-pack C final, and then I got taken out lap 1, so nothing I could really do there. Yeah, it's unfortunate, really.
Okay, so looking for better things today. Let's bring you in as well. Who have we got here?
Charlie Kidder, I'm Charlie.
Hello, Charlie. And how were you at GYG last year?
I wasn't in CLUB100 last year.
You weren't in CLUB100 last year. Welcome. Were you at Rye House?
I was, yeah.
How'd it go?
I was on for a P3 podium in the B final, and I got taken out second turn. So I finished about 17th mid-pack down there somewhere. Not great.
It's just a skill issue.
Sorry?
It's just a skill issue.
I'm sure it's not true, to be completely neutral. Not with us with GYG. Is it your first time at GYG today?
It is, yeah.
How did you find it earlier when you were out there?
It's quite exciting. It's very. You can see it gets slippy and then it just goes dry. It's like it changes very often. You know what I mean? Yeah.
The grip levels.
Yeah, the grip levels change.
It's a very, very different track to Rye House, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, well, we're going to get some other drivers' thoughts. Have a good time out there. All the best. Good luck, guys. Thank you for talking to us. Jacob, if I hand the mic over to you, sir, who we got?
I'm just talking to Leo Jackson here in the number 17 kart. And Leo, you were just telling me your previous karting experience.
Yeah, well, I've been doing it like 7.5 years. Last year I did Hooton. I did some Rower as well. And then we've come to try this out this year. And I think it's a really well-run championship. All the karts are fairly even. It's all about driver quality more than actual spending money on thousands of pounds on engines. So all the karts are equal, and it actually shows what the drivers can do rather than the karts. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely, that's the beauty of Club 100. Speaking of which, you got 20 seconds. You better jump in, and I'll quickly grab a chat with Henry behind you. Henry, I'm told the legendary Henry Lopez. Do you want to explain that moniker?
What can I say? Binned it at Wilton Mill round 2. Infamous crash causing the new track layout, and then I just known Club 100 now.
All right, I'll let you jump in your car because you got race end coming up on the screen by there, and we'll wander further back, letting these karts get out. Howard.
Hello, we're going to go further back in the grid because it seems fair to do that. I'm going to get some more drivers' thoughts. We're going to go over to Jacob Lammas in the number 19. How are you today, Jacob?
Very good.
And how did Rye House go for you?
I qualified second, but due to a penalty, I was about 10th. So started 10th, and I think I got back to about 7th or 8th in the end. So pretty good.
Okay, now you were here with us for GYG last year, if memory serves correctly. So how's this track been for you, and you're looking forward to today?
Well, last year I was quite overweight for the cadets, so it didn't do me any good up the big hill. This year I'm bob on the limit, so hopefully looking to finish in a good position.
Yes, of course, stepping up to the juniors, aren't you, this year, of course. And that's an interesting jump. Has that jump gone okay for you? How's that been?
So I got my own kart Christmas, so went up to that and then back into this, so that's did me well.
Thanks for talking. I cut that a bit fine. Thank you, Jacob. Oh, yeah, okay. Jacob's being a pro and he's set up an interview already, but lightweights now go out, cadets are coming in. You can see the difference between the karts, actually. The smaller cadet karts coming in now. So this is Group B of the practice. We've just spoken to one Jacob. Let's hand back over to my colleague, Mr. Jacob Harris.
Yeah, I'm here with George, wrong side of the fence to the cameraman, but George, we were just talking about this is your second season in cadets class, is it?
Yeah.
And what are you hoping to get out of this second season?
Hoping to get top 3, but if I can get top 3, then that's pretty much my goal.
Okay. And GYG, do you like this as a track?
Yeah, it's very fun in the dry, and it can be very annoying in the wet, but
You mentioned it rained here last year. How did you get on?
for my first year, I wasn't the fastest, but I was okay. I spun a few times, but that's about it.
It's the wet, isn't it? You're gonna spin a couple of times, otherwise you're not doing it right. In terms of the best tracks you've been to with Club 100, where does this rank? Is this one of your favourites, or have you've got a preferred one?
I do like PFI. That's my favourite track.
Yeah, PFI is a favourite of many people. And you're in Cadet Group C, is that right?
Yep.
We will keep an eye out for you during qualifying, and good luck for your races as well.
Okay, thank you.
George, close up there. Howard, have you found someone else to carry on the grid walks with?
No, I was going to be quite lazy, just carry on down the road. So what happens if you stop? Miss Harley, how are you doing?
Good.
Harley Whitmore, this is, and yeah, GYG. Were you with us for it last year? What's your GYG experience?
Well, it's my first time here. On my first session, it was pretty fun, especially around those bends over there.
Yeah, the sort of devil's elbow section, as they call it, down the. Yeah, it's good fun, that, isn't it? So yeah, were you here? You were with us for Rye House at round 1?
Yeah, Rye House and Shannington.
Yeah. How did those go?
So on Shannington, it was pretty good. I got down even in the wet, kept dropping down the times. And then on Rye House, I got into a crash, but I was still fine and still carried on. And then I'm looking forward to this week and this race.
Good stuff. You're gonna get a quick fire question. Favorite food?
Waffles.
Waffles. Okay, is that potato waffles or like?
Waffles.
Sorry?
Any sort of waffle.
Any sort of waffles. There we go. That's good. I mean, I waffle for a living, so you know it's all good. Miles Harrison, we're just going to carry on down. How are you doing, sir?
I'm alright. Looking forward to this race. Well, as a practice, really. But yeah, good. Looking forward to it.
So, second in the championship last year. Just perhaps bring us up to date. How did Rye House go for you?
First one I came third, and then the final I came second, and it's a good result. We're looking for more better results. Well, it's a bit outlandish, but hopefully we're going for a double win. You never know. Yeah. So yeah, it was good, but we're looking to get better.
GYG as a circuit, does it suit you? Suit your driving style?
Yeah, I really love this track. It's so physical. It's really good. You need to get your lines perfect to get a great time. And also, to be honest, the slipstream here is absolutely brutal. You need to be behind someone to actually get a good lap. So you can gain up to like 5 tenths, 6 tenths. It's absolutely crazy.
It makes race management quite a challenge as well. You have a good day's racing, Miles. Take care. Thanks for talking to us. We're going to carry on down the road. Who have we got here?
Curtis.
Hi, Curtis. And how are you today?
I'm good.
Talk the viewers through your Club 100 career so far. How do you find yourself to be here today with us?
Good. So I started at Rye House. That was my first one. There was quite a huge crash. So someone's helmet flew off. Then the ambulance had to come on and make sure she's okay. Then she carried on the race and she came about 6, I think. Then I'm here today. This is my second race, and yeah.
Okay, fantastic team at Rye House with the response there. How do you find these Club 100 karts?
They're really good. I found them really fast. The normal karts are quite slow, but these ones are really, really fast.
Yeah, got a nice bit of speed, haven't they? What was your karting? What karting have you done, if any, before joining us in Club 100?
So I do indoor karting. I do team sports Trafford. So I go there every Monday and every Sunday. Then on Monday it's Monday race night, so you get to go on the podium and you get some trophies.
Cool. Well, you have a good time racing, Curtis. Thanks for joining us this year in Club 100. Okay, we're going to. We've got Jacob. Jacob's got some people lined up. Fantastic.
Yes, I am here, and I'm going to dive into the middle of the three of you here. James, Ollie, and Dan. I was introduced by Ollie as slow, slower, and slowest. Dan, care to comment?
That's not true. I'm not happy with that at all.
Do you want to give a revised order, or?
I'm fastest for sure.
Okay. Well, that's kind of indisputable. Ollie,
still slowest.
Ollie's still slowest. All right, James.
I'm the slowest, definitely.
Okay, it's a race to the bottom here with our juniors. You guys Group C, am I right?
I'm Group B.
Group B?
I don't even know. I think I'm Group C.
Okay. You should probably check, James. It's very important. But Rye House, how did it go? I'll start with you, James. How was your Rye House?
I saw Ollie White go airborne.
Okay. Ollie, we'll come to you after that. How did you go airborne?
I got squeezed by 2 karts, and the rest of stretch went in the air 3 times in 3 corners.
Okay. Dan, would you say that's advised or probably best not to?
I mean, it's not ideal. You could probably do with avoiding that and staying on the grey stuff, but similar things happened to me. I got spun around a couple of times. It's such a narrow track, it's hard to overtake, and You've sort of just got to get the pods out a bit and make the most of some opportunities, and sometimes it goes wrong, as I think Ollie found.
Did you find less resistance in the air, like less obstacles slowing you down? Were you trying to go over the top of someone?
I mean, it was kind of fun, but it wasn't very motivational or faster, so it wasn't fun at the same time.
Okay, well, let's stick to the tarmac. There is some grass here if you want to try that out today.
Oh yeah? I've already tried it. I went off at the hill up there. I just went flat out, just went straight onto the grass. It wasn't fun.
I mean, it's practice, right? That's what it's for. You find where the limits of the track are, and if you're not going off in practice, then you're obviously not testing the limits. We've been joined by a fourth here. Sorry, what was your name?
Dylan Edwards.
And we were kind of debating the order here. Are you faster than these guys or slower?
Faster.
Okay, so we got the two on the end of the faster ones. These guys closest to me are slowest. Maybe I'm infectious in that way. How was your ride house?
Yeah, it was good. It was hard. Like I said, it was a hard track to overtake, and it's hard to suit my driving style as soon as I got going on the final race. It was really good. Yeah.
Okay. And lastly, all four of you close your eyes for me. Raise your hand if you're going to finish highest today. There we go, unanimously. Unanimously, we have one person raise their hand. You're finishing highest today.
No.
Sorry?
We're all trying to get in the A final, I think.
All right, then. We'll have 4 A finals all round. Sounds like a plan to me. Cheers, boys. Have good days. Howard is chatting to one of our cadet parents.
Thank you, Jacob. We're on the dummy grid for Cadet Group C, if I remember correct. B. My apologies. We're here with driver number 67, Thomas Hudson, who's here with us for your second round of Club 100.
Yeah, second round. These karts are a lot quicker than what I'm used to. Yeah, this is like first ever time in Club 100. I've been to this track before, so I've got some experience.
Yeah, I think it's good to have some experience definitely around here coming into today. Now, just talking to your dad, and you have to make quite the journey to get here, right? West Cornwall, you're based.
Yeah, everywhere's quite far. The closest track, I think, is South Wales. I can't remember what round that is, though.
So, yeah, big journey, but you enjoying these Club 100 karts? How do you find them compared to what you've driven before?
Well, the rental karts down in Cornwall, yeah, a lot slower than these. These are, yeah, because the ones that I used to driving are 4 strokes. These are 2 strokes.
And how did Rye House go for you for your first round?
It was okay, seeing as it was my first round. There was a bit of an incident in my race when the red flag came out. And I didn't know that I could like rejoin in my grid slot, so I started like right at the back for that.
Okay, so stuff to build on, but you've been here before, as you say, so I think some good experience there. Quick fire questions. What's your favourite food?
Pizza.
Mine too. What's your favourite circuit?
Well, probably this one, GYG.
Favourite driver?
What sport?
Cool. Okay, you have a good time out there, Thomas. Thanks for talking to us. And I'm going to be a bit cheeky as well. We've not heard from any parents yet. This is Dad? Yes. Presumably. How are you finding your Club 100 experience so far for your first season in the Club 100 paddock?
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see him racing really well. The circuits in Cornwall aren't as big as they are up here or anywhere else in the country, really. It's just that the travelling's quite a bit. Obviously, the cost of the fuel and the accommodation and all that goes towards this as well. But yeah, it's all good experience.
Absolutely, and I've got to ask, a lot of driving. What's the thing what goes on in the car? Is it just tunes? Are you a podcast fanatic? How do you get through these drives?
It's just mile after mile. It's just we just listen to the radio when we can get signal. We've got a 35-year-old Honda CRX, so it's a mission even in that. Bouncing around everywhere, high revs. It's fun.
it's a great example of the dedication behind some of the race efforts. So I wish you all the best for the season, and thanks for talking to us.
Brilliant, thank you.
Okay, so out goes another cadet group. Jacob's behind me, ladies and gentlemen. That's where he is. Let's hand over the mic.
So I'm with a couple of drivers. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Matteo Ehrenfeuchter.
Jackson Burge.
I'm Thomas.
So we got Matteo, Jackson and Thomas. Was Jackson, wasn't it? I keep forgetting your name. I've asked you 3 times now. I'm really sorry. And Matteo, I was just trying to pronounce your surname. I'm going to go for one on camera. Ehrenfeuchter?
Ehrenfeuchter, but good attempt.
Thank you very much. We'll start with you, Matteo. How was your right house?
It couldn't have really gone any better. Qualified pole in the A final and had a dream start and then turned it into the win. So couldn't have gone any better.
Excellent. Jackson, how about you?
Well, at Rye House.
Yeah.
At Rye House, in the test, I don't remember, but all I remember, because I came first in one test, but that's what I don't, because I'm happy with myself on that one. That's all I really remember.
Sounds like a respectable day, and as long as you're happy with it, that's good. And Thomas, how was your right house? Did you do it?
I couldn't turn up for that race, but I'm here today, so yeah.
Okay, and is that a personal preference? Do you particularly like GYG?
I've never been here before. It's my first year at CLUB100, but it's going quite well so far.
Okay. Did you go out this morning in the test?
Yeah.
How did you get on?
I came 4th. We were a pretty good lap, so yeah.
What is it about GYG that suits you in particular? Obviously, turn up and finishing 4th on the first session is a pretty decent result.
Yeah, I really like how technical it is, and there's some good overtaking places.
Where would you say, if we were to do a prediction, where are we going to see you doing some overtakes later in the stream?
Probably up at the hairpin after the long straight. So yeah.
Okay, brilliant.
I would say this is the best track, no jokes. Even though it is quite far away from me, it's a really good track.
Okay, Matteo, where does it rank for you?
I'd say top 3 definitely. I think 2nd. The scenery makes it a definite go-to destination, and the track is really technical. It suits. If you're technical, it really suits you, and it's something about the scenery as well. It just gives you some extra boost.
You say 2nd. What would you place in 1st then?
Possibly, I'd say Buckmore Park. I really like the elevation change. It's really good. But I really like GYG and Clay Pigeon as well.
Okay, interesting choices. Jackson, how about you?
Rye House, I would say, and I would say Buckmore as well.
Yeah. And Thomas, favourite track?
Probably Rye House or this.
Okay, interesting. What about Rye House then?
I like how there's basically overtaking places at every single corner, so it's a really good close battles. And it's very hard to pull away. So, yeah.
Excellent. Okay, we got a nice, decent mix there, and they're all on the CLUB100 calendar this year, which is fantastic. What do you guys like doing when you're not racing go-karts then? Thomas, let's start with you.
I play sim racing with my friends, or do other stuff like sports.
Sim racing is a popular one. You guys sim racers, or do you do anything other?
I have at home a sim racing with a TV, and I have pedals and a steering wheel, but sometimes I like football. Well, I spot a team and Arsenal.
Well, I'm a Liverpool fan, so let's stop that conversation there, shall we, before we get into an argument. Matteo, what about you?
I do enjoy ping pong, but I do like cross country as well. I sometimes do a bit of horse riding when I'm in my family in Germany, but not a lot, so can't really count that, but yeah.
Those are some interesting side hobbies. Right, thank you very much, guys, for talking to us. Howard's got someone else lined up. We're going to move on, but good luck for your racing today.
Thank you.
Howard, over to you.
Thank you very much. We just missed John Viger, but he's giving some sage advice around this. We're here with Sam Masters, 3rd place in the championship last year. Yeah. GYG, how does it suit you?
Yeah, it's really nice. I'd say the last section is my best section. Over here, most of the curbs, you don't want to be clumping them because all it does is lose you time, so you just got to keep it as smooth as possible. That's the quickest lap. So, yeah.
Yeah, and where are you based, by the way? Is it a big journey out to here, or?
Oh yeah, I'm in Essex. It's 4.5 hours, roughly. Yeah. Oh, so long.
What's the vibe in the car? Is it tunes? Is it podcasts? What do you do to get over?
Oh, my dad's got the tunes on. Shout out Stuart Masters. You know, all the old school tunes. You name it, he's got it.
Very quickly, surely the championship's got to be sort of the target this year. Yeah, forgive me, mate. How did Wright House go for you? I shouldn't have asked.
That great. It wasn't that great. Yeah, decent pre-final, getting up positions, but A final made a mistake, which unfortunately ended another driver's race. So, but it won't happen again. Promise.
Awesome stuff. But I hand over to Jacob for one last interview. Cheers for talking to us, mate. Have a good day's racing, yeah? Jacob!
Thank you, Howard. I'm here with Ellis, one of our fastest cadet lightweights of the day so far. Ellis, what's your secret?
I don't really know. I just do it.
That's exactly what we want to hear. GYG, a fantastic track. Any particular area of the track you'd say you're strongest in?
I like the last sector, but I find the first bit boring because the long straight. But yeah, the last sector is my favourite.
Maybe that's the thing. Maybe you got a lot of time on the straight to prepare yourself for that tricky technical last sector. GYG is a track. One of your favourites?
Yeah, not as good as Wilton though.
Not as good as Wilton. Are we talking international Wilton or Zulu Wilton?
International.
Okay, international is one of my favourites as well. I'll give you that. But some nicer scenery around here. North Wales is better than Northampton, right?
Yeah, definitely.
That's what we like to hear. And what are you hoping to get out of today?
Hopefully a podium. Well, I'm not doing the whole championship, so I'm only really hoping for a podium, or top 5 in the A.
We'll see how we get on. I'm sure with finishing top of your testing and pre-testing, was it?
Yeah.
I'm sure with those kind of results, you'll be there or thereabouts come the racing. Good luck, Ellis. I will hopefully see you on the podium.
Thank you.
Ellis Cox there, one of our, as I said, one of our fastest cadet lightweights. Howard, I believe we're out of time.
We are, yes. Oh, this is not. We're bringing it full circle because I was sort of doing the interview with you. Yeah, we are. Really good to get some thoughts from the drivers. Interesting mix of experience around the track here at GYG, isn't it? So I think we're in for an interesting afternoon of racing. Can't wait.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Hopefully this afternoon's racing will be just as good.
Welcome back to the live coverage, the live broadcast of action here for round 2 of the 2024 Club 100 Cadets and Juniors Championship. We are getting ready to go racing for the first time this weekend in the form of the pre-C final for our lightweight cadets. I'm going to talk you through the grid on this one. We haven't got the grid graphics, unfortunately, just come through on the system, so we're going to do this old school. Your pole sitter for this one is number 47 of Ryan Roy Chowdhury, and Harley Whitmore will be alongside him. Ruben Gardner and Bobby Peters are your second row. George Glossop and Oliver Sanderson are row 3. Row 4 is Harry Duggan and Layla Fitzgerald. Joey Mims and Adit Roy Chowdhury round out the top 10. Tom Justice and Oscar Blakeman are next. Then it's Edison Polhill and Logan Nichols. Oliver Renshaw and Hashim Anwar on row 8. Row 9 is Curtis Foster and Bruno Bonato. And Reese Cranston rounds out the 19-kart grid as we're under starters' orders in those tram lines. And away we go for racing in the pre-C final here at GYG. Significantly more overcast conditions than we had just before the lunch break as these drivers head up the hill for the first time up through Spoon Corner.
It's been a great start for the 47 Howard. Ryan Roy Chowdhury has a significant lead already going into that first major braking point. All seem to have got through there okay, or there is a couple of hands in the air mid-pack.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading down towards Carousel for the first time. A few drivers considering a move, but trying to, maybe thinking better of it. And we've got full course yellow out at the moment. Now, is that full course yellow, or has that been declared? It's a full start. It's coming up as a full start on timing, so they'll form up again. I wondered if that was the case, Jacob, because for a start, the formation discipline in the tram lines off the start was a little bit off, and I think I think race control may have seen fit to take another go at the start off the back of that. So we will form up again into our grid formation, 2x2 formation that it is. It will be a rolling start, as you saw, which actually isn't all that common for the cadet age group in British karting. Quite a lot of championships at cadet level using a standing start, but I like a rolling start. It's what the drivers will have when they get onto higher age categories, and personally, I just find it a better way to start a race.
I mean, I've never raced with a standing start, so I can possibly comment on the pros and cons of each. But yeah, rolling start and making sure it's fair as possible is the reason why we've restarted this.
Yes.
As you mentioned, the quality wasn't quite where we'd expect it to be for a Club 100 race. You stick within the tram lines that you can see on the start-finish straight and accelerate once you get past the start-finish line.
Absolutely. So the key story here, or the big thing here, obviously whoever wins this will have the pride of having taken the win, but the top 2, remember, will be promoted, will be repechaged up onto the back of the pre-B final grid. Away we go then for start number 2, and it's now going to be a 9-minute race because 2 minutes get removed for every full start. But once again, Ryan Roy Chowdhury leads them up the hill, and he's had a good start, although he is under pressure there by the looks of it from Harley Whitmore in the 71 as they come through. We've got a driver off, 2 drivers left there at the top of the hill, and it's a spin and round. That driver will need to recover the kart to the tarmac. We'll have a look on timing for who's dropped down the order. I didn't quite catch what the number was there. The driver's absolutely fine, and he's getting assistance from one of the officials. We've got a driver out wide there at the carousel as well. That looks to me like it might be, again, I think
it
might be, yeah, it definitely ended in the number 9, didn't it? It may have been Bobby Peters. We'll double check that on timing as they come around this time. For the first time, though, these drivers go down through the Devil's Elbow complex and come around to finish their first proper full green flag racing lap of the day. Ryan Roy Chowdhury leads then, Ruben Gardner in second. And dropping down the order, it was Bobby Peters, I think, who's the driver we saw spinning out there in the number 19 car. Logan Nichols in the 88 was your driver at the top of the hill at Spoon Corner, as we're almost going 3 wide through Spoon there in the mid-pack as they come down the hill now. Has that been a change there no, it is still Chowdhury in the lead, but he's under serious pressure now. Then there is a move for the lead. That is the 41 of Ruben Gardner getting through with a robust move there at Carousel, muscling his way through up into the lead of the race. And immediately Ryan Roy Chowdhury is under pressure as well from the 17 of Oliver Sanderson behind.
Yeah, Ruben looking like he's got pretty good pace. There's a couple of yards gap already as they go side by side there through the last couple of corners and then through Paddock up the inside of the 17. Ollie Sanderson, he moves ahead of Ryan Roy Chowdhury. It's all change in the top three, Howard.
It is, yeah, and it's a costly lap as well for Harley Whitmore, who dropped to the back. The pack behind this top three is really frenetic as well. Layla Fitzgerald has just got to the head of it. You'll see it there, coming into shot there. And it was going to change again as well there, because that looked to me like George Glossop going for a move there through, and I think he has got through there as well. So that pack behind the top three as well is really quite frantic. George Glossop is ahead, though, as they come into the carousel. He's in the number 54 cart there at the head of the field as they come around the top on a lap. There's your top three then, and there's George Glossop being pursued by Layla Fitzgerald and, frankly, everybody else as well. Tom Justice, Harry Duggan, Edison Polhill, who's got a penalty, by the way, for ABC bump and pass. That means that there was too much contact in an attempt for an overtake, and that will mean 4 positions deducted at the end of the race, unfortunately, for Edison. That's how that penalty works. This lap, it's Harry Duggan who drops back in that pack, but this is a battle for the lead going up the hill, Jacob.
Ollie Sanderson to the outside. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He's going to go the long way around there on Ruben Gardner. Can he hang on around the outside of this long right-hander? Looks like Ruben's still got the advantage coming down into the carousel, but Ollie Sanderson is all over it. Fastest lap last time around. He was a 10.5 behind him going over the line, and it looks like he's going to shape for another move into the Devil's Elbow, if not sooner.
Yeah, looking racy, isn't he? And a bit of a trio breaking away behind them as well from that that pack in the top 10. George Glossop, Layla Fitzgerald and Edison Polhill, albeit with the penalty hanging over the last of those three, are also in their own little group of 3. In fact, a little gap's opened up now between Sanderson and Chowdhury. So Oliver Sanderson here can challenge Ruben Gardner. Gardner's going to hang it to the inside to dissuade a move as much as possible. Sweep up through Spoon Corner. Last lap we saw Sanderson try and put a move around the outside. He's on the outside again. He's going to have to be very bold or get a switchback move maybe out of the Spoon complex there and maybe get a run on Ruben Gardner down towards Carousel. But Gardner positioning his cart well there, the driver, the number 41, on the inside to make the move difficult through Carousel.
Yeah, excellent defensive driving, but what these guys have got to manage is that gap back to Ryan Roy Chowdhury and indeed George Glossop and Layla Fitzgerald, who seem to have calmed down a bit and understand that they have to work together to catch this front 3 of the repechage. Only the top 2 will go into the pre-B final, and that's where you'll be scoring more points than in the pre-C final, which we're currently watching. The gap now back to 4th and 5th. George Glossop sets the fastest lap, and, well, briefly before Tom Justice sets another one. But that pack behind Howard seems to have calmed down and understand that they've got to catch the front 3.
Yeah, they sort themselves out as we go side by side in lead battle again. That's probably the best run that Sanderson has had, and he is going to sweep around the outside, is he, as they go through Spoon Corner. That is a change for the lead, and Sanderson now, Oliver Sanderson in the 17, takes himself to the head of the field.
Yeah, I think that means that Ruben Gardner has to be the one to keep a level head now and understand. He's just had a quick look over his shoulder. He'll see Ryan is still there. He'll see George Glossop and Layla Fitzgerald aren't too far behind either. If he knows what's best for him, I think it's working together with Ollie Sanderson and getting the 2 of them into that pre-B final.
Tom Justice may have the fastest lap of the race as we're looking at a battle. Is that Edison Philpott? Yes, Polhill, sorry, battling away with Ardit Roy Chowdhury now, and that's a change for position. Actually, no, sorry, that stays as it was as Roy Chowdhury pulls alongside Polhill now, and that is the change of position. That's Ardit Roy Chowdhury up to 8th place there, as we've got a driver out. Well, I think that might be a driver a lap down. Yeah. You know, the way Reece Cranston now with the fastest lap of the race, and he must have had some kind of penalty off the back of qualifying, because he was trading some of the faster lap times and he was at the back of this grid, so he's definitely one to watch here. I think that's a driver, a penalty driver trying to get on up into the promotion spots.
He was excluded from qualifying. He set a fastest lap of 52.6, which compared to Ryan Roy Chowdhury, who was at the top of the times for this one, at 54.4. He's nearly 2 seconds a lap quicker than most of the field, which is why he's worked his way up to 6th already from 19th. Let's see how far he can go on this next lap. He's 5th now ahead of Layla Fitzgerald.
Absolutely, and obviously the full start would have impacted the time he's got to play with to try and get to the head of this field, because he took the race from 11 minutes to 9. So for him to have got up into this position is very impressive. Going for a move there on, is that on Ryan Roy Chowdhury? Yes, it is. So he's now up into 3rd place, is Rhys Cranston.
No, he's not quite.
Oh, no, sorry. Apologies. That's George Glossop, sorry, putting the move. So apologies there. George Glossop gets ahead of Ryan Roy Chowdhury. And now George Glossop is under pressure from Rhys Cranston as they come down through the compression corner and into Devil's Elbow.
Yeah, we'll get 3 more laps, I think, based on the amount of time currently left. Ollie Sanderson out in the lead, Ruben Gardner in 2nd, and Ryan Roy Chowdhury was in 3rd, but we're about to see our timing screen on the left update, and there it is. George Glossop into 3rd, Rhys Cranston into 4th. Can George or Rhys make an impression on that top 2 in the remaining couple of laps?
Yeah, absolutely. Up through Spoon Corner they come then, and he's going to have to go the long way around is Cranston if he's going to make the move. Behind them, though, Ryan Roy Chowdhury, Layla Fitzgerald and Tom Justice doing battle. I have to say, by the way, Tom Justice may have at some points had the fastest lap of the race, but he is carrying a penalty for bump and pass, as that's Layla Fitzgerald having a little look at a move on was that George Glossop who dropped that there? It was Polhill, sorry, yes.
Layla got the worst end of that deal at the top of the hill and was pushed slightly wide, whether or not there's a penalty. And speaking of pushing, Howard, what do you make of that?
That's a tidy little, that was a pretty tidy move there, looked to me, by Cranston on Glossop. He just sort of put Glossop in a space that he had to give way, otherwise he wouldn't have had the space into Devil's Elbow. It was robust, but I think that was the right side of robust, if that makes sense.
Absolutely it does. And he's now got his eyes on Ruben Gardner, who's dropped back a bit from Oliver Sanderson. Oliver Sanderson's got about a second's lead at the front of this. This is the penultimate lap. It will be the last lap next time around, I believe, unless I've got the rules and regs wrong.
No, it will be, no, sorry, the last lap board has been shown. So last lap board was shown at the start of this lap. They preempt when the clock is going to hit 0. So this is going to be it. And the question is, can Cranston bag a promotion position here? It's going to be very close between him and Ruben Gardner. Oliver Sanderson is going to come round to take the checkered flag, which indeed he does. And it's Ruben Gardner just who keeps himself in 2nd place and bags a spot on the pre-B grid. Gosh, if you're Rhys Cranston and if you worked well all up, I can imagine that'll be slightly frustrating, but he's put himself in perfect stead for the C final. But that was a really impressive drive up through the order, but close, but not quite the promotion there for Cranston. Well done to Oliver Sanderson and Ruben Gardner. Bagged themselves positions on that pre-B grid. We'll see them the next time we see cadets out on circuit in, well, after the next race but one. George Glossop in 4th, 5th for Tom Justice, Ardit Roy Chowdhury in 6th, Ryan Roy Chowdhury in 7th. Then it was Layla Fitzgerald in 8th, 9th for Edison Polhill, albeit with a penalty to be applied. And then Joey Mims rounds out your top 10 there as Bobby Peters comes across the line to take the checkered flag. A bit of a frustrating one for him with that spin carousel on the first lap. Bruno Bonato as well rounds out the 19 finishes there. That then was your first race of the weekend, the pre-C final for cadets. The next one out on track will be the pre-C final for junior lightweight.
Here we go then for the first of our juniors races. This is the lightweight junior pre-C final. You can see them lined up on the right hand side of your screen there. Pole position for this one goes to Leo Cusden. Ben Richardson is alongside him on the front row. Keaton Longstaff is in 3rd. Yusuf Yacoub is 4th. Ian Thomas, a fantastic name whilst we're in Wales, starts 5th with Oliver Cunliffe alongside him. Ashley Haynes St Quinn is in 7th with Zachary Parkhouse joining them on the 4th row. Tom Walker is 9th. Alfie Swain is 10th. 11th is Marcus Allen. Ethan Longstaff starts 12th. Arnie Ray Mackey is 13th, with 14th being Harry Jones. Charlie Killick starts 15th next to Baxter Rawlings on the 8th row. And further back from them is Spencer Wilds and Stanley Wilson. Edward Davidson and Lennon Rowding round up your top 20.
Zach Whelan and Gabrielle Norse are 21st and 22nd. 23rd is Joe Robinson. Jacob Lee starts 24th with Toby Mitchinson 25th. Finley Bennett starts 26th. 27th is Abik Baiju. 28th goes to Alejandros Guerrero, and Charlie Newman is 29th, just ahead of Jack Mann in 30th. Those are your 30 runners and riders for this one. As they come around to paddock now, engine notes will start to rise, lights will go green, and we will be racing. Next time round, actually.
Next time round,
I was waiting for the pace cart to pull off, and yeah, they're going for another roll-up lap. For whatever reason, either observers aren't in position or drivers aren't in the correct grids. It does look like they're all in order though, so perhaps it's just a case of the officials not being ready to cast an eye over the race.
Yeah, it's one of the larger grids that we'll see today as well at 30 karts. So the system remains the same though. Top two with that promotion to the pre-B final. So that's what we'll be keeping an eye out for in this one. Hopefully this time we will be good to go racing.
All looks good this time around. They work their way through the Devil's Elbow, which doesn't lend itself well. Oh, we got spinners through the middle, 3 karts turning round. That may well delay the start for another rolling up lap.
So we might see a formal...
And it does indeed.
Yeah, we might see a formal declaration of a false start. Indeed we do. And that's... Well, obviously you can't have a start when there's some karts spun out, but that will mean once again that it goes down from an 11 lap to a 9 lap race.
Minute, rather.
Sorry, what did I say?
You said lap.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 9-minute race, thank you. Just to explain, by the way, why is there a grid of 30 drivers? Because we've spoken, I think, about 18, 22 and 20. It's 78 entries is allowed for juniors, whereas it's 60 for the cadets. So that's why you see slightly different grid sizes. Should make that one clear. And I am just going to double check.
Slightly bigger fleet of the...
It is, yes.
CLUB100 karts.
Just going to double check. Why do I say that? Give me a moment. I'm going to check something in the rules here. You keep an eye on what's happening out there.
The drivers all look to be back in position. It's that little drop there in through the Devil's Elbow that caught them out last time, but it all seems fine now. The pace cart has pulled away. The lights will go green and we will be racing in the junior class. Here they go then up the hill for the first time. Front row seem to get away well. They are side by side going up through to Spoon, and 3rd and 4th not too far behind either. Let's see who comes out on top as we go over the brow of the hill. Looks like Leo Cousenden has kept his first place.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, and we've got an incident at the back there. I think that's 4 karts involved in that. And there you can see the frustration of the one driver who was still in shot. There's been a change for the lead at the front. I think Yusuf Yakub has got to the head of the field in the 38. As we've got a driver there losing positions. Oh, that's from high up as well. Was that Ben? Was that Yusuf off, or was that Ben Richardson? It was someone from high up there on the grid as the drivers are recovering at the top of the hill. Well, it wasn't Yusuf Yakub because he's still in the lead. But one of our drivers there lost out quite a bit. We've got another 2 drivers off at the top of the circuit. This has been a bit of a scruffy one here at the start of this one. At the end of lap number 1, it is Yusuf Yakub who leads. Oliver Cunliffe, who is in 2nd, and Keaton Longstaff has got up to 3rd place. I think it was Ben Richardson who we saw. But although, yeah, Leo Cusden and Ben Richardson have both dropped down, and Leo Cusden's been awarded an unsafe penalty. So what that is an unsafe rejoin of the circuit. So I think it was Leo we saw bouncing on the grass, and I wonder if the way in which he rejoined Jacob led to the incident that we saw the other 2 drivers going off the circuit. Just to cover the drivers though then who unfortunately had some form of incident or accident. Charlie Killick is well off the back of the field at this point. Lennon Rawding, Alexandros Guerrero, Finley Bennett and Marcus Allen, I'm afraid, have all had some kind of issue on that first lap. And there is the penalty confirmed on your screens for Leo Cusden.
Hand in the air there, Howard.
Is that for a yellow?
I can't see the yellow. Oh, yes, they're all.
There's
getting
some
single
yellow up at the
final.
top of the hill.
There is yellow at the top of the hill, unseen by our
Oh,
screen.
and that would be white.
Yeah,
Stage
there's the driver. Yusuf Yakub's got himself a bit of a gap at the front. He's 1.3 seconds ahead of this pack.
Yep.
Now coming through Carousel, Oliver Cunliffe, Keaton Longstaff, Ben Richardson, Ian Thomas, all battling for that last repechage place up to the Pre-B final for our juniors. Anyone's game at this point, Howard. We've got 8 minutes left of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, Ben Richardson's also on timing shown as having a penalty for a jump start. Now, what that will have been is we've got a driver spun out there. That's an awkward place. Oh, that's an awkward place to be spun out through the devil's elbow. Managed to turn it round and did the right thing there. I think it's Zachary Parkhouse, potentially. He's dropped down the order.
Oh, there's a bit of argy-bargy going on for that second place, Howard. They are, well, looking to each other almost for an explanation as to what happened.
Yeah, so Ben Richardson's come to the head of this one. Keaton Longstaff there, I think he might have just slowed down a bit because he was worried about getting a bump and pass penalty. Ben Richardson then takes up second place in the 94, but bear in mind on timing, he's showing as having that jump start penalty. Now, if that's the case, he'll be deducted 2 positions for each row he's deemed to have jumped. He was meant to start second on the grid, so the way they'll have deemed it to be a jump start is that he crossed the timing line ahead of the pole sitter of Leo Cusden, so that'll count as jumping 1 row's worth, so he will be docked 2 positions. So even though he sits in second place, as far as I can tell, he will not be awarded second place net, and so your provisional promotee at the moment would be Oliver Cunliffe in third place. The question, of course, in a situation such as this is, are they aware of that, or do they still think that they've got to get past Ben to get that promotion spot? Unless they, it was shown on the penalty board and they've perfectly memorised all of the kart numbers, they might not know that there's a penalty in play here. And what you don't want to do if you're Oliver Cunliffe is, throw everything at trying to get past Ben, upset your rhythm, and then get past, such that you're now not in the provisional promotion spot. That's the way that penalties often come to bear on these promotion spot battles.
Indeed, I think at this stage in the season, unless it's the number 1 plate, you really wouldn't know who you're racing, what numbers they are.
A very good point. So this is the battle as Ewan Thomas pulls alongside Oliver Cunliffe. The green helmeted driver is Ewan Thomas as they
Ian
come.
Thomas, Howard. We are in Wales.
Sorry, mate.
Ian Thomas.
I'm begging everyone's pardon there. Ian Thomas.
I did try and.
You did try, mate. I'm sorry.
Just to set you up for that, but I failed. Yusuf Yakub is far and away at the front of this one. He did set the fastest lap, which was actually surpassed by Ben Richardson by a couple of tenths, but he's got a 4-second lead now, and it's hard to see that being eroded before the end of the race. Although if Ben keeps up that pace, he could well get there. He
could do, but he still, of course, wouldn't be scored as the winner with that penalty. I'm very glad you're here, mate. This is... Have I mentioned that?
This is why I was brought in.
Fastest lap of the race from Yusuf Yakub responds to that pace challenge from Ben Richardson. But it is
quicker on that last
lap.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's back up to 4.5 seconds his lead. A bit of a gap back to Ian now, who's made his way up to third. So Ben Richardson looking comfortable in second, but Ian in the penalty.
And crucially as well for Ian, the penalty as well showing as well for Arnie Ray-Mackey behind him, a bump and pass penalty and a bump and pass now for Baxter Rawlings. I think Race Control are getting around to issuing some of the penalties off the back of some of the ruckuses that we may be seeing towards the first half of this race. But yeah, so that means that the driver in second and fourth, as it stands at the moment, cannot get the promotion because of penalties.
Yeah, we are following Arnie Ray-Mackey and Keaton Longstaff up the hill there in the orange and yellow lids, respectively. Keaton trying to get a slipstream from Arnie, going up around Spoon now.
Yeah, so if Keaton wants to get the promotion spot, he's got to get by Arnie, who from a promotion point of view right now is traffic, and then get up past and overtake Ian there. So, yeah, it is possible for Keaton Longstaff to get the promotion spot, but he's going to have to work hard for it at this stage. Yusuf Yakub leads by quite a margin, actually. Some 5 seconds across the line. Oh, and there's a spin there. I didn't catch which number that one was.
Nor did I.
Just before they went round. We'll double check that.
To rejoin the track as well they should. But yeah, fastest lap for number 4, Arnie Ray Mackey. And I was just about to say, it looks more likely that he's going to catch Ian Thomas than Keaton Longstaff is going to catch him. And indeed, there he is on your screen at the top of the hill, bumper to bumper with Ian in front of him. He follows him now through carousel, as you can see on your screens. Ian in the green helmet, Arnie in the orange, looking for a way past. Don't think there's going to be a way past there, but keep an eye on these two as they come into Devil's Elbow. A quick lunge for Arnie. He'll probably know he's got a penalty, but still want to score as many points as possible here. There are still points up for grabs. Don't forget that. Whilst he can't get the repechage into the Pre-B, he can score the maximum number of points theoretically by winning this race, which I think is a bit of a overstretch from this point. But the more people he overtakes, the more points he scores, Howard, regardless of the penalty.
Very true. So this is a challenge here from Keaton, trying to find a way through on Arnie Reemacki. Leo Cusden, our pole sitter, working his way back up the order to 6th place behind Longstaff here.
He was the only one who managed to get below a 50.7 in qualifying, but it looks like a couple of our drivers have improved since Yusuf Yakub and Arnie Ray Mackey set some faster lap times than that. And Leo himself is below 50.7, set the kind of pace that he did in qualifying, put him on pole position. With penalties, he will still score favourably in this Pre-C final. It's not going to be enough for a repechage up to the Pre-B. Yusuf Yakub has got that top slot wrapped up almost with 2 minutes left in this one. There's a yellow flag in carousel for this fight now, which is heating up between Ian Thomas, Arnie Ray Mackey, and Keaton Longstaff. There is the kart being recovered for that yellow flag. Leo Cusenden is at the back of this fight for 3rd place. So still in the hunt actually for the repechage. From pole position, the recovery has been strong as we see Arnie Ray Mackey, Keaton Longstaff battling their way through the elbow. Slightly wide there from Arnie on Paddock. Now as they come up the hill, they'll see that timer. It's not quite the last lap board just yet, but it will be the next time around, I believe. Through spoon now, and was that to the inside? Was that Longstaff successfully defending from Leo Cusden, which gives Arnie Ray Mackey breathing space there in 3rd place, and none of this troubling Ian Thomas. He is happily driving his way to the B final in 3rd place at the moment as we head down the hill again to start what should be the final lap, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. Last lap board has been shown to Yusuf Yakub, who's controlled this one very well. The gap has come down again to 4.8 seconds between himself and Ben Richardson, but remember, Ben Richardson has the penalty for a jump start, at least as we understand it. I don't think, I'm pretty sure that jump start was for the 2nd start. It wasn't for the first start, because they really never got started with that false start. So yeah, Ben Richardson, as we understand it, will not get the promotion, albeit finishing in 2nd place. So
look to pick up Yusuf.
Yeah, there he is.
Through now. Quick look over his shoulder to double check he's as far ahead as he thinks he is. And then round penultimate corner through Paddock. Yusuf Yakub wins the Pre-C final. Fist into the air. He's enjoyed that one. Very good drive from him. Ben Richardson crosses the line in 2nd place. Ian Thomas holds on to 3rd for that repechage place. Arnie Ray Mackey 4th. Keaton Longstaff in 5th. Leo Cusden recovers to 6th after losing out from pole position. Oliver Cunliffe is 7th. Baxter Rawlins 8th. 9th for Harry Jones. And Stanley Wilson rounds out your top 10 on the road for the Pre-C final.
Absolutely. Tricky race, I think, for a lot of drivers. Big grid at the C-tier level, as that's a way to cross the line there. But yeah, well done to Yusuf Yakub, controlled it well, and Ian Thomas also as we understand it, will go onto that pre-B grid. Coming up for you next then here at Glanny Gauls on your Alpha Live broadcast of round 2 of the Club 100 Cadet and Junior Lightweights for 2024. It's going to be our pre-B final for our lightweight cadets. Talk you through the grid then for this one. Apologies that we haven't got our grid graphics that we usually would have. We'll get them up and running as soon as we can. Aaron Hayward will start this one on pole position with Zane Perry alongside. Mason Turner and Dan Griffin will be your second row of the grid. Leo Edger and Jackson Burge will be row number 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Asan Iqbal and Aidan Hammond. Lewis Prendergast and Leo Ryan round out your top 10. Luke Collins and James Wall are on row number 6. Ethan Guest and Harvey Dowler are row number 7. Anthony Charnetki and Fawaz Adra are row number 8. Row 9 is where we find Jack Yates and Thomas Barker. Thomas Hudson and Jacob Wood are on row number 10, and they will be joined by our confirmed top 2 from the pre-C final. Can you tell he's stalling as he brings that up? Oliver Sanderson and Ruben Gardner, confirmed as your top 2 finishers, will join them to complete a 22 kart grid.
Here they are then, just coming out of the pits, number 44, giving a well, and the 30 as well, Antoni Zarnecki and Fawaz Adra, trying to warm up their tyres, I think. But yeah, they'll warm up, guys. Don't worry too much about it. You'll get this whole lap of the circuit to warm them up before we get going with the racing. They'll go through a shorter version of our lap. You can see there they get to the top of the hill and then skip out that carousel section where they come back down the hill and then up again. So we're already approaching Devil's Elbow, ready to start this one. Looks like everyone is in position. No spinners through the elbow as we had in the juniors. Pace car has pulled off. Drivers come to start the finish line, and we are away in the pre-B final for our lightweight cadets. Good start from the front row of the grid. I think that's Aaron Heward in the red, leading the way up the hill. All seem to have got through the first corner all right. Let's see if they can navigate Spoon and make their way down to the carousel as a pack, as well as the challenge for the lead. And one car out wide, I think that was the 29, was it? Or possibly the 23 of Luke Collins. 2 karts at the top of the hill as staff run to help. But the rest of them come down through the carousel. And it's a decent lead already for the man in red in that front cart, and I think it is Aaron Heward. Just refreshing my memory as it was Howard who went through the grids. A bit of pushing and shoving mid-pack there. That won't do you any favours in looking to get to the pre-A final, as across the line we come to complete that first lap, looking for change of position in the middle there. Forgive me, Aaron Heward is in 4th place. It's Zane Perry who's made his way to the front of this one.
Yeah, indeed. Number 16 of Zane Perry leading, and he had a great start there from second on the grid as they streamed through, just looking for drivers who may have had an issue. So Luke Collins is had some kind of issue there. And there's the interesting one. Just as we saw in the previous race, jump start penalty has just shown up on timing to us for Zane Perry. And that is going to be a 2-place position. Now, that's the second time in a row that we've seen the second place driver on the grid get that. As that's a moment there for the 32 of Dan Griffin is out off of the circuit. I think that's up towards the top of the circuit around about compression.
It was, yeah, he just cut across the shop as quick as a flash there, Howard. Is easy enough to miss, but yeah, not a great end to the race for Dan Griffin, who started this one in 4th. Fastest lap goes to Jackson Burge in 5th that time round, and Zane Perry is under a bit of pressure now from 34 of Leo Edgar, who's made his way up from 5th on the grid to 2nd place.
Yeah, indeed. So that's the second time that we've seen a jump start from second place on the grid. I don't, you know, it's an open and shut case. If you've crossed the line ahead of the pole sitter, you've crossed the line ahead of the pole sitter. The time loop doesn't lie in that sense. Why is it a possibility to happen here? Well, it's because of how pole position works here. As many drivers improve the fastest lap of the race. Pole is on the right-hand side, but the racing line is on the left. And what that means is that your second place driver always has an eye on just following that line through and trying to get the better of the pole sitter as they cross the line. Now, if they've got their eyes fixated on the apex of turn number 1, they've not got their eye fixated on necessarily on the pole sitter. And you need to have that awareness to avoid jumping the start. I just think it is a trap that you can fall into here more than other circuits because of how pole position relates to the racing line. Challenge, though, for the lead down through the compression corner and into Devil's Elbow. Leo Edger now really applying pressure to Zane Perry. Edger is already net in the lead of this race, of course, with the penalty to be applied to Perry. But A, I'm sure he'd like to lead it on the road so he can control it. And B, it depends whether he's clocked that or not.
He's got a much better run up the hill, has Leo. He's around the outside and he's ahead of Zane Perry before even getting into that right-hand kink. Great slingshot off the first corner, and he leads now coming down into the carousel. Ashan Iqbal behind and Mason Turner as well. They've joined onto this one, as has Jackson Burge. That top 5 now you can see on your screens. Can anyone get back at Leo, or is he going to get away with things in the final 6 minutes of this race?
Yeah, this is a difficult moment for Leo. I think we've said it already, possibly during the paddock walk. This is a difficult circuit for race management because of the slipstream. To break away is really quite difficult. At Assan Iqbal, I think they're under pressure. Indeed, he is, from Jackson Burge, who has got the better of him. Trying to get involved as well is Mason Turner. So all quite close together as they come up the Dragon Straight. And this actually might give the lifeline to Leo Edger because he's effectively got, there's a contact warning for Jackson Burge, so he's got to be careful he doesn't accrue too many of these. But if they keep fighting over third place, it may actually give Leo a lifeline because he's effectively got a sort of rear gunner in the form of Zane Perry, insofar as Zane has that penalty and so is kind of like a sort of nullified second place behind him, but still physically acts as a block. And that might allow him to get up ahead. Obviously, there's still an incentive to Zane to get by on Leo because he wants to negate that penalty as much as possible. And 2 positions added to second place is worse than 2 positions added to first place. As they come across the line again then, Edger, Perry, Burge, Iqbal and Hammond, your top 5. New fastest lap of the race from Harvey Dowler. Not the first time he's got the fastest lap of the race. Went by on Leo Ryan for 8th place as well for good measure on that last lap. Brilliant stream of cars. This is what we love about Club 100 Cadets as they come up around the top of the hill. Perry challenging for the lead on Edger here as they go through Spoon. I think he'll have got that job done. Has that left Edger at risk from attack from Jackson Burge, which, remember, is actually for the net lead of the race. They stream through Carousel. It's Perry in first. It's still Edger in second and in that net lead as a result. Assan Iqbal, though, it looks to me, has got the better of Jackson Burge and is up into third place.
Yeah, great stuff from these cadets. There's still 4.5 minutes of this race to go. We see them coming through Devil's Elbow. There's a big gaggle of carts now. Once again, Zane Perry has got to the front of it. Leo Edger now in second. Ashan Iqbal is in third. Lewis Prendergast now makes his way up to fourth.
Look out for Harvey Dowler here. He's played himself into this one nicely. We've seen several fastest laps from him. He's part of this main pack now as they go side by side for the lead again. Zane Perry under attack from Leo Edger. Edger's trying to go around the outside and he's going to run out of room, is he? No, Zane Perry is going to give him racing room. That's good racing etiquette from the 2 of them there, side by side down the hill. The 40 is Asad Iqbal, though. Iqbal to the inside as well. So Leo Edger gets to the lead of the race once again. Asad Iqbal battling to get by, and Prendergast has got through in all of that as well. Prendergast judged that one beautifully through Carousel and up the hill to get by on Iqbal and Perry.
We got
There's a driver off at the back.
Well,
yeah,
I'm not quite sure who that is. They're looking to get going again, but we'll confirm that as they cross the line, or if we get a sight of their number now. But Leo Edger now in the lead. Lewis Prendergast has made it up to third. Assan Iqbal is still third. Zane Perry now down in fourth as Jackson Burge
maintains position in 5th. Leo Ryan is 6th. Aidan Hammond 7th. Mason Turner 8th. And 9th is Aaron Heward, our pole sitter.
Yeah, absolutely. Prendergast up in 2nd place, and now Leo Edger does not have a sort of nullified 2nd place driver behind him, as Zane Perry provided it with that jump start penalty hanging over him. It is now an out-and-out battle for the lead of this one. Leo Edger, Luke Prendergast and Hassan Iqbal.
It's very close between the three of them, and we've got 3 minutes remaining. Lewis Prendergast has made his way up from 9th. Hassan Iqbal started 7th, and our race leader started 5th, so some really good racing already. There's going to be about 3 or 4 more laps to go as they cross the start-finish line again. Aidan Hammond has made his way up to 6th, past Leo Ryan in this gaggle of karts, although the top 5 appear to have gotten away, so perhaps that overtaking manoeuvre has cost Aidan and Leo a little bit of time relative to this front group. Round we come again into the right-hander, going back down towards the carousel. Lewis not quite close enough to have a look here, although perhaps he's just biding his time, keeping in close contention with Leo Edger and quite close contention with Hassan Iqbal.
Yeah, that was a good run off of the corner for Hassan Iqbal, but it didn't pay off. He's on the outside now, and Zane Perry's going to try and get through, look through for Jackson Burge as well, trying to have a go, but Iqbal's going to try and come back, and there's a bit of contact there as well in the middle of that, and was that that's Jackson Burge who's gone round off the back of that. I'm pretty confident it's him as well as they come across the line. And indeed, Jackson Burge is dropping down the order, and that's opened the floodgates for other drivers to get involved here. So Mason Turner has turned up for the party, as has Aaron Haywood. They're all going to be battling away here. The lead battle, though, going up the hill side by side, and this is legitimately for position this time between Edger in the 38 and Prendergast in the 50. They're both at the moment on for promotion onto the Pre-A final grid, but they'd both, I'm sure, like the race win. It'll be this lap plus another, as a big pack of cars battling away behind them as well. But good drive off the corner there for Prendergast, but he can't do anything with the overspeed. Edger positioning his kart well there to just dissuade any attempt at a move as they come down through the compressions.
Yeah, great stuff all round. There's a minute left of this one, so they'll get another lap in at the end of this one. Can Prendergast get a good exit out of club? He's certainly going for it there. Look at it, he's set himself up for a run up the hill. There's no room on the inside though, Howard.
It's 2 more laps. The last lap board was not shown. They crossed the line with enough time, as Zane Perry in the draft is going to get by on Prendergast. And once again, we're back to the situation we had a few laps ago, where you had Leo Edger in first, and then Zane Perry in second on the road, but not a net second, and therefore acting as a little bit of a block to others, as Leo Ryan has played himself into that. The 63 up in 5th place there. You can see just going defensive. Zane Perry with good drive out of the carousel. Is he going to try and go for the lead of the race? Remember, he still benefits because he negates some of his penalties. He's going to get the switchback move into the compressions. He's going to be ahead. He is going to be ahead. And then it leaves the 2 behind him to battle away. It's Prendergast trying to have a move on Edger again. But still, it's Leo Edger. He clips the curb, though. That's going to really upset his momentum coming onto the new lap. It actually gives Zane Perry the opportunity to break away. Look at this, 3 wide across the line here. That is between, there's got crash there between the 39 and the 79. That's Aidan Hammond in the 79. That's Aaron Haywood in the 39. And it's all come to blows there for them in club corner, unfortunately. Leo Edger is still in the net lead of this race in that 34 kart as we are on the last lap of the race. Zane Perry in the 16 in the red helmet and suit. He is in the lead on the road, but he has a penalty hanging over him. It's all about Leo Edger here in second place, and he's had a bad run off the
inside, Howard.
Absolutely. He had a bad run off of carousel there, did Edger, and Prendergast is through. They're still both in the net promotion spots, though. But Leo Ryan has played himself right into this in that 63 car at the last moment. Down the hill they come for the last time in this race. Zane Perry will cross the line to take the win on the road, but it will be, as far as we can tell, it'll be Lewis Prendergast who crosses the line to take the win and the promotion spot. Leo Edger just misses out on the winner, having led so much, but he will at least bag that last promotion spot. Leo Ryan in 4th place. He'll be one to watch in the B final later on. Hassan Iqbal had a lot of good racing out there for 5th. Mason Turner in 6th. James Wall in 7th. Jack Yates in 8th. Fawaz Adra in 9th. And 10th, well, rounding out the top 10, is Thomas Barker. Then it was Anthony Czernecki. Jackson Burge in the end recovering to 12th place. Harvey Dowler, we saw great pace from him as well, but it didn't quite come through in the result in 13th, Oliver Sanderson 14th, and I'll stop at 15th with Ethan Guest. Definitely the most action-packed race we've had so far today, Jacob.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from our Cadet Pre-B final. Next up, we've got Junior Lightweight Pre-B. Here we go then for the Junior Lightweight Pre-B final. The karts are just about getting out on circuit. There you go, you can see them there. Starting on pole position for this one, Elliot Goddard in the number 30 kart with Thomas Hughes alongside him on the front row. Identical qualification lap times for those two are 50.232. Just 300ths behind them was Charlie Wainwright in third. Dan Treadwell starts this one in fourth. Charlie Foster will be in fifth alongside Ollie White in sixth. Salvador Newman starts seventh ahead of Tom Wainwright in eighth. Jack Philbott and Dan Shaw are ninth and 10th. Max Chapman will start 11th ahead of Connor Thompson in 12th. 13th is Lucas Biggs, 14th for Flynn Perry. Henry Lopez Gracie, who I spoke to earlier on in the Paddock show, starts this one in 15th. Harry Clark will be 16th with Jude Kellyher in 17th. Jack Whitehouse starts in 18th. James Edwards 19th. 20th goes to John Bolter. Alexander Catlow in 21st. 22nd will be Edgar Armendares Bocanegra. Excuse me, I needed to take a breath before that surname. Samuel Chilton will be 23rd, and 24th will be Ned Booth. I think we are being joined by two drivers from our C final, but we haven't got time to announce those because we are getting underway. Here it is then. Junior Lightweight Pre-B final. Good start from the front row. I don't think we've got a jump start as we've had in so many races already today. They march on up the hill. It's a great run for the orange suited car, who I believe is Thomas Hughes in the number 51. A couple of cars running wide there, but I think we've all survived and we'll make it down to the carousel. No,
we haven't all survived. Just to confirm, by the way, it was Yusuf Yakub and Yayan Thomas who are our promotees from that Pre-C final. That looked like an unfortunate moment there for Dan Shaw in the 101, who's recovering back onto the circuit as the main pack filter through the top part of the last sector here before they start coming back down the hill.
Look at that lead Thomas Hughes has got already. Fantastic opening lap from him. We did not have a false start, so he will hold that lead now. Let's see just how big it is as they cross the start-finish line. It's up to almost a second already, Howard. Really, really good first lap from Tom Hughes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's not my call to make, folks, I definitely stress that, but I think, unlike the other times we've seen a great start from second on the grid, I think based on the timing they had across the line, he did not misjudge that. He judged that perfectly. I don't think that will come through as a jump start. Not my call to make, not an official claim. But according to timing, as they crossed the line, the pole sitter was the first to cross the line. So it looks to me like Thomas Hughes judged that really nicely.
And we've seen no penalty either. Salvador Newman has had an even better first lap. He's up to second from 7th on the grid. Yeah. And also massively benefiting was the name you just mentioned, Yusuf Yakub. He won the Pre-C. He's already up to 13th in the Pre-B. That's one to watch out for as we get through the race. He's battling with Jude Kelleher and Lucas Biggs down in 11th. And in fact, Jude Kelleher and Yusuf Yakub have now made it up to 10th and 11th. Excellent stuff from the two of them.
It's the point you made earlier, isn't it? You get your eye in on the track conditions and on the race conditions, and it just pays dividends when you put onto the back of the next grid. Good first lap as well from I've lost all the timing now from the first lap. We had a few big promotions there at the start of that race. But yeah, fastest lap of the race was Salvador Newman, pushing hard to keep Thomas Hughes honest and not let him break away from this one at the head of the field.
Yeah, he's halved that second lead that Hughes pulled out over the first lap. You can see Yakub there in the middle of this pack working his way through the field. And indeed, there goes that lead that Thomas Hughes had, followed closely through club by Salvador Newman. They're both shrimping up the hill. Newman trying to get the slipstream on Hughes. Let's see if he can shape up a move into this fast right-hander. He can't quite get there this time, but going down into carousel, he's going to be very close. Bumps over the curb there on that corner, and I think that has erased the advantage he was going to have heading down the hill.
Yeah, now what you don't want to do, really, it's an interesting call, really, whether Salvador goes for the move or not. He clearly feels he has the pace, over Tom Hughes, and he has, in fairness, been able to whittle down that gap. But of course, and he's going for it into compression, and that's not, I mean, it's dramatic stuff side by side, but it's just opening the door to Elliot Goddard to buy into these promotion spots again. This is Christmas come early for Goddard. Look at him now all over the back of Salvador Newman. And what I was about to say is if he's going for a move, Salvador has to make it work, as we've got a driver off there. It looks quite hard actually into the tyres. The driver's out and looks fundamentally okay, but that's, we'll just double check on timing who that is coming through. I think it's Abandera's Bacanegra. Yeah, I think that might be the driver of the 49, unfortunately, and I think that was at the top of the hill because that's where we can see a yellow flag out. But yeah, Thomas Hughes leads, Salvador Newman in second, but Elliot Goddard has been brought right in. No, sorry, it must be in this part of the lap because they're all holding their hands up to acknowledge the yellow flag there. There's Dan Treadwell in the 67, just going through shot, running in fifth place. And the driver we sort of missed out in that rundown is the 52 of Jack Philpott. He's in fourth. So it's Hughes, Newman, Goddard, Philpott and Treadwell, your top five. And yeah, I could see what Salvador's thinking was. I think he was like, I've caught up to this guy so quickly, I must have the pace to break away if I get by. But unfortunately, you can get moves done into compression, but you really have to have the advantage going in. And yeah, the little gap that they had to those behind has definitely evaporated now. They're still battling away, though, as there's yellow flags out at Carousel as well. I just wonder if they would have benefited. It's easy for me to say, sat in this extremely comfortable comms position, but I just wonder if they'd have done better to work together to maybe build up a gap.
Potentially, yeah. I think this series of yellow flags that we've seen has neutralised any advantage.
That's true.
They would have gained from working together. They still have a little bit of breathing space to Elliot Goddard now, our pole sitter. So, yeah, great stuff from the front row of this race. Newman now chasing Hughes up the hill once more, and hopefully, by the looks of it, from what I can see out the window, we're going to get a clean lap in.
Yeah, Tom Wainwright is up to sixth place, but it may have come by maybe through ill-gotten means from the perspective of race control. They've issued a bump and pass penalty to him, which will be 4 positions added to wherever he classifies at the end of the race. Likewise, overtaking under yellows for the number 88 of Alexander Catlow. So that'll be a penalty for him as well, as we've got some frenetic battling there coming out of the carousel. But around the top part of the third sector now comes Hughes, still in the lead of this race, but under a lot of pressure here as they come down through Devil's Elbow.
Yeah, I think perhaps after that failed overtake, Salvador Newman may be biding his time, although Thomas Hughes sets a slightly faster lap time than him that time around. Down Treadwell steals the fastest lap almost as quickly as Tom Hughes got it. So we are looking at some very fast drivers at the front of this.
Oh, there's a big move. That's Tom Wainwright, I think, having a go at Elliot Goddard. And has he made that stick? He has, yeah. So he's through, but there's it's getting very robust down there through the carousel, and that's going to put a few drivers with their wheels dipping onto the grass. So that's Henry Lopes-Gracie coming to the fore of that one, but it's definitely starting to get a little bit.
He's already got a bump and pass.
Yeah, he has. He's got to be careful.
If he acts like that, and a contact warning for our second place man Salvador Newman.
Yeah,
which would have been on Thomas Hughes. I think he's been close enough to any of the other karts.
Yeah.
At any stage of this race, there's all change in that mid-pack. Yusuf Yakub has made his way up to 9th. Jude Kelleher just in front of Yusuf. They've been side by side for most of this race. Once again, Dan Treadwell is your fastest man so far in this race. That's the little purple icon you can see on your timing. Still only 10th in at the front. Here are our lead two, Thomas Hughes and Salvador Newman.
Now they're sort of doing what I think works well in a way of just working together. The thing is that Jack Philpott has really come to the foreground here in third place, and the battling behind him is so intense that it's hard to see how more people are going to manage to come to the fore here. As still there's this Tom Wainwright battling away. That's with, I think that might have been Ollie White that he was having a battle with there. So Thomas Hughes leads, but only by 3/10 over Salvador Newman. A further 9/10 back from them is Jack Philpott, and then it's 1.3 seconds back to Henry Lopes-Gracie and Dan Treadwell. They've now got a bit of a gap over Max Chapman in the 91, as that's Harry Clark going for a move. through Spoon.
Very close again between the front two and to the inside. Nope, not this time around. Salvador Newman thinks better of it.
Yeah, and I think Salvador's playing this a bit more wisely than earlier on. You could see there he did actually have the overspeed coming off the carousel, but I think he realised that if he went for a move there through the right-handers, it would be for a gap that was always going to close. And he's thinking more about this part of the lap. Little look over the shoulders from Thomas Hughes.
They're as close as they've ever been, Howard, but I don't think Newman quite has the speed up the straight. You can see there he follows him in once again into that right-hander.
Yeah.
He seems to be able to get closer after carousel.
Yeah, what he's trying to do is he's trying to get the switch back, i.e. the later apex out of that right-hander and then give himself a run down the hill towards carousel. You can get the move done under braking into carousel. The thing is, it's a much shorter braking zone than you might think, considering it's a downhill run to carousel, but because of the apex speed of carousel, you don't actually need to shave off that much speed. So it can be done, but you've got to have a really good run down the hill, and you've got to kind of get your nose alongside even before you're braking, really, to seal the deal. Onto a new lap they go then, 90 seconds on the clock, so it'll be, I'd have thought this would be the penultimate lap. John Bolter now sets the fastest lap of the race down in 10th place. Jack Philpott there all running a bit of a quiet one in many ways now, just hoping, I think, that this lead battle comes back to him as they maybe start to break rank from the standard racing line. And there's a defensive move from Thomas Hughes there. He does not want that, but that's going to surely give an opportunity off the corner. No, he positions his car really nicely there to prevent Salvador from getting overspeed off the corner.
Penalty for Dan Shaw. That's an ROG, which means restart on grass. You're not allowed to restart these karts from a grassy position. You have to wheel them back onto the tarmac, otherwise you spin up the clutch and do more damage than good. So ROG is a restart on grass for Dan White. We have been shown the last lap board. This will be the final tour of the circuit. Tom Hughes still leads Salvador Newman by 2/10 going over the line that time.
Good battle for third place that's built up here as well. Lopes Gracie is caught up to the back of Philpott here, and I think they might be thinking, well, it's on the last lap, so legitimate fight here over third place.
Lopez Gracie with a bump and pass penalty to hand as well, so he's looking to maximise his points haul, given that he'll be getting a 4-place deduction at the end. Looks like Newman, unfortunately, can't, for him anyway, can't get close enough to Thomas Hughes, but fortunately for Thomas Hughes, he's in the last couple of corners now. Philpott has lost out to Lopez Gracie.
Yeah.
By the looks of things for third place, but we'll retain that after penalties. But round the final corner comes Thomas Hughes. A big clap from Salvador Newman. The two of them will be going on to the Pre-A final. Lopez Gracie crosses the line in third. Jack Philpott in fourth. Dan Treadwell finishes this one in fifth. Max Chapman is in sixth. Jude Kelleher is seventh, with John Bolter at that fastest lap in eighth. Harry Clark finishes ninth, and 10th goes to Ollie White with that pole sitter. Elliot Clark just outside the top 10.
Absolutely. Bit of a frenetic one, that. Plenty of action coming up next for you here at GYG. It's your Pre-A final for lightweight cadets. Still going to have to do this a little bit old school then for this one and read out the grids to you. We'll try and get the graphics as soon as we can. Your grid then for your cadet Pre-A final. Ellis Cox will start this one on pole position in the number 38. Joseph Mills alongside him in 31. Bertie Hodgson and Lewis Tracy are row number 2, with Oliver Peters and Ayrton Lima Evans rounding out the third row of the grid. Oliver Yangu is next with Finley Strang alongside, and then it's Hayden Adams and Miles Harrison to round out your top 10. Peter Lee and Jacob Cipregi are on row number 6. It'll be Matteo Ehrenfeuchter and Charlie Cipregi who make up row number 7. Row number 8 will be Elijah Hazelwood and Joseph East. Thomas Welsford and Adi Manu are row number 9, and your confirmed promotees from the Cadet Pre-B final will be Lewis Prendergast and Leo Edger, which is good because that's how we called them across the line, so we didn't make a mistake there. That was indeed a penalty for Zane Perry that came to apply there. So here we go then into our first A-tier race of the day. 130 points on offer for the winner of this one, remember. and that is equal to what you get in the finals, as I reminded at the very top of the stream. We use the term pre-final and final. It does determine trophy wins towards the end of the day, but in terms of championship points, they're evenly weighted. Your winner in both the pre-A final and the A final back at Rye House for round 1 was Matteo Ehrenfeuchter. He starts this one from 13th. The odds are that we are looking at the potential for a different winner here. Here we go then. Ellis Cox leads them away in the number 38 as they stream through Paddock, Club Corner, excuse me, for the first time on this one. The wonderful sight of a pack of Club 100 Cadet carts heading up the hill. It looks to me like it's been a decent start from Lewis Tracy in the number 12 card. I think he might have got himself up into second place indeed. Was he able to challenge Ellis Cox as they go through the corner for the first time and down through Carousel? Still...
Excuse me, Cox still holds the lead, but yeah, under intense pressure there from the green and helmeted youngster, we believe is Lewis Tracy. Started in 4th.
Yeah, indeed. It is indeed Lewis Tracy in second place in that number 12 car, who's had a great start to the race. Is that Oliver Peters as well, who's got through? We're going to just confirm this one as they come across the line. It is. Oliver Peters in the 15 has also had a great start to get up into 13th. So it's Ellis Cox who's retained the lead, which is not always so easy around this GYG circuit on the first lap, but he's managed to make it work. Lewis Tracy is right in his slipstream though now, and with a little bit of breathing space to Oliver Peters behind. This is an opportunity for Lewis Tracy to challenge, but that's really nice positioning from Ellis Cox there as they stream through through the spoon section of the lap. In 4th place, you've got Bertie Hodgson as they come round the top part of the lap.
It's been a good first lap for Oliver Peters, for Oliver Yangu, and for Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, who's made his way up to 7th. He's made the biggest gains on that first lap. As mentioned, he started 13th after winning both the pre-A and the A final at Rye House. He's doing all right for now, but he's got 6 more places to get if he wants another win here in this. Ellis Cox still holds that lead from Lewis Tracy. You can see going up the hill there, Ellis's long hair flapping in the wind coming out the back of his helmet. We spoke to Ellis earlier in the Paddock show. Have a rewind to lunchtime if you want to find that.
Absolutely, it's always a very distinctive. You can always spot Ellis in that regard with his hair there, and he's controlling this one really well at the front of the race. The fastest lap of the race at the moment is actually with the driver down in 14th place. That is Ayrton Lima Evans in the number 65. Early laps yet in the race, but good initial pace and showing how strong. I mean, you can see the string of karts here in the cadets. This is what we get with cadet racing. Massive slipstream effect from a huge string of karts, all lying astern. Coming on to lap number 4 then. Once again, Lewis Tracy, you can see the gesticulation there from Oliver Peters to say, can we work together to catch up to these guys? He doesn't want a challenge from Bertie Hodgson behind in that number 61 kart.
Bertie seemed to give him the okay for it as well.
Yeah, this is always the thing. Is it's always difficult for the driver in front to get the message that you've acknowledged it.
Yes.
Yeah, but to be fair, they've had a great first set to there. They're now right on the tail of Lewis Tracy. So I'd say Peters and Hodgson have done a really good job of bringing themselves into this one. Then there is Oliver Yangu in the 18, who's defending sort of the next pack, as it were. Joseph Mills, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, Hayden Adams, Miles Harrison, all in that pack.
I think Ehrenfeuchter's got ahead of Mills there for 6th place, as it looked to be him challenging Yangu for 5th. We'll confirm that now as they come over the line. Yes, for Ehrenfeuchter up to 6th. The front two have a little bit of a gap now going up the hill.
And interesting, that looked to me like Ellis Cox was giving the gesture to say, let's work together to pull out a bit of a gap. I think he's detected that the others have caught up here, and he's trying to appeal to Lewis Tracy to say, let's pull back away from them so we can enjoy our fight in peace. As they head down the hill, the sun streaming back down on the circuit here at GYG, which is lovely to see. Out of Carousel they come. Tricky double apex left-hander, and then it's about going through this right-hander and positioning yourself nicely for the compression through this right-hander. You don't want to throw it all at that, otherwise you'll compromise your line through the left-hander. So it's about getting a late apex there, then through Devil's Elbow and getting drive again as you come down through the dip, and positioning yourself as well as possible for Paddock, which leads on to a crucial Obviously, you've got Club Corner, but exit from Paddock Corner is crucial to have a good run here up the Dragon Straight on a new lap. And another gesture there from Bertie Hodgson as Oliver Yangu has been able to break away from the pack behind him and has caught up onto the back of Bertie Hodgson here. So really good few laps from Oliver Yangu there to bring himself back into play in this top 5. Oh, and there's an incident there. Miles Harrison is round. I think he's the only one to be facing the wrong way off the back of that one. But that would have been from around about 6th, 7th or 8th place sort of region. It's a costly moment there for the driver of the number 22, the driver who comes into today second in the championship and finished there last season. That was a costly moment for Miles.
Yeah, the third and a second at Rye House, but it looks like the podium might elude him in this race. Cox still leads, Tracy second, Oliver Peters third, Bertie Hodgson fourth, Oliver Yangu in fifth. Aaron Freuchter now, you can see there on his own slightly. He's a bit behind the top 5, but a bit ahead of the remaining pack, now headed by Ayrton Lima Evans in 7th after that incident there for the number 22 of Miles Harrison. Then we've got Elijah Hayward and then the siblings whose surname is extremely hard to pronounce for someone of my reading difficulties, but Chipregis are 9th and 10th. Lewis Prendergast, who made his way up from the pre-C final, is up to 11th, a strong showing from him.
Yes, indeed, just under 5 minutes left on the clock then. Ellis Cox leads this one. Lewis Tracy, though, keeping him very honest at the front of this one. In fact, we've got a breakaway pack of 5 here. Ellis Cox, Lewis Tracy, Oliver Peters, Bertie Hodgson, and Oliver Yangu. And then Matteo Ehrenfeuchter has buoyed himself to the front of the next pack ahead of Ayrton Lima Evans, Elijah Hazelwood as well. We haven't mentioned Elijah that much so far, but the driver who carries that number 3 plate, courtesy of finishing in 3rd place in the championship last year, is there in 8th place. Charlie Cipregi and Jacob Cipregi round out the top 10. Into carousel come our top 5.
I think I saw Ellis Cox give a little thumbs up going up the hill that time. I would assume that's for Lewis Tracy pushing him, but not pushing him off.
Yeah, we haven't spoken that much about bump drafting, but again, that's something else that comes into play here. You can use the slipstream to try and overtake, or you can basically just power. You can line yourself up in series, basically. 2 kart engines better than one being the principal, and push yourselves forward. See it very often in NASCAR.
Yeah, there's a thumbs up once again from Cox. It looks like they are bump drafting up that straight. Aaron Freuchter looks like he's dropped back into the pack behind rather than catching up with this. And you can see at the back of these shots now that he's been caught up by Lima Evans and the Cipregi siblings. Coming down the hill, Cox, another thumbs up, or is he might just be stretching his hand there. He's done it a number of times.
It could be given a thumbs up. It could be, I mean, you know.
And in fact,
very happy
one
position.
of the Cipregis has got past Aaron Freuchter.
Yeah.
For 6th, just behind there.
So Elijah Hazelwood has got
Elijah Hazelwood, yeah.
Yeah.
The number 3, 3rd in the championship currently after finishing in 2nd and 7th at Rye House. Now looking to add a 6th to his tally for the year.
Here we go again. Oliver Peters, though, is right with them this time. If anything, he can help them bump draft if he is so inclined. Or is he there to, you know, disrupt the battle somewhat? Elijah Hazelwood with the fastest lap of the race as well as he gets by on Matteo Ehrenfeuchter. That's a wide moment for Ellis Cox. That is a wide moment for Ellis Cox, and is that going to give the opportunity? He's going to be on the inside. It's going to have to be a move around the outside for Lewis Tracy if he's going to make it stick. He doesn't make it stick, but that leaves him exposed to attack from Oliver Peters. Can Peters find a way through? I'm not sure he can. And after all of that drama, it stays as they were, but it's brought Bertie Hodgson closer onto the back of Peters, and it's brought Oliver Yangu closer as well. And that fastest lap of the race from Elijah Hazelwood is significant because he now begins his bid to break away from this second pack behind and catch up to this pack. He wants to join this party as well, does Hazelwood. I think you can see the possibilities of a good, there's definitely a good opportunity for him here. If these drivers start to battle, and surely they will, as we get into the late game of this race, there could be real opportunity here for Elijah Hazelwood if he can retain the lead of that group, which he's under challenge, definitely being challenged by Aaron Feuchter and Ayrton Lima Evans as well in that 65 kart. So there's quite a few different plots here that need to play out over the course of the next minute and a half or so.
Yeah, Nothing so far this lap from Lewis Tracy, but that last lap was definitely an indication of how long is left in this race. Just a minute and a half showing they'll complete this lap. We'll watch out for the last lap board as they come across. I think they might just sneak in.
They might get two
two
more,
laps.
mightn't they?
We will see now.
Yeah.
We'll find out in the next 5 seconds or so. But Tracy is certainly going to look to challenge Ellis Cox on this last lap, on this next lap, regardless of if it's the last lap, and it isn't, Howard. We'll get 2 more.
Penultimate lap then. Once again, the bump draft gestures going on between the top 2. They've just managed to steal away a little bit again from Oliver Peters in 3rd place. In fact, Peters up under a little bit of pressure from Hodgson, it looks to me, as once again Hazelwood is absorbing a lot of pressure as well. Stays as they were once again between himself, Aaron Foyter, and Lima Evans. But a good little battle. There's Matteo Aaron Foyter going a little bit defensive in the number 6 car, but he goes out wide at the carousel, and that's going to allow Ayrton Lima Evans to get by, surely, unless he can keep his foot in it on the inside. No, he can't. So that is a move there for 7th place. Ayrton Lima Evans up to 7th at the cost of Matteo Aaron Foyter. And he's racing well, make no mistake about that, but it's definitely looking unlikely that we'll see a repeat performance of his results from Rye House. Here we go then. On to the last lap. Ellis Cox has been controlling this one brilliantly throughout the race. Has Lewis Tracy been assessing where the opportunity may be on this last lap for him to put a move in on the lead of the race? Surely Ellis Cox will go a bit shallow on the entry into this corner. Indeed he does. And it's allowing Oliver Peters to close right up to them as well. On the run down towards Carousel, he's going to stay to the racing line as Ellis Cox. Doesn't think anyone's close enough to go for the move. And he's right in that assessment. Controlling this one brilliantly is Ellis. It's not just about throwing nice defensive moves. He's knowing when not to throw the moves as well and keep up the momentum. Bertie Hodgson is closing in on Oliver Peters, but as they come down through the corner, it's going to take something special for them to put in a move here. Coming round Paddock corner then, Ellis Cox has controlled this one beautifully, and he's going to take the win in the Pre-A final for lightweight cadets for round 2 here at GYG. Lewis Tracy finishes 2nd, Oliver Peters in 3rd, Bertie Hodgson in 4th, ahead of Oliver Yangu. Elijah Hazelwood hung on for 6th there, with Matteo Aaron Foyter in 7th place. Ayrton Lima Evans in 8th, 9th for Charlie Cipraghi, and Hayden Adams rounds out your top 10. There weren't actually huge numbers of moves in some ways, but a highly entertaining race there nonetheless there, Jacob. Some really good driving.
Great stuff from all our cadets. Looking forward to the A final later on this afternoon. But first, we move on to our junior lightweight Pre-A.
Let's take a look at We're going to take a look at the grid. There we go. Nathan James Boyle will start this one from pole positions. Samuel Masters, we've got the grid music as well. There we go. Samuel Masters will start this one alongside Tom Smith, and Bobby McGeer make up the 2nd row of the grid. Jacob McQueel and Ben Yangu are on row number 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Finn Davis and Jake Renshaw. Leo Jackson and Max Kilby round out your top 10. Dylan Edwards and Charlie Walmsley ride on row number 6. Then it's Jacob Lammas and Hudson Gordon Huntley. Max Housley and Liam Martin Bradley are on row number 8. Rory O'Regan, who comes into today leading the championship, is there on row number 9 with Oliver Armiger alongside. Rounding out the top 20 will be Olivier Picula and Toby Edelston. Hudson Barker Dix and Zachary Watson are on row 11. Row 12 is Thomas Hughes and Salvador Newman. And that includes our promotees, because Thomas Hughes won that race. So that is your full grid of 24 karts for the Pre-A final in lightweight juniors for round number 2.
Here we go then, round the last corner, and away we go for the Pre-A final. Good start from pole position, good start from 2nd place. Nathan James Boyle and Samuel Masters lead the way up the hill.
They do, looks like.
Oh, there's a hand signal there from Samuel Masters, or was he just straightening his glove out? It looked like he was gesturing to someone, but it all seems fine now as they come through. Spoon at the top of the hill. No significant dramas. The 25 of Nathan James Boyle leads in that dark blue get-up with the black and red of Samuel Masters. Gloves firmly on now in 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely, as they come around the top of the hill for the first lap. And down through the compressions, and that's an instant there. Driver spun round, and that's unfortunately right to the back of the pack for that driver. Will double check them on timing as they come through. They will. I'm
change for the lead,
sorry
Howard.
to say. Good point. Change for the lead. Samuel Masters has got the better of Nathan James Boyle there as they come onto lap number 2. And it was Tom Smith who spun down there all the way from, he was very high up. I think he was in 4th place when he spun around there, actually.
He started in 3rd. Full conversation going on there between Sam Masters and Nathan James Boyle up the hill. Sam really wasn't looking where he was going there. But he seems to have managed not looking where he's going, because he's out in the lead of this one. Looks to have already got a bit of a gap on Nathan James Boyle. So an excellent start from the man who was 2nd place on the grid for this one. Just less than a 10th between them in qualifying. So naturally.
Sorry to cut across you there, mate. 3 wide in the background coming to compression. And I think we've ended up with one of the drivers off onto the grass there. So I'm expecting to see quite a bit of change from 6th place down here this time around. Charlie Walmsley Rides got up to 6th place. And I think that was a costly moment. And there is a driver off in that part of the lap. Hudson Gordon Huntley lost a number of positions. But I'm wondering, Max Kilby has dropped right down the order then. Another driver dropping multiple positions.
For the number 75, I think that is
Jacob Aquil.
Yeah, top of his qualifying group, but on top of Combe by the looks of things, at the top of the hill there. Top 5 have kind of broken away a bit, Howard, as we cut back to them here. But is that a change for the lead? I think Nathan James Boyle is back ahead. Yes, he is, by some distance. Sam Masters is in trouble.
Sam Masters still in the lead. He's just crossed the timing line. So that was Nathan James Boyle and Leo Jackson doing battle over 2nd place. What threw us there is how much of a gap that Sam Masters has been able to pull out at the front. There is a battle further down. I think that's Charlie Walmsley Ride and Bobby McGeer battling away in that sort of 2nd pack. Here is your battle for 2nd place, though, and Leo Jackson has got to the 4 of that now. So Leo Jackson, through the top part of the 1st sector, has got up into 2nd place. So it's now Leo Jackson in 2nd, Nathan James Boyle in 3rd, ahead of Ben Yangu and Finn Davies. As down the inside there goes Finn Davies on Ben Yangu. They're going to be side by side through Devil's Elbow. It doesn't pay off. It does unfortunately lose them quite a stack of time, so they'll need to work together if at all possible to stay on terms with Jackson and Boyle ahead of them. New fastest lap of the race from Samuel Masters. He knows this is the opportunity now. He's going to try and break away by setting lap after lap, and those battling behind him is just fine by him.
Yeah, Yangu and Davis really need to work together at this point. Valiant attempt at the overtake, but now is the time to get your heads down and get after Leo Jackson, Nathan James Boyle, and if possible, Sam Masters. But he's looking imperious out in front.
Yeah, Bobby McGurr has pulled away there nicely.
Penalty for Leo Jackson. It's a bump and pass, so that will be on Nathan James Boyle. That's the position that he's made up in the last couple of laps. We see them there coming through shot. Leo Jackson in the yellow helmet has got a bump and pass, presumably for pass on Nathan James Boyle in the dark blue and number 25. The two of them continue to chase down Samuel Masters as they come round. Again, they were quicker that time. Leo Jackson taking only 200ths of a second, unfortunately, out of Sam Masters. So Sam Masters still very much in control. Nathan James Boyle will A, not be happy with the move that put him down into 3rd place, and B, be keen to get as close to Samuel Masters as he can, but he'll know that they need to work together in order to do so, I think.
4 positions, as there's a cone warning as well coming in for Leo Jackson, albeit that's just a warning, not a penalty. But 4 positions it will be added to Leo Jackson for a bump and pass event such as that. There's Samuel Masters coming into shot. Fastest laps of the race coming in from Bobby McGurr are significant because he wants to break away, or he has started to break away in that number 11 car from that 2nd pack of karts. He wants to get onto the back of Ben Yangu. It's a big old gap, 2 seconds he's got to make up, but to be fair, he's got the time. We're only just coming up to the halfway point now. There's a contact warning for Salvador Newman as well. Indeed, how is he doing? He's up to 16th place, having been one of our promotees onto the back of this grid.
Thomas Hughes, the other one, still down in 19th where he started. Interestingly, Howard, you mentioned Bobby McGeer coming through in 6th place. Rory O'Regan is in 7th. So those are the top 2 in the championship after Rye House. Rory O'Regan leading the way. Bobby McGeer in second place. They're in 6th and 7th in this Pre-A final, which is a decent result in itself, but as you mentioned, they will be looking to catch up to this top 5. We're following now through the final section and the Paddock corner as they round for another lap. That gap at the front still at a consistent 1.5 seconds. Second place is Leo Jackson, slightly faster, but only by a 10th on that one. The gap isn't coming down considerably. But behind them, Finn Davis and Ben Yangu continue the chase. There is your 6th place man, Bobby McGeer, and then Rory O'Regan a further 2 seconds behind him. There's 4 minutes left, 4.5 minutes left, so still time to do something, as you said, Howard. But someone's got to get a move on if they're going to make something happen.
Absolutely. Here's your second place battle. Leo Jackson in the 17 with that penalty hanging over him for bump and pass. Nathan Boyle in that third place, but second place net. And then Finn Davis, who's got that fastest lap of the race, trying to hunt them down and get involved in this. Look out for him in the number 35.
We are once again seeing the quickest of the drivers breaking the 50-second barrier. The top 6 drivers in this have all posted 49 point something second lap times. No one else through the pack really setting the track on fire with their pace. But yeah, qualifying, the benchmark was that high 49 second lap time, and it's proven the case in the Pre-A final as well.
It's cooled slightly since we had the sun streaming down on us in the Cadet Pre-A final. Obviously the senior karts go significantly quicker than the senior karts. The senior/junior Club 100 Rotax Evo karts go significantly quicker than the cadet karts, but yeah, not perhaps as optimal conditions as we saw in, say, the first Group A for our lightweight juniors back this morning. There's Ben Yangu coming through, and there's Bobby McGeer chasing through, trying to close that gap to Ben Yangu. And to be fair, Yangu has fallen off the back of Finn Davis a little bit, so he is vulnerable in that he hasn't got a buddy to sort of work with in slipstreaming. Further down the order, Zachary Watson has just got through on Olivier Picula. That is over 11th place. The 32 now ahead of the 16. Still quite a tight pack of karts. It's spread out a little bit in the upper echelons of this race, but still quite a pack of karts in the midfield all the way down. Such is the nature of these Pre-A finals.
Masters' early pace has paid dividends here. He's stretched out a 2.5 lead over Leo Jackson and Nathan James Boyle, and has just held that lead really with consistently good lap times. Always, if not every lap, 49 point something, 49.8 last time around, extended his lead by around a 10th of a second. Leo Jackson and Nathan James Boyle able to respond with 49 point something laps of their own, but nowhere near the deficits they need to be reeling him in at the front of this one. Nathan James Boyle may be content to sit behind in the slipstream of Leo Jackson. He's protected from Finn Davis behind him by that slipstream, and might wonder if he gets ahead again, is he at risk of being overtaken and put in an unfortunate position to which Finn Davis could capitalise.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Good way to be good. Oh, that's a cone penalty for Leo Jackson as well, showing now. So he'll have committed that offence multiple times to get that penalty. It's 5 places, I'm afraid to say, that will now be added to Leo Jackson's final position. He's got the bump and pass, and he's got the cone penalty.
Racking up the penalties does not help you in Club 100. It just drops you further and further down the order at the end of the race. We'll get one more lap after this one, I believe, Howard. I don't think I saw the final lap board up this time round. I didn't.
Not.
So we will be on the penultimate lap now, as I think going for a move there was Nathan James Boyle. I'd looked to the inside at least, but has thought better of it on Leo Jackson, who has 2 penalties, so lucky he hasn't done something he shouldn't have there and given himself a penalty to match. Sam Masters, last year's 3rd place junior lightweight, currently leading this one, as we said, on the penultimate lap. A really good result for him, having not had the best of times at Rye House. A 6th place and a 13th place for him leaves him down in 9th in this year's championship, so a win here will really go a long way to reigniting his title hopes. They are on the last lap now, Howard, and I think you've got something to say.
When do I not? But I think this is going to be Sam Masters' first win. I'm just looking back. He got where he got to in the championship last year by being the king of consistency. Had plenty of second places, had plenty of thirds, but he didn't get the win, and I don't think he has in the past. So I think we're looking here at Samuel Masters coming to. Apologies, Sam, if I've misquoted there, but I think we're seeing him coming down the hill now to take what will be his first A-tier victory in Club 100 Juniors. It sounds so strange saying it because of how competitive he was last year, but he's going to come through the last corner now and take the win in the Pre-A final, and you can see how much it means to him for Samuel Masters to win Pre-A final, to win an A-tier race in Club 100 Juniors. Fantastic result for him. Leo Jackson finishes in second on the road, but will be docked 5 positions, we believe, due to penalties. Nathan James Boyle finishes second, then net. Then it's Finn Davies, who we believe will be classified in third. Ben Yangu was in 5th on the road. Bobby McGee, what a good fight from him up through the order. And Rory O'Regan as well, coming up the order nicely as well. Jake Renshaw, Jacob Lamas, good races for them. And Hudson Gordon-Huntley to round out your top 10 as the last few drivers cross the line. But yeah, that's a big result for Samuel Masters. And does that give him, we spoke to him in the Paddock show a little bit about him having an eye on the championship this year. He has to, right? He finished in the top 3 last year. Will that give him a bit of a momentum? Because that is a huge step for him to take. Make no mistake about that. Congratulations to him for that. As we conclude our pre-finals here at GYG. So we'll now go into our next rotation of finals. So we'll be right back with you here on your Alpha Live broadcast for the C final in lightweight cadets. So there'll be a little bit of a pause here just as we get ready for our finals. So that was the pre-finals done, though. First round of them done. And result there for, well, A-tier wins there for Ellis Cox in lightweight cadets. And obviously we've just seen Samuel Masters taking that win there. Plenty of support coming in on the chat. Thank you, everybody, for your interaction and showing your support. Get in, Sam, says Adele. I think that's fair enough. That was a mega result from Sam there. Just got control of it and then drove really nicely there. We'll now look to rinse and repeat another round of finals here at the circuit. Oh, there's a grid. I shall talk you through it. I'm not sure when they're going to take to the track, but it's going to be pretty soon, actually. They're getting ready on the dummy grid. Let's take you through the grid then for Cadet Lightweight C final. Reece Cranston will start this one on pole position. George Glossop alongside. Adit Roy Chowdhury and Ryan Roy Chowdhury are on row number 2 together. Layla Fitzgerald and Joey Mims are on row number 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Oscar Blakeman and Harry Duggan. And then it'll be Hashim Anwar and Edison Paulhill to round out the top 10 on row number 5. Oliver Renshaw and Curtis Foster will be next on row number 6. And then it'll be Logan Nichols and Harley Whitmore, Bobby Peters and Bruno Bonato, and Tom Justice to round out the 17 karts, the top 2 of which will be promoted onto the back of the lightweight Cadet B final. And they'll be taking to the circuit soon. Do hope you're enjoying this coverage then, coming to you from Alpha Live here at Glannygores in North Wales, county of Conway. little bit chillier actually than it was a while ago, but it's still a lovely day here at the circuit. Gives us an opportunity, by the way, to mention as well, of course, we'll be here with the Seniors Championship here next weekend. And there are actually, unusually I have to say, there are still some spaces on the grid for that.
There are indeed. If you fancy your chances up against me,
yes,
which I wouldn't expect any of our viewers to fancy, you know, who would? But if you do, if you are in some sort of frame of mind to think that you've got what it takes, give the office a call. CLUB100 are looking for people to come and race here next Sunday in the heavyweights, and I think there's space in the lightweights too, Howard.
I think there is. Yes, we've got. We've got spaces in both, I believe, for our seniors. Well, there you go, folks. The gauntlet has been thrown down there by Mr. Harris. I can't pick up that gauntlet because I will be in the comms position, so I can't compete. And by the way, on the record of previous races, even if I picked up that gauntlet, I don't actually fancy my chances of beating you at the moment, mate.
No, I think the only time you have is, you know exactly what I'm.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
When you resorted to breaking the rules to do so.
I don't think I beat you even then because I got black flagged for taking you out, which was a perfectly reasonable call. So you still beat me that day.
There you have it.
That was meant to be the consolation.
There you have it.
The
whistle means they're going.
Do you know what? It sticks around because I think that's the last time you and I were both on a racetrack at the same time.
I thought you were going to say that's the last time you and I were friends, which also would have been accurate. But here we go then for the lightweight cadet C final. They are making their way out onto the track, and we'll be getting going shortly. Once again, Rhys Cranstoun and George Glossop. Bear this one.
Indeed, sorry. Bear this in mind, of course, that Rhys worked his way right up the order last time. So you would expect, based on the pace he had in qualifying, that he would be your natural candidate to be odds on for the win. But that is its own form of pressure to go. You know, I've got to get this win. You know, something went wrong. I got excluded from my qualifying group as they go through the cut through there on the forming up lap. So you'd expect Rhys to take this one, as I say, but there are no guarantees in motorsport. There are certainly no guarantees in CLUB100 karting. So how's this one going to go? And of course, even if that's correct, who gets that second promotion spot? George Glossop is sat in that position at the moment in the 54 kart. Bear in mind as well how good a start we've seen from second on the grid here as well throughout today. It is on the natural racing line, which gives an interesting balance between pole and second place. Away we go then. Rhys Cranstoun leads them away into club corner. And it's a good start through turn number one. I can see that Adit Roy Chowdhury and Ryan Roy Chowdhury are definitely challenging George Glossop there as they come up the hill. Rhys Cranstoun will come up through Spoon Corner. He's still got the better of everyone at the moment as they peel through the top of Spoon for the first time. He is under pressure there from Adit Roy Chowdhury, who's managed to get himself past George Glossop into second place. And George Glossop hanging on for third, though, against, that's a fast-starting Layla Fitzgerald in the 98, who's challenging for third place now. She's got good momentum there. She's going to try and hang it around the outside into compression and challenge, and there she goes, the 98 up into third place. That was a beautifully judged move there from Layla Fitzgerald, and it's put George Glossop under pressure as well because he's also lost out. I think that might be to Joey Mims. We'll double check as they come across the line. Rhys Cranstoun leads, Adit Roy Chowdhury in second, Layla Fitzgerald with a nice move down through compression up into third. And it was Oscar Blakeman, who got by, and Harry Duggan and Ryan Roy Chowdhury also got by on George Glossop there. So that move for George was quite costly because it just upset his momentum all the way down the hill. But it was perfectly firm but fair bit of racing there from Fitzgerald. So it's Rhys Cranstoun, and no, Adit Roy Chowdhury's got the better of Cranstoun in the first sector of this lap. It's Adit Roy Chowdhury up to the lead of this race, Rhys Cranstoun in second, and Layla Fitzgerald in third, and that's your breakaway group of three in the early phases of this one.
Yeah, absolutely frantic start, but a really good move from Layla Fitzgerald to complete a fantastic first lap for her. Now she looks to the inside of Rhys Cranstoun, who's been challenged, quite rightfully, she said, by Adit Roy Chowdhury up the hill on that lap 2. But Cranston to the inside. This time he's going to lead up the hill, and Fitzgerald's going to go through as well, possibly even do the both of them.
Oh, and Reese is going to cut across there just to try and close the door. I thought that was I was worried then we were going to see contact, but Fitzgerald judged it well and just sort of went, okay, I'll slot into the slipstream for now. But that was a good moment for both of them. Cranston to the lead, Fitzgerald in second, as that is Logan Nichols battling away. I think that might have been Harry Duggan coming back at him. Indeed, it was in the 42, still battling away as Joey Mims becomes involved as well in the number 26. And Joey Mims has got by. You can see the 26 now ahead of the 42 of Harry Duggan. So that's Mims up to at least 7th place off the back of that.
Looks to me like our front three has become a front four. I think Oscar Blakeman has joined the party. Yep, there's visual evidence of that. Blakeman, fastest lap on that last lap, which is how he got into contention. And now Fitzgerald goes up the hill, up the inside, and looks to take the race lead.
Absolutely, she's going to have the inside up through Spoon Corner. She's alongside there, 3 wide round Spoon as Roy Chowdhury tries to make it 3 wide, but there isn't quite the room. And Layla Fitzgerald to the head of the field, ahead of Reese Cranston in another bold move there for the driver of the number 98. Well, I was wrong, wasn't I, to say, well, Reese is odds on because of the way that he worked his way up through the field. He is being challenged here aplenty, and that is Layla Fitzgerald to the lead of the race. Reese Cranston now in second. Ardit Roy Chowdhury in third, and Oscar Blakeman, as you observed correctly, coming onto this lap, Jacob, working his way onto the back of this really nicely with some good pace. As they're coming through the last sector now, that was a slightly different line between Fitzgerald and Cranston through the last sector. Is that going to give Reese Cranston an opportunity to fight back? Behind them is this frenetic battle currently being led by Ryan Roy Chowdhury, Logan Nichols, George Glossop, Tom Justice, Joey Mims, all a part of it, as there's a new fastest lap of the race for Hashim Anwar. Is there a challenge over the rise between the top two, as we're looking at Ryan Roy Chowdhury and Logan Nichols doing battle? Logan Nichols trying to go around the outside in the 88. He's going to be run out of road, surely. No, he's able to keep his nose in there. He had enough of his car alongside. He's going to have the inside line for Carousel, but that's where the chop comes. And that's made it very difficult for him to complete that move. But he still, in the end, got by in that 88 on Ryan Roy Chowdhury. As they come down.
The lead, Howard, just keeping an eye on that out the window. But this battle looking significantly more choppy than the one at the front. Although there is a change for the lead. It must have been on the last corner, as just out of my eyesight as Reese Cranston regains that lead. Although Layla is all over the back of his cart going up the hill this time. We will see who comes out on top as Layla goes to the outside for the right-hander. Roy Chowdhury and Blakeman having a look at this, as to the inside is the 54 of George Glossop, who's trying to recover. Started in second place this time. He's battling now with Ryan Roy Chowdhury, who started in fourth.
Yeah, it's been a tough race for George. I think it's been difficult to find a rhythm because there's been so many challenges around him. But hopefully he can gather up a bit of pace there. We're just coming through shot was Harley Whitmore in the 71, who I think there's a lot of support coming through online. That's Bruno Bonato doing a very good courteous thing there and just getting out of the way to allow the drivers to come through. Change for second place though, as Ardit Roy Chowdhury now shows in second place, but they're all changing as they go up the hill. There they are. Reese Cranston once again under pressure. Layla's got back ahead of Ardit there.
Oscar Blakeman just struggling to stay with this front three as well, as Layla looks to challenge for the lead at the top of the hill. They come through Carousel now. Hand signal from Layla, not quite sure what she was getting at there, but fastest lap to Roy Chowdhury, who's now in third place. Reese Cranston, who we had down as the favourite, he was nearly 2 seconds a lap quicker than these guys in qualifying, but Fitzgerald, Roy Chowdhury certainly have found the pace to challenge here. It's anyone's game going into the last 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, indeed, still plenty of time for these drivers to contest these positions on the clock. On to lap number 8 then. Fastest lap of the race from Layla Fitzgerald. And we know that she's been strong in this part of the lap. She's been really strong on this straight. In the slipstream, they've got to be careful though, as they're trying different lines and selling dummies and responding to these different lines. There was a little bit of a tap there between the two of them, and you don't want it to come to tears at such high speeds there.
Reese Cranston seemingly gesturing to Layla that they need to work together. I'm not sure Layla wants to. I think she wants the race win, Howard.
Oh, she definitely wants that. There is an argument, I suppose, for that to work together for a little bit, because there is that time on the clock. But, yeah, it's a difficult one because she has so much pace up that straight. I don't know if it's a strong run through Paddock and Club that she does or what, but she clearly feels she has the overspeed at that part of the lap. I mean, yeah, she could bump draft Reese and they could build up a bit of a gap. And in a way, there's the reason why there's a particular argument for that is, of course, the top two will get the promotion spots. So that would be the argument, is let's separate ourselves off and then we can have a little battle towards the end. But it's a tough one, isn't it? If you've got the speed, you've got the speed. She clearly feels like she does in that part of the lap. This is a different line, though, coming out of the corner. She's got the late apex there. She's going to be on the outside, though, for Carousel. That's going to be a tough move. Unless Reese has it. Oh, there's a spin. Spin for Layla Fitzgerald. Ah, goodness me. And it was just, there was a bit of contact. There was the lightest tap, though, and it just sent the kart round. I don't get any impression, not my call to make, but I don't get any impression that, you know, Reese was just driving his line there, a little bit defensive, but oh, that's disappointing for Layla there. And out of the promotion spots, it promotes Ardit Roy Chowdhury provisionally into that spot. But yeah, that's a your heart goes out to Fitzgerald there, because that was just the lightest touch, right on the limit, and round the kart went.
She'd driven a fantastic race up until that point as well. We mentioned her on the first lap. She held the lead briefly earlier on, but now it's Reese Cranstoun who's got over a second lead to Roy Chowdhury, which is the biggest gap we've seen at the front of this one. Roy Chowdhury looking to keep in touch and get into the B final, which is coming up shortly. Oscar Blakeman was just about staying in touch with that pack, but he's a further second and a half behind Roy Chowdhury. As we cut back to the 99.
That's Anwar challenging for 7th place. Hashim Anwar in the 99, on the tail of Ryan Roy Chowdhury in the 47 in 7th place.
We're looking at only a couple more laps. You see a little bit of shrimping down the start-finish straight there, just ahead of the pair we're following. Up the hill they go then. This is
Logan Nichols challenging George Glossop there for 5th place, is who's coming into shot. There they are. The 54 versus the 88. 54 goes a bit defensive there at the top of the hill, but it seems to have worked just to deter the move for now. And actually, that's Nichols having a bit of a bad run towards Carousel. So what was a closely run battle just spreads out a little bit again. Behind them, there's quite a battle going on. There it is. Ryan Roy Chowdhury. That's the one we saw a lap ago between him and Hashim Anwar. Joey Mims as well in that battle, as is Harry Duggan and Harley Whitmore as well.
So we'll have the last lap board out for this one. Reese Cranstoun is now 2.5 seconds. He's really built a gap over the last 2 laps, taking a second out of Roy Chowdhury there. Roy Chowdhury still got a 2.5 or more back to Oscar Blakeman. So it looks like those two will be the two making their way up into the B final shortly. Tom Justice now in 4th, George Glossop in 5th still, with Logan Nichols for company in 6th. We look to pick up our leader at some point. There he is. Reese, you can see the gap now back to Ardit is too sizable to be surmounted in a couple of corners, and round Paddock comes Reese Cranstoun. He wins the C final today at GYG. 2nd place to Ardit Chowdhury, who's very happy with that. Oscar Blakeman has been pipped at the line by Tom Justice for 3rd. George Glossop does bring home 5th, with Logan Nichols 6th. 7th was Hashim Anwar. Joey Mims finishes in 8th. Ryan Roy Chowdhury in 9th. Harry Duggan is the last of the top 10. The car number 42 coming home just ahead of Harley Whitmore, Bubba Peters and Layla Fitzgerald, who had that spin.
Absolutely, very close there in the mid-pack. 7th through 11th, separated by less than a second. Always good to see close racing in the cadets. Coming up next then on your Alpha Live broadcast is the C final for lightweight juniors. Let's take you through the grid then for the C final for our lightweights. Keaton Longstaff will start this one on pole position. Ben Richardson will start alongside Oliver Cunliffe, and Harry Jones are on row 2 with Stanley Wilson and Arnie Rees-Mackey on row number 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Ashley Haynes St Quintin and Tom Walker. Baxter Rawlings and Leo Cusden round out the top 10. Alfie Swain and Zach Whelan are next on row number 6. Then it'll be Ethan Longstaff and Jacob Lee, Spencer Wards and Toby Mitchinson, Gabriel Norse and Charlie Newman are on row number 9. And then it's going to be Joe Robinson and Abby Bijou rounding up the top 20. Zachary Parkhouse and Jack Mann on row 11. Edward Davidson and Charlie Killick on row 12. Row 13 is where we'll find Finley Bennett and Marcus Allen. And then it'll be Alexandros Guerrero and Lennon Rawding to round out the 28 kart grid for this C final. The largest, well, one of the larger grids that we see. And it's for a C tier grid, which means on balance, on average, we've got our slightly maybe lesser experienced drivers, maybe lesser experienced around GYG. So we saw a little bit of a scruffy start to the pre-final. How's this one going to go this time around? Top 2 get promotion through to the B final. Keaton Longstaff will lead them away. Ben Richardson alongside into Club Corner. We've got an instant in the mid-pack, and that's very, very likely to be called as a false start. And indeed has done, because that involved at least 6 karts there. As they race up the top of the hill, they haven't seen the full start flag there, and there's going to be a bit of difficulty there as they all suddenly realise at different moments that the full start flag is out. So we will reset that one and go again.
Yeah, interestingly, Ben Richardson cutting outside of the tram lines there, I thought, from second place. So hopefully he'll rethink as he comes round again for the restart, because otherwise he's going to end up with a 2-place penalty for breaking formation.
Yeah, I think they're going to... yeah, I think it should, so long as he's good off of this start. I think the general call of false start may have saved him that particular peril. And that will definitely take our 11-minute race down to 9.
There's Elliot Alt in the pace kart, another one who actually he won't be racing next weekend, but he is a Club 100 heavyweight driver. They're in the pace kart, picking them up as they come up the hill. Looks like most drivers have rejoined the pack, so hopefully we'll be getting going in a few moments' time.
Indeed. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. This Alpha Live broadcast of round 2 of the Club 100 Cadets and Junior lightweight classes. Don't forget, we're back here again tomorrow for the same structure, the same sequence of races, but this time for our super lightweight categories, so super lightweight cadets and super lightweight juniors. We'll be getting those championships off to a start. Myself and Jacob will be here in the comms position to talk you through the action. So please be sure to join us again tomorrow. And if you're enjoying the coverage today and you haven't given it a like and you haven't considered sharing and subscribing, please do so. Please consider it. It really helps to have your support, as we are going to get ready for the second attempt of starting this junior lightweight C final for round 2 here at GYG in North Wales. Under starters orders once again. Keaton Longstaff will lead them away. Ben Richardson alongside. And away we go once again into Club Corner. That's a better looking start all round as they go up the Dragon Straight and towards Spoon Corner for the first time. It looks to me like Keaton Longstaff has been able to hold an advantage at the start. We've got one driver off to drivers left as they come round. Are they all good under braking into Spoon? There was a little bit of bumping and barging, but on the whole, that one looked a lot better. We'll look to see who it was who was spinning off to drivers left in the mid-pack, but as they stream through Carousel for the first time, we've got a different leader out front. Oliver Cunliffe has come to the fore. He's got by on Keaton Longstaff at some point through Sector 2.
Ben Richardson in second place still as well, so I'm not quite sure what's happened to Longstaff in the 102. We will find out now as they come round the final corner and light up the timing board.
Cunliffe leads, Richardson in second, Keaton Longstaff is there in third place, and then Stanley Wilson in fourth in the 98. As they're coming up the hill once again. Looks to me like we've had, well, I'll double check actually who the incidents are. There's definitely been a slow first lap for Leo Cusden, Alfie Swain and Zach Whelan. They've all had some kind of drama. Challenge for the lead, though. Ben Richardson trying to go round the outside of Oliver Cunliffe. It's going to be a difficult route there, and it is a difficult route, and he loses all momentum, and is squirreling around to avoid being pushed onto the grass there. And Ben Richardson went for the move. It was a bold move, and unfortunately it didn't pay off for him. And it's still Oliver Cunliffe in the lead. I think it's Stanley Wilson now in second place in the 98. As they come round to finish lap number 2, it's going to be all change in amongst the top 10. It is indeed Oliver Cunliffe ahead of Stanley Wilson. Arnie Rees-Mackey has now got up into third place. Harry Jones and Ben Richardson are your top 5. Ashley Haynes Quentin as well playing into this one nicely as well in 6th place. And Baxter Rawlings, Keaton Longstaff, Gabriel Norse and Tom Walker round out your top 10 in these early phases. Fastest lap of the race from Marcus Allen at the moment, but still early days yet where that might get challenged. Ben Richardson, it looked to me like he was being challenged there through Carousel, and that is by Baxter Rawlings, who's having a go there and is still having a go there. He's trying to go around the outside of Compression Corner there in the 46, but it's not going to quite work there for Rawlings. I think Ben Richardson will be able to hold on to that position.
We got the number 82 going slowly in front of these, or was it 83? It was Spencer Wilds. There you can see on the left-hand side, just being passed by our leaders. Oliver Cunliffe under pressure from Stanley Wilson, I'd say, Howard.
Yeah, definitely under pressure by Wilson here is Cunliffe. There's been some kind of drama out there. I'm sorry to report for Charlie Newman. He's dropped a lot of positions and is off the back of the field. Penalty for forcing a driver wide for Ben Richardson. So that's going to be another costly penalty for Ben, and unfortunately in that sense it's a repeated theme of what we saw in the pre-C final. He missed out on promotion partially by dint of penalties. There's another penalty as well. Harry Jones in the 55 receiving a bump and pass penalty. Fastest lap of the race it was last time for Stanley Wilson. He's still shown some good paces. And what kind of pressure is our race leader on as they come up the hill? We're looking slightly further back. This is still Baxter Rawlings, who's challenging Ben Richardson over 5th place. There is your lead battle. Cunliffe did have enough in hand to hold off Stanley Wilson's charge at the moment, but he's definitely being kept honest as Marcus Allen sets another fastest lap of the race, dipping below the 51-second mark. The first person to do so in this race. That was the 24 of Ashley Haynes Quentin just coming through shot, battling away with Keaton Longstaff over 7th place.
There you go, getting the move done, I think.
Yeah.
Through Devil's Elbow. A couple of other drivers having a little look as well. It'll be confirmed on the timing as they cross the start-finish line this time around. And indeed it is. Hard to tell at the front if Cunliffe and Wilson are holding station and working together. Or if Wilson just doesn't have the pace to challenge. But if it's the previous, then they are doing what they need to do at this point. There you can see Oliver Cunliffe leads Stanley Wilson and Harry Jones in close contention as well for this one. Arnie Rees-Mackey, Ben Richardson and Baxter Rawlings certainly not out of the conversation. But if those front 3 were to start to battle, those 4th, 5th and 6th place drivers would certainly be fancying their chances of winning. The longer they go without battling, the more chances they have of building out a bit of a gap and being able to battle for those top places whilst maintaining a good shot at getting the rubber charge into the lightweight junior B.
Arnie Rees-Mackey, bear in mind at the moment, who's under pressure here from Ben Richardson, who himself has Baxter Rawlings to worry about right behind him as well. Effectively, that's a battle as down the inside goes Ben Richardson. So Arnie is in net 3rd place here, and that is because we've got penalties issued for both Harry Jones and for Ben Richardson. So ironically, despite now running in 5th, were something to happen between the top 2 drivers, Arnie would inherit the last of the promotion spots at the moment, such is the way that that works.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy about losing out to Ben Richardson, who sets the fastest lap last time around, snatching it off Harry Jones, although Tom Walker has, as you can see at the top of your screen, subsequently taken it from both of those. Contact warning for Ray Mackey in 5th place in that dealing with Ben Richardson, so they've got to be careful. Ray Mackey doesn't want to join those two in ahead of him, as Howard correctly said, with penalties, and that contact warning means that you get one more chance, or rather you're on your last chance, and the next time you will be penalised. 2 minutes left of this one. The drivers are able to see how long is left of each race as they cross the start-finish line at the end of each lap, so they will know now as they come around the last couple of corners that it's time to make a move. It does look like Stanley Wilson doesn't have the pace quite to challenge at the front, but Harry Jones and Ben Richardson certainly seem to have the pace to challenge him. Coming up the hill now, Ben Richardson looking racy, Harry Jones looking over his shoulder, as well as keeping half an eye on Wilson in 2nd place. Again, with the penalties, as up the inside goes Ben Richardson. It's quite a robust move there. How has that worked out? Richardson is up into 3rd place and doesn't seem to have lost too much time even to Stanley Wilson. There is still a chance that he could get back ahead. Arnie Ray Mackey, he's in close contention now in 5th, just behind that 55 kart of Harry Jones, who lost out there to Richardson. And Cunliffe's had a very bad lap, Howard. He's been reeled in and is passed for the lead in an unusual place at the Devil's Elbow. We haven't seen an overtake there today, and Oliver Cunliffe's really struggling on this lap.
Must have been a big mistake or something down through compressions and Devil's Elbow, because that was a massive gap. Just, well, not massive, but it as we've got a driver off there at the top of the circuit. But that was highly unusual what we just saw for Cunliffe there. And indeed, Stanley Wilson takes the lead of the race. Now, Cunliffe is still, if he can hold on to it, yes, he can. He's still in one of the net promotion spots.
Yeah, he lost a second on that lap.
Yeah,
alone.
And he could drop behind Ben Richardson and still be in the promotion spot. So it's not a disaster, but what happened there? Could it happen again? I mean, he's still not rapid through that section this lap, but it's nowhere near as catastrophic as it was upon him losing the lead a lap ago. Last lap board is out then, and Stanley Wilson, well, you've got to be in it to win it, and he's driven this one brilliantly, and the opportunity just came there. There is the driver getting restarted through Spoon, which is why we saw the yellow flag. Stanley Wilson will go defensive on this one. I think he'd very much like the win. There is a bit of traffic ahead of him. So that's
13 of Lennon Rawding.
I
think will be either been recovered or just at the back of this pack. No, it must have been recovered because Charlie Killick is the last classified. Oh no, sorry, that's only showing down to 20th.
Yeah, he's getting out of the way.
And here they go then. Oh, that's a big moment there for Oliver Cunliffe, who's lost out to Ben Richardson.
It's Stanley Wilson.
Is it?
That's Stanley Wilson. Oliver Cunliffe has come back to the lead of the race. Oliver Cunliffe is having lost the race in the lead in strange fashion last time around, takes the win in the C final. Ben Richardson finishes 2nd but has penalties to be applied. So Stanley Wilson, who lost the race lead there after it all got checked up on him through compression, will still get promotion because he hasn't got a penalty and Ben Richardson has. Baxter Rawlings finishes 4th. Arnie Reemacki in 5th. 6th for Harry Jones, but he has a penalty as well. Keaton Longstaff, Ashley Haynes, St Quentin, Tom Walker and Gabriel Norse rounds out the top 10. But in a bizarre end to that race, Oliver Cunliffe takes the win and Stanley Wilson will still get the promotion spot. So,
what a curious last couple of laps, Howard.
Yeah, could have just called the result 3 laps ago and it would have looked exactly the same for the promotion. What a bizarre situation. Well, that's how they ended up the C final. We'll go into our B finals next, and that'll kick off with our lightweight cadets coming up next for you here at Glan Eagles. As the drivers get ready to go out then for the B final in lightweight cadets, let's take a look at how they're going to line up on the grid. for this one. It'll be Zane Perry on pole position with James Wall alongside Jack Yates and Thomas Barker are row number 2. It's Anthony Czarnecki and Harvey Dowler on row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Oliver Sanderson and Hassan Iqbal. Mason Turner and Ethan Guest round out the top 10. Aidan Hammond and Fawaz Adra are next. Then it's going to be Jackson Burge and Ruben Gardiner on row number 7. Aaron Hayward and Thomas Hudson are on row number 8. Row 9 is occupied by Dan Griffin and Jacob Wood. Luke Collins and Leo Ryan will round out the top 20, and then not on the graphic but confirmed as your promotees from the C final. It will be Reece Cranston and Ardit Roy Chowdhury. That's how they line up then. The 22 karts contesting the B final for lightweight cadets for round 2 of the championship in 2024. The top 2, don't forget, get promotion up onto the A final grid. Last opportunity to bag some spots on that A trophy final grid. Zane Perry has pole position. He's on your left, driver's right. Away we go for 11 minutes of racing here through Club Corner. That's a great start from second on the grid from James Wall. He's going to have quite the momentum going up the hill, but can he do anything with it as they're going to swoop round to Spoon for the first time? There's the usual jostling for position. 2 wide, even 3 wide. Can get a bit hairy there, and that's a big moment going off there. That is Thomas Hudson, who is going off to driver's left in a spin, I'm sorry to say. He'll get recovered and carry on, but he's going to unfortunately have lost a significant amount of time on the pat there. Still Zane Perry, though, in the lead, and actually James Wall has lost out there to Jack Yates in the 78, who's risen up to second place there as they come through the top part of Sector 3 and down the hill for the first time in this one through Compression Corner. Little look for a move there from Oliver Sanderson, but I don't think he can quite make it stick there as they come through Devil's Elbow and head towards Paddock to round out lap number 1. It is indeed Zane Perry leading, Jack Yates in second, James Wall in third, Harvey Dowler and Thomas Barker round out your top 5. And the yellow flags out there, that is for recovering Thomas Hudson onto the road, I would imagine, or maybe I think he did make some contact with the tyres, so he may have been recovered, but they're maybe just out there making sure the tyres are have the same integrity as before they were struck on that first lap.
Yes, you can see Harrison Chapman there in the background, reconstructing that tyre wall expertly, I'm sure. But the racing is on. Zane Perry still leads, Jack Yates and James Wall, the top 3, looking pretty close together as they come through compression. They are joined by a 4th in the 69, Harvey Dowler. Then there is a bit of a gap back to Thomas Barker, and an audacious effort there from Mason Turner on Hassan Iqbal. Didn't come off in the end. They remain in the positions that they started the lap in. Harvey Dowler, fast lap as he makes me eat my words on that lap and turns the top 3 into a top 4. They are the ones that you can see now going through the right-hand kink of Spoon. Still battling away there in 6th and 7th place are Hassan Iqbal and Mason Turner. So a group of 4 and a group of 3 at the head of this one. Coming down now through Carousel. Happy to follow each other by the looks of things. Nothing too feisty going on. No one looking to the inside of compression.
Oh, that's a significant penalty. Speeding under yellows for James Wall. That puts him out of contention for the promotion. I'm sorry to say, the driver in 3rd place.
Yeah, I want to say I think we caught that on stream, Howard. Jack Yates, I noticed him given the hand signal to slow down to James Wall, who's just set the fastest lap briefly until it was snatched away by a number of people, not least Jackson Burge down 11th. But yeah, as they were coming through this section here, we saw Jack Yates give James Wall the slow down, almost as if James was going to overtake him, and Jack said, think better of it. But looks like he's still got a penalty for it. This one's speeding rather than overtaking it in yellow.
Yeah, indeed. And he's got a contact warning as well, so just needs to calm slightly out there. And, that's the next pack down. That's Mason Turner in the 59, leading Hassan Iqbal, Anthony Czarnecki, Oliver Sanderson. They're all part of that pack. As they come down the hill.
How are our repêchages doing? They're in 20th and 21st, aren't they?
They are, yes.
Ardit Roy Chowdhury, so not significant progress through the pack from those guys, as we saw in the pre-A finals. Usually at least one of the two repêchages making their way up through, as we've got a little bit of a challenge there going on in the top 4. We'll see as they come down the hill. I think there's been a change of position, Howard. Yes, there you have it.
Yeah, James Wall has got by. In fact, James Wall and Harvey Dowler have got by on Jack Yates there. And Harvey Dowler trying to fight James Wall as well, though that might leave him exposed to a counter-attack from Jack Yates. I think it stays as they were. So yeah, it's now Zane Perry, James Wall, then it's Harvey Dowler, who at the moment would get the promotion spot because James Wall carries that penalty for speeding under yellows. And then Jack Yates as they come through to complete lap number 5.
Mason Turner fastest lap that time round at 53.9. He's the only, oh no, he's not the only one. Jackson Burge has also managed it, but he's the only, one of 2 in the 53 seconds as they go 2 wide, 2 by 2 into the right-hander. Yates, I think, just holds off the number 59 of Mason Turner for now, but Harvey Dowler has prospered at the front. He's up into 2nd place out of James Wall.
He has. Now, he was already in the promotion spots, but now he's there rightfully on the road as well in that 69 kart.
The length of the kart train is extending.
It is, isn't
the
it?
front 5 battle. The following 5 or 6 or 7 have caught right up to them. Look at this big train of karts now coming up the hill. We are exactly halfway through this race, and it's still all to play for.
It's like I'm back playing Snake on a Nokia 3310, this.
That's
making me seem old again. I know.
Drivers won't get, Howard.
Sorry.
We have a challenge for the lead and a change of the lead.
Look at the pace there. Now, was that bump drafting from James Wall onto the back of Harvey Dowler to give them that pace? That was incredible pace over speed that they had on Zane Perry.
And James Wall's taking the lead.
James Wall in the lead. And it's got worse for Zane Perry because that's allowed Jack Yates and Mason Turner to have a go at getting past him now. And now Zane Perry is right back in the order, and that's a driver who was forced to take to the grass to keep the show on the road. Well, not keep the show on the road. He had to go off the road to keep the show on, if that makes any sense. It doesn't. Driver ran out of room there, out of carousel. We'll look for who that is dropping down the order. But that all started with the challenge on Zane Perry. I'm not sure what happened to the speed on the Dragon Straight. He's had decent speed on there. That saw him drop from 1st to 7th there.
It's Dowler. Look at his pace again. He's going around the outside of James Wall. Not the optimal line for the right-hander, but can he hang on around the outside? It looks like he can. There's a bit of contact
and
there.
that's going to be round. That's round for Mason Turner.
Yeah, Mason Turner went into the back, I think, of James Wall. Wall holds on to 2nd place. Dowler had already gone past, but Turner from 3rd place, now down 7th, 8th, 9th maybe.
It's getting quite frenetic now in the latter half of this one. I think it was Hassan Iqbal who we saw having to take to the grass as everyone tried to get by on Zane Perry. But it is Harvey Dowler to the front of the field on this lap then. And he'll lead them across the line in that 69 kart. James Wall is in 2nd, but remember, has a penalty. Jackson Burge now is in 3rd place ahead of Jack Yates. And Anthony Czarnecki, hardly mentioned him so far, but he's there in that number 44 in 5th place. And he's challenging Jack Yates right now for 4th place as they come up around the rise.
Burge to the inside of the kink there. He's a bit robust on James Wall, but we'll see now. He hasn't quite got the move done. Burge unlucky earlier on, Howard, in the, I think it was the pre-B final. He got turfed out and lost a number of positions. Looking to make up for that now and potentially even get himself into the A final.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Burge in the last of the promotion spots for now. 3 minutes left on the clock. Harvey Dowler leads.
Oh, Burge again! That's going to be bump and pass, very much so for Jackson Burge. If the official saw it, yes, James Wall losing out significantly there due to the contact, unfortunately. Although you can see there, he has managed to hold on. And he's still in this lead pack, Howard. He's not out of contention, I would say, despite losing a significant number of positions.
Yeah, that's, we'll see how race control deem that one. I've just seen a contact warning shown for Jackson Burge. I'm not sure if that was for that incident, but Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of a contretemps through that section.
There it is, confirmed. Jackson Burge bump and pass has just come through. So Jackson Burge is out of repertoire's contention. Confirmation now showing at the top of your screen. That will be for the move we saw this time last lap. So we've got Harvey Dowler in the lead. There's 1 minute and 50 seconds, which I believe will be, well, it'll be at least 2 laps, if not 3. And he's got a little bit of a gap now back to Jackson Burge, who has that penalty. And now Antoni Zarnecki is up into 3rd and potentially moving up onto the A final, Howard.
Yeah, he's got his elbows out here. He's side by side with Jackson Burge, and he's going down the inside at Spoon Corner. Jack Yates is trying to follow through as well. Zane Perry, who must be feeling a little bit aggrieved after all the positions that he lost after that loss of momentum a few laps ago, is trying to fight back as well. James Wall is in there as well, but Oliver Sanderson gets by on Zane Perry, and at the back, I think that was Aidan Hammond and Zane Perry on the grass. Yes, they were at the back of this pack. So they'd all just concertinaed through. That was everyone just bulked each other all the way through the pack as the battles were raging, and I think that just recoiled out onto those two. I'm pretty sure that was Hammond and Perry who we saw out onto the grass. It is 2 more laps. They just about crossed the line with enough time for the last lap board not to be shown. So Harvey Dowler has to control this one for another 2 laps. Antoni Czarnecki is currently in that provisional promotion spot in 2nd place after battling away with Jackson Burge on that last lap. Don't count out Jack Yates either in 3rd place there. James Wall having a little look at Jackson Burge there. He can't get promoted, remember. He has a penalty hanging over him, and Oliver Sanderson is in the 17 at the back of this pack.
Got a feel for Zane Perry. He's been on the receiving end of 2 unfortunate incidents in this race. After leading for a number of laps at the start, he finds himself down in 9th place through, I want to say, no fault of his own. He does have a contact warning, but I don't think it was for either of the incidents where he significantly lost out.
It's just the nature of the game, isn't it? If you get your rhythm upset, you're not going to have one kart challenging you. You're going to have 3 or 4, and it's so difficult in those situations to gather up the momentum. But yeah, it's you do feel some sympathy for him. James Wall is seriously challenging Jackson Burge there, and Jackson Burge is like, no, you don't, sunshine. You're not coming through there.
Oliver Sanderson, I think, has got the better of him now.
He has.
5th. But we are on the last lap.
We are.
The last lap board has been shown to this man, Harvey Dowler, who's being challenged now.
He is.
By Antoni Czarnecki. Looks close, but is there enough track left?
It's going to be difficult for Czarnecki to find a way through here. He might have an opportunity into compression, but Dowler's been pretty decent through this part of the lap. Harvey Dowler just has to lead them through the last few corners here, and he'll get the win for the B final and bag a spot on the A final grid. Antoni Czarnecki will follow through as well. Harvey Dowler takes the win ahead of Antoni Czarnecki. Jack Yates finishes a strong 3rd place. Jackson Burge in 4th. Oliver Sanderson in 5th. James Wall in 6th, but with a penalty to be applied. Aidan Hammond in 7th place, and with the fastest lap of the race as well. Thomas Barker in 8th. Zane Perry in 9th in the end. Mason Turner in 10th place. Reese Cranston and Ruben Gardner round out 11th and 12th ahead of Hassan Iqbal, Fawaz Adra and Dan Griffin in 15th. Aaron Hayward, Luke Collins, Ethan Guest, Ardit Roy Chowdhury, Jacob Wood and Leo Ryan and Thomas Hudson, of course, with that incident early on. Did keep circulating though, so fair play to him. And hopefully he still enjoyed his racing. We did speak to him earlier. They've come a long way to compete here, and hopefully he's enjoyed his time here at GYG, albeit I'm sure that one won't have quite gone how he'd have liked. Well done to Harvey Dowler though. Antoni Czarnecki as well, provisionally we say, are the promotees there. Coming up next then will be your B final in lightweight juniors. The whistle blowing then for these lightweight B grid to come out onto the track. Jack Philpott will start this one from pole. Dan Treadwell alongside Max Chapman and Jude Kellier are on row number 2. John Bolter, and Harry Clark will start on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Ollie White and Elliot Goddard, and then there'll be Samuel Chilton and James Edwards to round out the top 10. Flynn Perry and Jack Whitehouse are your 6th row of the grid, with your 7th row occupied by Tom Wainwright and Lucas Biggs. Connor Thompson and Ned Booth are row number 8, with Yayan Thomas and Charlie Wainwright on row number 9. Row 10 is where we find Yusuf Yakub and Alexander Catlow. Edma Armanderos Bocanegra and Dan Shaw are on row 11. Charlie Foster and Henry Lopes Gracie are on row number 12, and they will be joined, don't forget, by your promotees from the C final, which are confirmed and they got there, even if it seemed at certain points they didn't quite want to, Oliver Cunliffe and Stanley Wilson, who in bizarre fashion, but nonetheless emphatic fashion, got themselves through onto the back of this grid. They may be as surprised as we were in some ways. Such was the bizarre end to that C final, but it's great to have them on the back of this B final grid. 2 spots available in the A final then. Away we go there for the start of this one. Jack Philpott will lead them away.
Wow, Dan There we go. Dan Treadwell, actually, I think has made his way to the front, Howard. I don't know if that was a jump start or not. He was close to it. We got one driver off at the top of the hill.
Yeah, it looked close, didn't it, across the line? We'll have to see how race control call that one. But that's Jack Philpott, though, in the lead, but on the outside of Carousel. And he's going to be hung out to dry on the outside of Carousel, and that's going to allow a fast-starting Harry Clark up into 2nd place, as well as they peel through into the compression section of the lap for the first time.
I think that's Max Chapman who's made his way to the lead.
Well, we've got drivers off in the midfield as well. 3 drivers off onto the grass on the exit there of compression, which is, yeah, a little bit of a scruffy start to this one. Max Chapman, though, it is who leads. Tom Wainwright, I'm seeing, with a contact takeout penalty, and confirmed the jump start for Dan Treadwell as well. We both suspected it, I think, there, Jacob, and that's been called as well. So a few penalties off the back of that. And Max Chapman leads. Harry Clark in 2nd, Jack Philpott in 3rd, John Bolter in 4th, and Jude Kellier rounds out the top 5 for now. There's been a whole lap on from where we saw the incident with 3 carts spinning out. Who was involved in that? So drivers who I think had some
Dan Treadwell was off on the first lap, because despite the jump start, he's now down in 20th.
Yeah, Dan Treadwell, Flynn Perry, Ollie White, Samuel Children, I think, have all had an incident there on the first lap.
That's the 14 of Harry Clark cuts across Jack Philpott. Jack Philpott looking to recover the lead that he should have started with, and yes, he's going into that right-hand kink in 2nd place, so that's a place gained for Jack Philpott already.
Indeed it is. Side by side up towards Spoon, and then had the inside line, then had the momentum, excuse me, he was actually on the outside a little bit, and took that move. John Bolter, I think, there was having a look at Philpott. No, forgive me, that's slightly further back. That was Jack Whitehouse and Tom Wainwright doing battle there. I could see through the carousel.
Oh, contact there. Massive contact between Philpott and Clark. I think Philpott got a little out of shape, and Clark just had the overspeed and went into the back of him. He may well get a contact warning for that, the number 14. He'll be pushing him up the hill now as well, unless, from 4th place, that's a gap that's not quite going to exist. John Bolter, unfortunately, being pushed towards the grass there, maintains his position though. Jude Kelleher is also getting involved here. Jack Whitehouse not far behind either.
Yeah, Jude might even be a little bit frustrated though. It's like, but everyone was making a few little errors in front of me. Why have I not gained anything? But it's so difficult if you're on the outside there coming into the right-hander at the top of the hill. But we'll stay racy. Keep eyes forward, no mistake about that. And that's a wide moment there for Philpott, and that's going to immediately allow Harry Clark through and up into 2nd place.
Yeah, 2 mistakes in a row through that section of the track. One lap after the other for Philpott is what cost him 2nd place. Can Harry Clark now make an impression? The gap out the front extends a further second. It's 2.5 now. Max Chapman is very much leading the way here. He's got the fastest lap. He's got 2.5 second lead. And if the guys behind him want to catch up, they've got 7 minutes to do so. They need to start working together.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. We maybe haven't acknowledged it enough yet today. This circuit is a challenge to drive. You know, coming down through the compression corner, it is very easy to outbrake yourself, catch a brake. you know, it's quite difficult to do that. It's even more difficult when you're under pressure from behind from multiple karts, as that was a nice tidy move. Was that Wainwright on Kellier? I think that might have been. I think that was the 50 getting by on the 76. We'll double check that one. Indeed it was. So it's now Max Chapman who leads by 3 seconds ahead of Harry Clark, Jack Philpott in third, John Bolter, Jack Whitehouse, Tom Wainwright, Jude Kellier. They're sort of one pack, and then a second back from them is Ned Booth, Charlie Foster and James Edwards to round out the top 10.
I think what you get in situations like this in B finals, how it is the junior lightweight B final that we're watching. Harry Clark and Jack Philpott will be looking 3 seconds ahead now to Max Chapman and thinking, I need to defend second place if I want to see my way through to the A final.
Yes.
They will be behaving like a race leader in the last couple of laps. Staying at the front of this pack may well be the only available ticket to that A final in their eyes, and that's why they'll be battling instead of working together. Although saying that, decent gap has formed between Harry Clark and Jack Philpott on that lap. Harry Clark may well be working on breaking away from this pack.
He had a good run off of Devil's Elbow there and just was able to pull out a little bit, although that's evaporated in the slipstream of Dragon Straight, such is the nature of this Glanny Gores circuit. So Jack Philpott would very much like a go at this second place. He's going to try and have a go. Harry Clark goes to the inside to go defensive. This is the driver in the 14 and the black and orange suit. The driver in the red and black suit is Jack Philpott in that 52 kart. And then he's got John Bolter behind him in the 56, Jack Whitehouse in the 99, and Tom Wainwright in the 50 is the red and white suited driver. Kellier is the driver in the blue, and that is a move of John. That is John Bolter versus Jack Whitehouse through Devil's Elbow. I think that was. But it was actually, yes, I thought so. It was returning back to the order that they'd started the lap. So my brain didn't quite compute that when I was seeing a move, but it didn't tie up with timing. Fastest lap of the race from Charlie Foster. That's trying to pursue and close the gap between that second pack of karts and this first pack. I say this first pack because Max Chapman is out on his own, 3.7 seconds to the good. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. It's a long time for, and that was that Jack Whitehouse, I think, having a bit of a moment, the 99 dropping to the back of this pack. Yes, it was, and actually into the clutches of Charlie Foster, that fastest lap setter in the number 22, who now is very much a part of this stream of karts. That's a look from Tom Wainwright on John Bolter, excuse me, as they come down through Devil's Elbow.
Yeah, a couple of laps more to go on this one. Still 4 minutes on the clock. Clark and Philpott have worked their way to the front of this and have a bit of a gap side by side, but behind them between Bolter and Wainwright. And that looks like it's settled before we've even got to the kinks. I think that's Wainwright ahead of Bolter. It is indeed. And looks like a little bit of a battle in front of them has allowed Wainwright to not only gain a position, but launch right onto the back of this battle for second place as they round carousel, come back up the hill, head into compression. And yeah, Wainwright is very much on the rear bumper and up the inside of Jack Philpott. What a great lap this has been for Tom Wainwright. He holds the position and will cross the line 2 places ahead of where he started it. He's now in third place, and he'll have eyes on Harry Clark and that last place in the A final as he comes up the hill this time.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 minutes to go on the clock here. Max Chapman with great pace up front. Sorry, Jake.
Sorry, I was going to say Wainwright looked like he was looking to the inside there. I held my breath as he looks to the outside of carousel now. Won't find any luck round there, but the switchback is on. He's side by side with Harry Clark, and as we come round to compression, he's still not made it happen. In fact, he's lost out to Philpott again. So he saw an opportunity, went for it, and now Philpott to the outside of Clark. This battling is only going to play into the hands of the cars behind them. There's a bit of contact. Yeah,
Constantine's
left, right,
backwards.
centre.
Yeah.
And yeah, so Wainwright has lost out to Philpott. He's on the inside. Club, that's very tight. They're going to go up the hill. Now joining them is Jack Whitehouse. They're single file as we speak. Bit of a gap there, actually, for Harry Clark. Philpott under significant pressure, as is Jack Whitehouse from, I think, John Bolter, or is that even Charlie
It's
Foster?
Justin,
Is it?
yeah,
It is
Charlie Foster. Charlie Foster has arrived on the scene in this battle as ahead of him. Wainwright is having a go at Philpott, and he's going to get through there. Philpott doesn't seem too chuffed about that particular one. Yeah, Charlie Foster, who we know has the pace, has the fastest lap, is now really starting to ramp up the pressure on this pack. Goes for a move on Philpott. That's going to be bold. He's got to be careful not to. He's arrived with a lot of promise here, but has to choose the moment when to strike. There's 1.5 minutes left on the clock, so it'll be this lap plus another as they head along the Dragon Straight. But Foster in the slipstream Philpott, and he's isolated Philpott off a little bit from the battle ahead, and that battle ahead is Clark versus Wainwright. Wainwright's going to get the switchback up through Spoon, and that's beautifully done. I think that will be job done, as Foster is also through on Philpott, who once again isn't too happy about that. Harry Clark fighting back against Wainwright there through Carousel. There is room on the inside. It's a tough gig, though, to convert that one, and it's Wainwright who's in second place. This is for the last promotion spot onto the A final grid, and at the moment it's with Tom Wainwright as they come down through compression once again. I say it's going to be the last lap board this time around. Actually, Chapman is so far ahead it might not be. No, it is last lap board show to Max Chapman in the number 91 car. So he's some 4 seconds ahead of all of this battle. Tom Wainwright is in second place and has got a bit of a gap, crucially, over Harry Clark coming onto this last lap, so he just has to control that. It's Clark, then it's Charlie Foster, who's raced really well up to 4th place in this one. Jack Philpott in 5th, Jack Whitehouse, John Bolter, Jude Kelleher, James Edwards and Lucas Biggs, your top 10. Here is your race leader, though. We've barely seen him, and that is testament to just how well he has controlled this one. Took the lead early on that first lap and has not looked back since, I don't think. Max Chapman will come round to Paddock corner and will take the win here in the B final. Here he is across the line to take the checkered flag. Second place and bagging the last spot on the A final grid is Tom Wainwright. Charlie Foster beats Harry Clark to the line there at the last. Charlie Foster in 3rd, Harry Clark in 4th, Jack Philpott in 5th, ahead of Jack Whitehouse, John Bolter, Jude Kelleher, James Edwards and Lucas Biggs in 10th. Then it was Charlie Wainwright, Elliot Goddard in 12th, Yusuf Yacoub in 13th place, Stanley Wilson in 14th. Some of our promotees from other grids here doing extremely well there to get up to the mid-pack. Henry Lopes Gracie in 15th, Connor Thompson in 16th, ahead of Dan Shaw in 17th, Yayan Thomas in 18th, Edgar Armanderas Bocanegra in 19th place. Alexander Catlow rounds up the top 20 finishes there. Ned Booth and Dan Treadwell were next. Oliver Cunliffe in 23rd, Flynn Perry in 24th, Samuel Chilton in 25th, and Ollie White rounds out the 26 finishers. It's time, folks, for us to look ahead to our all-important A finals here. We're going to kick off with the A final in cadets, and they'll be out next here at Glannygores on your Alpha Live broadcast.
Here we go then for the first of our A finals today. The cadet lightweight Ellis Cox lines up on pole position alongside Lewis Tracy. Oliver Peters is in 3rd with Bertie Hodgson in 4th. Oliver Yangu is in 5th with Elijah Hazelwood, joining him on row 3 in 6th. Matteo Ehrenfurter is in 7th position, 8th for Ayrton Lima Evans. Charlie Sprague is in 9th with Hayden Adams in 10th. Lewis Prendergast has had a good day. He's in 11th for the A final with Finley Strang alongside him in 12th. 13th is Adi Manu and 14th is Miles Harrison, second in the championship at the moment. Jacob Sprague is in 15th with 16th Thomas Welsford. Leo Edger is down in 17th with Joseph East for company on row 9. Row 10 is Peter Lee and Joseph Mills. Those are your 2 promotees, I believe. I don't think they are, actually. No, we are missing 2.
They're joined by Harvey Dowler and Anthony Charnecki from your B final.
Thank you very much, Howard. The 2 great drives from them in the B final as well.
It's not our last race of the day. It is our last cadets race of the day, so I think it's a good time for us to mention and plug well, probably a few bits and pieces on this one. The first thing to say is if you're enjoying your cadet racing in Club 100, don't forget we're back to do exactly the same thing tomorrow here in our super lightweight category. So do be sure to join us for that. The other thing to say is, I think it's been a few hours since we mentioned it on the stream. A really interesting opportunity, perhaps well worth looking at for the young drivers out there. The announcement of the partnership between Project One Racing and Club 100.
Yes.
Get on to club100.co.uk and check that out in the news section. Go to media and then latest news. And also, if you're interested, head to the website, give the office a call. If this looks like it's for you, give it a go. We'd recommend it, and these drivers would as well. Ellis Cox leads them away for 11 minutes of racing in this A trophy final for round 2 here at GYG. He's going to be challenged all the way up the hill, though, by, I think that's Oliver Peters, who's got himself up into second place. Just double check as they come over the rise. Still couldn't make out who that was, but it looks like a clean start as they come up through the top of the hill at Spoon and head down the hill. And yes, it is Oliver Peters. It was the number 15 who I spotted. Good start from Elijah Hazelwood in third, though, to sit in third place as they come through Carousel.
Yeah, in fact, Elijah Hazelwood was 6th on the grid, so he's done really well there. But Ellis Cox was light to flag in the pre-A final, and he's got off to a good start in the A final as well. Be a really impressive drive from that young man if he can lead every single lap of both the pre-A and the A final. There's a couple of guys who have something to say about that, not least the number 15 of Oliver Peters, 3 Elijah Hazelwood, 18 Oliver Yangu, all chasing him up the hill in shots. As you can see, Ellis Cox shrimping his way round Spoon.
We saw a driver off during that first lap. It was number 53 of Adi Manu, has got going again, but I'm afraid is well off the back of the pack now, unfortunately. As they come down to Carousel again, the top pack of drivers. And good start from these drivers in our top 5. But not too much field spread early on here. Plenty of opportunity for many in this. That is all the way back to the 89 of Peter Lee we saw there. So that's pretty much the whole field separated by about 5 seconds, all told. Minus a couple of people who unfortunately had issues on the first lap. A little bit of a gap now for Ellis Cox. Oliver Peters under pressure and giving all the signs in the world to say, hey, don't fight me yet. We've got a lot not you lose touch with Ellis here. And they did, to be fair, hold the order there. And I think there was a bit of bump drafting. And I think they heeded Oliver's point there of let's not start fighting right now.
It's worth mentioning the championship at this point. Howard, fastest lap has gone to Miles Harrison, currently sitting second in the championship, but he's up to 6th here. Not the best pre-A final, but he's certainly looking racy in the A final. Elijah Hazelwood sits in 3rd, having finished there last season, and he's in 3rd place in the race as well, so he'll be one to keep an eye on. Ellis Cox didn't make it to Rye House, so currently doesn't have a championship standing. But the second place man, Oliver Peters, is doing a lot better than he was last time out. He recorded a 12th and a 14th. GYG, very much his track by the looks of things, as we get a contact warning through for Peter Lee. Round the right-hander they come then. Ellis still leads, and not too much battling going on behind him. Oliver Peters and Elijah Hazelwood continue to follow through in their nice white helmets. The light blue trim of the 22 now behind them, so Miles Harrison's got the better of Oliver Yangu at some point at the start of this lap. Missed by ourselves, but he's looking pretty racy. He's all over the back of Elijah Hazelwood. I think Miles Harrison wants to get on with this and find a way past. Contact warning for Finley Strang showing at the top of the screen, and now side by side are 2nd and 3rd. That's Peters and Hazelwood, and through goes a couple of carts. Peters has lost out significantly there. I'm not quite sure what's happened to him. He must have got a bad exit from Club, but now in 2nd place is the number 3 of Elijah Hazelwood. Miles Harrison, 2nd in the championship, is up to 3rd. The 18 of Oliver Yangu is still there. He's in 4th now. But yes, losing out significantly going up the hill was Oliver Peters. I think I just caught a glimpse of him in there, the number 15. So he's still running. He hasn't pulled up completely, but not an ideal lap for Oliver. Let's see exactly where he pans out as we come round to complete another lap. Cox still in first place, as we said. Hazelwood up to second, Harrison up to third, and in fact, yes, there's Peters down in 7th place.
Ellis Cox, if you're wondering, if maybe you've been particularly following the lightweight cadets and going, has Ellis Cox won before? He was in super lightweight cadets last year, and last had a Trophy A final win back at round 2 of last season at Wilton Mill, although he did also have a pre-A final win in super lightweight cadets at round 6, which I want to say was Clay Pigeon. Don't quote me on that, but I think that was Clay. He's used to being at the front. He's used to controlling this pace, but this would be a first win for him in lightweights as opposed to super lightweights. But controlling it well at the moment. Elijah Hazelwood, of course, though, 3rd in the championship last year, and Miles Harrison 2nd in the championship last year. Here we're going to see one of the key drivers from super lightweights last year. How does he compare up in this season to 2 of the key drivers, the highest 2 who are still racing with us here from last year's lightweight championship? This is it. This is the kinds of one of the battles we perhaps expected to see, but it's nonetheless of a pleasantry to see it coming to the fore here. Ellis gesturing frantically to say, let's pull away and create the space to have this battle if you really want to. And that was the 61 of Bertie Hodgson running in 12th place. They're trying to catch up onto the next pack ahead of them. One of the drivers there is the double winner from Rye House, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter. So looking extremely likely that we're going to have a different winner this time around. The top 3 heading up the Dragon Straight, the top 10 practically heading up the Dragon Straight. There's Miles Harrison trying to put a move on Elijah Hazelwood. He's opened up the door. He's just got to get the braking right through the last pot of spoon, and he does so. That was a nice move there from Miles Harrison to get himself up into 2nd place. Had that difficult pre-A final. Definitely is on a mission here in the Trophy A final.
Just a quick mention, Howard, for Lewis Prendergast. Actually, he's in 8th place currently in this A final. He started the pre-B final down in 9th. So he's not only gone and won that pre-B final, but he's now made his way up to the actual A final and 8th place overall. So really good driving from him, as we see now 2 drivers starting to challenge Ellis Cox, or at least thinking about it. They've seen the clock. They know there's 3.5 minutes left. They've got to get on with it at some point. And Miles Harrison has replaced Elijah Hazelwood now in 2nd place. Down to carousel they go. So we've got a spinner. Who's that, Howard? We can't quite see the number. He's clearly devastated with that spin.
Is that Peters? It looks very similar to Oliver Peters. We'll double check on that one. Apologies if it's a false alarm for fans of the number 15, but I didn't see Oliver's race suit there in that pack. I think that might have been Oliver Peters from 7th place, I'm sorry to report.
We'll find out now as they come round Paddock for, one of the last times today. Up the hill they go. Cox takes to the inside to cover off Harrison. It was indeed the number 15 of Oliver Peters who looks to drop down beyond even 15th place now. Cox taking his hands off the steering wheel. We saw him do this in the pre-A final. I think it might be RSI or something like that. He just seems to be stretching out his hands. I do it sometimes when I'm racing. It is a long day for these cadets with the practice sessions and qualifying as well.
Pat behind them, by the way, Finley Strang in 4th place in that 60 car, but he is carrying a penalty, I'm afraid to say, for being shown the contact warning multiple times. He's ahead of Oliver Yangu there in the 18. Lewis Prendergast, as you mentioned, having a really good drive there in 6th place. Ayrton Lima Evans, Charlie Chabregi, Lewis Tracy and Hayden Adams rounding up the top 10 as it stands at the moment, as the top 3 go on to a new lap. As I say, Ellis Cox last won in the super lightweights at Clay Pigeon last year in an A-tier race. Miles Harrison, when did he last win? Well, he took the last A final victory of last season at Butmore Park at round 8 Elijah Hazelwood, in a similar fashion to Ellis Cox, last took an A-tier victory at Clay Pigeon in the lightweight cadets last year. All of these drivers have experience of winning in Club 100 Cadets. As the battle behind them, Prendergast now seriously challenging Oliver Yangu there over 5th place, but I don't think he's going to have anywhere to go with it with the overspeed that he had off the carousel there.
Top 5 would be an excellent result considering qualifying 9th in the Pre-B.
Yeah.
He must be happy with where he is, Lewis, but still hungry for more. We've got a minute left on the clock, Howard, which means I think we'll get 2 more laps after this.
Yeah.
And Ellis Cox, once again, to the inside of the straight. He's hand off the steering. That looked a bit more like a point, but I don't think you're going to get that at this stage in the A final, Ellis. I think you're going to have to defend for your life against Miles Harrison.
We spoke to Miles Harrison in the Paddock show earlier on, and he described the slipstream effect here at Glannygores as brutal, was the word that he used. It's that which he's benefiting from at the moment to really apply this pressure to Ellis Cox.
Oh, there's an overtake there. I think that is Lima Evans on Prendergast through carousel that we caught the back end of there. Harrison all over Ellis Cox as well. It's going to be a tight final lap. There's definitely going to be final lap next time round. There's not enough time for 2 more laps. They'll see the last lap board out now. Cox leads. He's led every single lap of the pre-A final and the A final. Can Miles Harrison or Elijah Hazelwood unseat him at the top of this race as they go up the hill? It doesn't look likely to happen through the right-hand kink. What have they got coming to the sharp right-hander just afterwards?
Hazelwood's going to go to the outside to try and create an opportunity down the hill towards the carousel. Look at him getting that late apex. He's going to hope that gives him the overspeed. There is traffic ahead of him. It's not slow traffic either. It's the recovering Oliver Peters after that gutting spin for him. Is he aware of the significance of the carts coming up behind him? Miles Harrison, there's a bit of a gap now. He is going to let them through. Does he know that it's all 3? Yes, he does. Good heads-up driving there from Peters. It's given Ellis Cox just a bit of breathing space, though, as he's coming down the hill. Miles Harrison is going to throw everything at it, has good pace through Devil's Elbow. It's not going to be enough, though. Ellis Cox is going to win in lightweight cadets, having won in super lightweights before. He takes the win for round 2 at Glannygores. Miles Harrison with a strong finish in 2nd. Elijah Hazelwood in 3rd. Finley Strang will finish in 4th, but does have a penalty to be applied. Charlie Cipraghi is in 5th. Lewis Prendergast, what a day he's had driving up through the finals to get to that point to get to that place in 6th. Lewis Tracy in 7th. Hayden Adams in 8th. 9th for Ayrton Lima Evans. 10th for Oliver Yangu. Thomas Welsford will finish 11th. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter in 12th place today. Jacob Cipraghi's next in 13th. Bertie Hodgson was 14th in the end, ahead of Joseph Mills in 15th. Joseph East in 16th. 17th for Peter Lee. Adi Manu in 18th. 19th for Harvey Dowler. Anthony Czarnecki crosses the line in 20th place, ahead of Leo Edger and Oliver Peters. Your heart goes out to Oliver. That was a gutting moment for him with the spin.
But a lot of respect for him getting out of the way on that
Yeah.
last. As much as I like the last lap drama, he must be absolutely devastated to have had the race he's had, but he's still level-headed enough to get out of the way of the leaders when being lapped. Good stuff from Oliver.
Good point. Congratulations to Ellis Cox. It's time for us to decide our round winner, or our trophy winner at least, in the lightweight juniors coming up next. Here's your grid then for your junior lightweights A final. It's going to be Sam Masters who starts this one on pole. Nathan James Boyle alongside him. Finn Davies and Ben Yangu are on row number 2. Bobby McGeer and Rory O'Regan are on row number 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Leo Jackson and Jake Renshaw. Jacob Lamas and Hudson Gordon-Huntley round out the top 10. Zachary Watson and Olivier Picula are on row number 6. Oliver Armiger and Dylan Edwards are next, ahead of Liam Martin Bradley and Toby Edelston. Jacob Aquil and Salvador Newman are on row number 9. Thomas Hughes and Charlie Walmsley-Wright are on row number 10. Max Housley and Hudson Barker-Dix are on row 11, ahead of Max Kilby and Tom Smith. To round out the 24 karts on this grid, they will be joined by our confirmed promotees from that junior lightweight B final in the form of Max Chapman and Charlie Foster. Well, this is the last race of the day here, folks. The drivers, I think, are going to get a few warm-up laps That's why they're not in grid formation, just to be absolutely clear. We didn't miss the start, don't worry. It is the last race of the day, so a few shout-outs. Well, the first thing to say at the very top of it is, if you've enjoyed it, join us again. We're doing the same again tomorrow with our super lightweights. Same format, different classes, different pack of drivers. Going to be fantastic. Do please join us for that one. And don't forget, if you'd like to, you can go and watch the back catalogue on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. On that subject, my thanks to Alpha Live, who have provided all the pictures, providing the stream. This is your Alpha Live broadcast of Club 100. My thanks to Stuart Rice, who's been calling the shots in the producer's chair over to our left. And our thanks to Morgan, to Catherine, to Michael, and to Dan, who were our crew today, our camera operators, to bring you all the pictures. Do please like, share, subscribe, show Alpha Live some love. Thank you as well to all the circuit officials. We couldn't go racing without the marshals and the medical teams on standby here. Thank you to all of them, all the staff here at GYG. Thank you to Club 100 for all of the work that they do, to John Viger and all the team. They keep a pretty ship-shape bunch of karts here in this fantastic Arrive and Drive series. Head over to club100.co.uk for more details, including in the news section that news of the teaming up with Project One Racing. Check that out in the news section. And if you are, if you would like to join the senior grids, the senior ranks next weekend, there are still some spaces. Give the office a call. The details are on the website. Give it a go. Come up to this fantastic Glanny Gores facility and test your mettle against the Club 100 senior sprinters next weekend, which will be streamed as well. Who else? Jacob, thank you very much for joining me in comms today. My name's Howard Mitchell. I'm part of Double Dash Motorsport Media. Check us out at Double Dash MM on your various forms of social media, or double-mm.com to check out what we get up to. Andrew Mather is my partner in crime on that, and he's off doing all sorts of things as well. So to keep abreast of everything, follow us on social media, and your support is very much appreciated. Jacob, your first day of cadets and juniors in Club 100. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, certainly my first day in the comms box for cadets and juniors. I think I've been around in the paddock previously, not on race days though, actually. Very much enjoyed it. The racing has been fantastic across both junior and cadet classes. Hopefully we're going to see another fantastic race here for the junior lightweight A final. Looks like they're about to get going, Howard.
Indeed. Samuel Masters took his first win in junior lightweight earlier on in the pre-A final. Can he replicate it, or is he going to be bested by one of the competitors around him? Away we go for the A final for round 2 in junior lightweight. It is a good start from Sam Masters. It's a good start round turn number 1. It's clean so far as they head up the hill through the Dragon Straight and round to Spoon Corner. The early challenger to me looks like it is
Nathan James Boyle.
Indeed it is.
All round goes one of our drivers. I can't quite tell who.
Indeed, I think Finn Davies may have got himself up into second place. Bobby McGeer as well with a strong start, and that's a big hit on the cones there at the top of the hill. That's
number 2.
I think that might have been Rory O'Regan coming through. Actually, it got very tight there though. 3 wide coming through compression corner. We've got an insert camera there to just show the cone. Which is not still standing, I'm afraid to say, but they will replace it and it'll still do its duty there on the inside of the corner. Samuel Masters leads, Nathan James Boyle in second, Finn Davies in third. And it was Rory O'Regan who got a cone warning for that, just to be clear. The rules around cone penalties have been a little bit different for the last couple of years, so that's not a penalty for Rory O'Regan, who comes into today, of course, as that championship leader. But at the moment, it's Sam Masters ahead of Nathan James Boyle, Finn Davies, Bobby McGeer and Rory O'Regan, your top 5. But not too many. It was Jake Renshaw, I'm afraid, to report, who was your driver at the back of the pack and in your spinner up at Spoon on that first lap.
So here's your top 4 then. Sam Masters, Nathan James Boyle, Finn Davies and Bobby McGeer. Bobby McGeer with the fastest lap last time around to close up that pack at the front. Rory O'Regan leads the second pack. You can see him coming through there. Bit of a challenge from Nathan James Boyle. Early doors in this race, probably fancies seeing if he's got a bit more pace than Samuel Masters, but won't make too much of it for fear of being caught up in a battle and losing out. You can see here that Finn Davis is all over the back of him, so they'll be careful not to be making too many mistakes or chancing silly overtakes and getting caught out. Obviously with Roy O'Regan leading the pack behind, you'd imagine they won't be too far behind if these four start battling. Round to complete another lap though, they're all in the same positions they started. Sam Masters in fact has built out a bit of a gap there on what was lap 3.
Yeah, it's a half-second gap. It probably isn't that now at the end of this straight because of the streamline effect, or the slipstream effect, I should say. And in fact, he's under attack from Nathan James Boyle. That is the power of the slipstream. It turned a half-second gap into nothing there by the top of the hill. Bobby McGeer senses an opportunity on Finn Davis, who couldn't find any way past the held-up Nathan Boyle there. So Bobby McGeer in that number 11, very much a factor here. And then the next pack is Roy O'Regan, Zachary Watson, Leo Jackson and Ben Yangu. They're in hot pursuit of this top 4. But all of that means that they kind of finished this lap as they started it, with a little bit of breathing space for Sam Masters. But we saw how that evaporated last time around.
Yeah, and looks to be doing the same going up the hill. I think they'll be a little bit closer going into that right-hander. There you go. You can see that kart length is, it's like 2 kart lengths becomes 1 or even half of 1 as they get round there. You can see Nathan James Boyle looking over his shoulder, probably hoping that Finn Davis gives them a chance to catch up. Another shot on the next lap at Sam Masters, who's eked out another half a kart length through this section. Really, Nathan James Boyle needs to hook up this section, but he's not going to do it if he's got Finn Davis charging up the inside of him. And Finn Davis, side by side with Nathan James Boyle, makes it into the final corner ahead, but James Boyle is on the inside for Club, and Bobby McGeer now fancies a go and is up into 3rd place ahead of Finn Davis. Nathan James Boyle hangs on to 2nd place by the skin of his teeth, and Bobby McGeer now is the man to challenge him from 3rd.
It was a beautiful move for Finn Davis, but it killed his momentum at such a crucial part of the lap that he was a bit of a sitting duck there all the way up the hill. 10 out of 10 for effort, and it's not often we see a move there, but yeah, unfortunately it was costly in the end. This pack behind them is an interesting one because it was a 4-kart pack. We had 2 packs of 4, but now that second pack of 4 has kind of become a pack of 8. And I don't know if everyone's got the memo that they want to work together to catch up to the front 4. So this is an interesting one at this point.
Often doesn't work like that. Once you're back in kind of 8th or 9th place, you don't have as much of an appreciation, especially you can see the distance there that Sam Masters, at least, if not Nathan James Boyle, Bobby McGeer and Finn Davis are in the distance. You know you're not fighting for the win, so you may as well fight for position.
It's not a circuit where I find it's particularly easy to look back and get a sense of where people are. You might think, oh, it's a bit of an open field, but you've got the crest of the hill, and frankly, there's bits of the lap like Spoon where you don't really want to be looking elsewhere than ahead of where you're going. So it's not the easiest circuit to actually get a sense of where you are in the grand scheme of things, I find at least.
It's not Rye House where you go through the hairpin and you can see someone 2 seconds behind you.
Exactly that. You literally get to look out just a little bit to your right and you can see indeed what's behind you on the hairpin. And indeed you can look ahead of you quite easily as well.
Bobby McGeer up to 2nd place, Howard.
Yeah.
That gap though to Sam Masters is 2 seconds. Bobby's going to want teamwork, pure and simple, from Nathan James Boyle and Finn Davis now. You can see them just coming through the shot there. And in fact, Finn Davis now goes up to 3rd place ahead of Nathan James Boyle.
Oh.
There's a big incident. This is at Club, I believe, the first corner. 2 drivers in, well, one very much in the tyre wall. The other one just looks like he's stopped short of the tyre wall. Hopefully they'll be recovered. The yellow flags covering that as our leaders come back around, I'd imagine.
The 96 was Max Housley, so he's one of the drivers involved.
Presumably the other one is either Charlie Foster or Hudson Gordon Huntley.
Charlie Foster just got a cone penalty and a contact warning, but I'm not sure if that's...
There's Charlie Foster, a complete takeout.
Yeah, okay.
So it will most likely be him on the left-hand side there as our leaders come back through. Yeah, Bobby McGear's setting to work on that 2.2 second lead that Sam Masters has. He's got a bit of breathing space now, although the slipstream may have eroded that. Big battle behind them, though.
I'm amazed they just navigated the yellow flag as they did in some ways, because they were so close together on the straight. How would you know if they've overtaken, if I'm being honest? But yeah, it's quite a frenetic battle here in the mid-pack. This is the likes of Dylan Edwards, Jacob Aquil, Salvador Newman, Liam Martin Bradley, Thomas Hughes, I think, is on that as well. Quite a close run battle in the middle of this field. And behind them you can see another pack as well, which is headed up by Max Kilby. So battles throughout the field here. This is the battle for second place. Or is it a battle, or is it two people working together to catch the lead? That looks like a battle. That's what that looks like to me, because 2.5 seconds is the gap to the lead. So I wonder if Finn Davies has already gone, this is as good as it gets, and this is where I'm going to make the stand.
Yeah, with 3 minutes left of the race, you've got to be thinking that it's unlikely you'd catch Sam Masters at the front. He'd have to make some sort of mistake now to lose a 2.5 second lead, and he simply hasn't today, Howard. Finn Davies has probably got his eyes on second place, which is currently held by Bobby McGear, and he's also going to be concerned that Nathan James Boyle is going to want to come back at him from fourth place. So yeah, it's anyone's game now for second between these three as they head up the hill one more time.
Black flag for forcing a driver off circuit for Charlie Foster, so clearly whatever transpired at turn number one, that is been laid at...
Will that be a second penalty for the black flag, Howard?
Oh, it might be, yeah.
Code warning just come through as well. But yes, he got a complete takeout for the incident at turn
of course.
one.
Yes, sorry.
And so now the black flag is for repeat takeout or bump and pass type penalties, contact.
Indeed, good point. So another incident there, potentially involving the driver, the number 22. Just want to not put in the highlights book this one. Battle for second place that we've been looking at for so long, because it's been quite the battle. It comes on to lap number 12.
Masters now 3 seconds to the good up front as
Rory O'Regan drops down the order. Now that's significant.
Our championship leader, Rory O'Regan. I was told he was going to win this earlier.
You were?
Well,
you were given
more of the series than the actual race day, but he's not going to win the series, finishing in 16th place, Howard.
It's a fair point. It is a fair point, mate. That is an interesting one. Now, what? Rory's
missed by the cameras. There's someone else in.
That's someone else.
A bit of strife. Can't quite tell where from this angle.
That is
Nathan James Boyle getting a contact warning. That's significant. He's in fourth place, one of our protagonists in the second place battle. He's still behind Finn Davies, though. Leo Jackson is 2.5 seconds down the road.
I thought so. So Zachary Watson was your driver who we saw off there.
Yeah.
I think that was in sector. It is a bit difficult because we've got cameras looking across the two sectors. At the top of the circuit, it can be a little bit difficult. You can almost get a parallax error, which means it's not easy to see where people are. But yeah, disappointment for Zachary Watson. He was on for some good points there.
Yeah, he's lost out, and it's now the penultimate lap, Howard.
It is indeed. So Samuel Masters, again, I mean, he controlled the pre-final so well. There is Zachary duly getting out of the way, which is good, good sportsmanship there. Samuel Masters controlled the pre-A final really well. And out of nowhere, having not won in this category before, he is currently looking set to be our double winner, being the trophy winner here today at Glanny Gores. This battle over second place is
Masters there,
the one to watch.
Like he's paying attention to a yellow flag, but yeah, no dice around the outside for Nathan James Boyle. Finn Davies, he thought about it. They come down to carousel now. Look how close they are, Howard. But still no movement on the positions. Let's see if compression yields anything for any of these drivers. Bobby McGear looking comfortable though, confident, and yeah, he's taking that very well as he comes into Devil's Elbow. He's got a bit of breathing space, but here he is then. Samuel Masters, he won the pre-A final, he's won the A final, 2 race wins for Sam Masters, second goes to Bobby McGear, Finn Davies home in third, Nathan James Boyle 4th and Leo Jackson 5th. Ben Yangu comes home in 6th ahead of Jacob Lamas in 7th. Dylan Edwards finishes in 8th. Thomas Hughes has had a good day. He's finished 9th, and so has Salvador Newman. I think those were both repechage from the Pre-B, 9th and 10th respectively. Jacob Aquil finishes 11th with Liam Martin Bradley in 12th. Tom Smith finishes 13th ahead of Rory O'Regan. Disappointing day for Rory, 14th in the A final. Max Kilby, the 142, is in 15th. Olivier Picula is 16th ahead of Jake Renshaw, the number 9, finishing 17th place overall. Toby Edelston is 18th ahead of Charlie Wormsley Ride in 19th. Max Chapman makes 20th, and Oliver Armiger is 23rd. Hudson Baker Dix is 22nd, Zachary Watson 23rd, Hudson Gordon Huntley in 24th. 25th goes to Max Housley, and then the black flag Charlie Foster ends up in 26th overall. A fantastic race, Howard, and a fantastic day's racing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had some real treats today. Have been really good, and some first-time winners in these classes, which is always great to see as well, and sets us up nicely for a great season ahead. Thank you very much for supporting the stream. We gave a lot of the thank yous at the start of that last race, but do please give Alpha Life some love if you can. Fantastic effort to bring you the pictures today, and we will be doing it all again, going live at roughly the same time, around about 11:50 tomorrow morning with our super lightweights. So do be certain to join us for that. But until then, folks, thank you very much for your support, and take care. Bye-bye.